warmed up. They both won their first series in the winners finals 2-0. So they're feeling really good about themselves, ready to go. I mean, I was talking about it during the break. This could be a grueling day for one of these teams. So they just played one series and they're about to play a second series. The loser would be going to the losers finals. That's a third series in a row. And then if they win the right to re-challenge the winner from this match in the grand finals, it is 4 series in a row, back to back to back to back. So being able to get this victory and be able to rest a little bit before the grand finals could be the biggest victory of them all.
It's a lot of Overwatch, a lot of goats to be played, but yeah, like you said, if you can win it right now, you're gonna have such a huge advantage, not only guaranteeing at least a chunk of the prize pool, but also having the opportunity just to be able to watch the other teams take a break, let your hands rest, as I'm pretty sure they're almost button mashing out here with the nature of how this composition works, and it's definitely that way here on our first map of Control. Once again, we'll be returning to Lijiang Tower. It's a comfortable tempo we've been falling into with this map itself, but Ray, why don't you give us a little idea of what to expect here?
Yeah, so this was Moving Rift's map pick. They're the higher seeded team. I mean, again, Gardens, we kind of saw it play out in the Moving Rift game. They lost that map. They lost the first fight. They didn't get through bridge fast enough and got booped off the map. And because of that, it's so hard to retake on Gardens specifically. But this map is known for its Brawl Control Center, Night Market. I mean, it's a perfect playground for these GOATS compositions. And I'm really excited to get this going. So we're going to bring you in, and we are starting on Gardens.
The one map you didn't mention in the good GOATS maps out of this is probably the oddball of the Lijiang Tower maps, just because of the environmental opportunities that it has. These rotations need to be on point, and whoever captures the objective first has a huge advantage moving on through that rest of the map. This is where we saw Moving Rift struggle last time.
Yeah, it's almost always, if you lose the first fight and you have to retake, you almost always have to go through White Room, just because the environmental potential between the Lucio and the Brig and the Ryan charges to get you off the map are just so far in between. So that's always the advantage for the defense. I mean, for the team who wins the first point. As we're going to see Dark Mode just going straight through White Room. They don't even want to try and take a fight near the bridge.
But that's interesting, because Moving Rift, it looks like they were totally expecting that. So this is actually an interesting spot for this to be taking place just on the objective, instead of meeting at one of these more neutral points on the map. The nice thing is you have this little pillar to kind of peek in and out behind on until one team finds that decisive blow. As soon as this becomes a 5v6 battle, you will then see that team with those 6 players just kind of rushing on. And this is what I'm talking about. You need to be cautious about how you're playing. You saw how Matt Merck got so low just by taking a little bit couple steps into the opponent's team. You can't be allowing that to happen here. Now that this fight has gone wrong enough in the neutral, here's where these ultimates come out. Sound barriers first, but several more check marks to be popped in the advance. But that isn't if these teams start losing their players. You notice how Moving Rift lost 1, and suddenly they're going to be caught up in the grab, and several more things to come on through. The fact that they've been able to stay alive without the Brigida for this long is amazing, but a lot of it has to do with Abyss. But with Moving Fish getting another key self-destruct kill off onto Derpy, Ray, we're looking at a similar scenario where Moving Rift, they have the potential to clutch, but not against a team as well-rounded as Dark Mode.
Yeah, Matt Merck on this Brig has just been so clutch, as no one has seemed to win this fight yet. Now Moving Rift is coming back strong.
No. What in the world is happening right now? I feel like everybody's died at least once at this point on the map. Dark Mode, though, at the end of the day, Moving Rift, they had a little burst of energy, but will be forced to take that reset, and with all of their players hopefully intact, but out of it, Biscuit staggered.
Yeah, that's a big stagger. So now, as we mentioned, this is where Moving Rift really struggled in their previous series against and made you look. Now they're going to have to always recontest through White Room. They're smart this time, not even trying to take a fight on the bridge, but this is where Dark Mode gets to sink their teeth and, you know, possibly close the door and put Moving Rift in the darkness.
They're struggling to get their way onto the objective, and Moving Rift are making their way through this bridge, but those looking down the sight lines of Coco, who has this Graviton Surge, is a little terrifying to them, especially since you don't have a Transcendence online. Chime is fighting against one from Venus, and it just doesn't make throwing in that ultimate a good idea at the point where this stands. Eventually, the Moving Rift will be able to take the fight to the point, but the grab, Abdallah yeeting that one right out of their grasp as Dark Mode. They're going to be locked up in one of their own and taking Moving Rifts down one by one.
Yeah, and unfortunate, Tiny, this is where I would say one of the few scenarios where I think you use that sound barrier to counter the grab because you don't have the Transcendence online. But you saw how fast those shields can just get blown up, and unfortunately they just were not able to out-sustain the power of that grab. And now Dark Mode, they did use 2 of their tank ultimates, but they banked all 3 of their support ultimates to be able to use, and there goes the Diva Bomb.
Oh, there goes the self-destruct. That's not going to get anything done, but the rest of Dark Mode can. Double boom from Fish Cake. Just the cherry on top, another one. Oh, that is Fish Cake for everybody. If you don't know him now, I'm sure you'll be knowing Fish Cake from here on out.
That is ridiculous. Fish Cake, just take a bow, man. Lucio, environmental kills. That's why you don't go the bridge, folks.
No, you don't push the bridge.
I said, oh, well, you're not going to take the bridge this time. Very smart of them. And then they take the bridge, and they pay for it. As the Transcendence in there, save map mark on the bridge.
I mean, they weren't having much luck with the White Room anyways. They're in an overtime scenario, so they're really rushing this last push, but we know when they rush, this is where they're finding the strength. They get Derpy out of the fight. They got a big shield to hide behind for this Graviton Surge, except for Moving Fish, who ended up getting DMEC in the past. This is one of those points that is notorious for that Sol, as we saw in this very first fight that took place. So Astradex has to be careful, needs to stay alive, because now they have to worry about Derpy returning, knowing that that Earth Shatter is online. It will be devastating, actually only landing on to the Reinhardt. Plenty of support peel coming in from Abyss. They have to be able to fight their way through the remainder of red players, but Derpy falling for a second time should be the nail in the coffin and signaling this flip over to Moving Rift.
It cost a lot for Moving Rift within that fight. The good thing is Yamitra, in the midst of the fight, had to use the rally early, but was able to build up another one. So they're going to have double support ultimates plus the Shatter online. For Dark Mode, they have to rely very heavily on this incoming Graviton Surge for Coco. We saw previously the sound barrier was just not enough for Eska. They might have to put the sound barrier and rally together to deal with this.
And they already ended up investing them into the Graviton Surge, which is great because Astronex managed to take away Fish Cake, who had that sound barrier key point right there, because Dark Mode, they don't have that tool to work with, and they're not going to push in without it.
Yeah, and I mean, and we, in 99-0, you think it's insurmountable. You think, it's going to be really hard for Moving Rift to hold this. But we talked about how powerful it is to be able to hold the point here. It's so hard to push back in, as we see Dark Mode finally being able to do that. But the Graviton Surge is now catching them off guard.
And this time they have the sound barrier, though, to help them out. Venus nearly able to squeak away from Moving Rift, who just was chasing them down in the backline here. Derpy starting to push that little bit more of an advantage, but have to do it without the Diva. Abdallah got D-Max. The counter pin is going to mean the end of the Reinhardt player. This is what we're talking about over and over again. Once you lose control of this point, it is so hard to push back. And Moving Rift, they're actually in a situation where this could be winnable, assuming they can clean up the remaining players of this fight. Time is already up to another Graviton Surge. I just want to say that out. The second one that they've gotten in a fight, not even going to need to use it, though. In the back, Ashley won't be able to use it because Derpy goes ahead and sends them off the map. Dark Mode came back in, swinging Ray. What in the world happened? Moving Rift, they had it. It looked like it was going to be all theirs, but Dark Mode returned just in time to take it back into their favor. Had the numbers in the tail end. That Graviton Surge not getting value was huge for them, returning onto the map of Gardens and taking this to the next round.
That was Derpy getting that charge off, getting a Chime off the board. They were able to get the Graviton Surge online, but it didn't matter because the Transcendence was there. But you took all of that damage off of the field from Chime, and then because there's no damage follow-up, then Dark Mode's able to win this fight a lot faster because they do have that damage output to get the Diva mech down faster. And just shout-outs to Derpy, man. Made a huge play. There it is right there.
That's what you need to see from your Reinhardt player. If Derpy didn't get that pin and somehow Chime was able to get that grab off, it wasn't going to be pretty at all for Dark Mode. The fact that they've given themselves a map up, they have an extra leg to work off here as they head into Gardens.
as we're seeing both teams jostle. This is the point where we talk about where it's kind of a game of chicken. You play this opening right here, trying to bait the other team in and win this team fight very decisively, very quickly. Because once you have point control, this is another one where it's extremely tough to push back in all these maps of Lijiang Tower. Once you have control of the point, you're able to control the choke points so easily because there's not many directions you can come from.
Not at all. I mean, look at this right now. Dark Mode, they were able to get on the point first, but they are still able, they lost Derpy as a result, so they're going to be, Moving Rifts can go ahead and push on in. They have that extra advantage of the main tank going over, and right now, Moving Rifts, they took advantage of this, and the fact that they get the point first here is going to be big.
It's always nice to sneak away even an extra 14% from Dark Mode, but like we mentioned, I mean, it cost them losing the fight, and now Moving Rift just has the ultimate control over the point. So now you have your Dark Mode. You have to be very careful. Moving Rift can just, you know, be a head on a swivel, looking for where you're coming from, and just control the space that you're trying to take.
Moving Rift, they just get to sit back and watch, wait to see what Dark Mode's doing, and then plan accordingly. They know the Graviton Surge is out, they trade those blow for blow. Yamitra didn't have the healing, both the Sound Barrier and Transcendence used at the same time. The fact you lost the break is gonna hurt in the long run. Derpy going down, though, that is a little bit of a consolation prize to be held onto. You just simply do not push these points without a Reinhardt at all, unless you see a clear advantage coming in. Abdallah thought that they did. They're putting extra pressure onto Astronexus, hoping to buy time, but in the end, it was SK who had the final say. Now it went sending one and Matt Burke as well down to the drink. Had to get Abdallah a friend down there just to have a little bit of a nice time, and by the time Derpy got back, SK had already done the damage. Sound Barrier just to wrap up this fight.
Listen, I kind of want SK to put in the chat SK boot like they did with Fish
Do
Cakes.
it. Yes.
You got to clap back, SK. Do it when you get a chance. I know you're mid-fight right now because that was incredible clutch play coming from SK. They were trying so hard to get Derpy off the map, and they just could not.
No, you really couldn't at all. And Moving Rift, they're just able to keep snowballing this forward. I mean, get a Graviton Surge out, another complete and total reset here. It's going to be near final fight for this map, especially with this stagger coming out onto Abdallah.
And they even get the whip shot kill. They don't get off the edge for free. Moving Rift gonna have this Transcendence to counteract this incoming Coco Graviton Surge, but Moving Fish head on a swivel. He's been very good at eating these Graviton Surges, looking for another one to add to that list.
Yeah, but you can't do that if you have the self-destruct out online. It forces so much space back. Look how low Derpy had to go. Ended up losing all of their health in the process. Dark Mode, there's really no way for them to be able to push back into this point unless Abdallah gets a heroic self-destruct such as that one. Oh my gosh, no way Dark Mode are starting to make the comeback out here. Abdallah really clutched up. Give them another shot, similar to how Moving Rift did on the last map. But now they have to be able to hold on.
Talking about 99 percentages, Tiny, I am 99% sure that Matt Merck is the reason that Diva Bomb was as astronomical as it was. I'm pretty sure that Derpy was, that Astronix was ready to put the shield up, but I think he got shield bashed and was not able to do that because of that. So, huge plays coming out from Matt Merck. I mean, it's going to be, you know, tough hill to get back, but like we mentioned, these chokes are very hard to push on Lijiang Tower, so it would not surprise me if Dark Mode brings this back.
Oh, I'm not going to be shocked at all. The counter grab, though, isn't looking too good for them. They had to use both the Sound Barrier and the Transcendence, which, yeah, that's going to win them this fight, but in the future, that could be a potentially harming factor, especially since SK is still going to have that for a potential engage push.
They do have Abdallah, who's out of Diva Mech.
Yeah.
So if you're moving Rift, this might be your opportunity to try and move in while they don't have that defense matrix available to them. But they're going to get it back pretty quickly. They're 95% there.
95% definitely get to 100. The Earth Shatter stalling enough time for that to be bought, but SK, that's that Sound Barrier I'm talking about. It's going to be that difference maker. Derpy doesn't have the sustain. Moving Rift free to just hold their W, walk to that objective, with SK beating the leader of that charge. Eventually, yeah, the hero will fall, but the flip is going to be their Dark Mode. They're not going to have another shot at this point, and we're going to be taking this to 3 once again on Control Center.
I mean, what more could you ask for from two teams that are just stacked with talent. It's all going to come down to Control Center, which is like the quintessential brawl map for Lijiang Tower. Even in Overwatch League, it doesn't matter what the meta is, you're almost always going to play some form of brawl on Control Center.
It's just one of those few maps that's kind of the oddball one out where you get to see these niche heroes every once in a while. But lucky for you guys, you don't have to worry about second guessing yourselves to Symmetra, Mei, or Junkrat, because we're in the lovely thing that is the GOATS meta. And you're running 3 tanks, 3 supports. You're brawling it out anyways. Same playstyle, no swaps on the board just yet. It's for all the marbles here on Lijiang Tower. But not just quite yet. We are at a best of 5 this time, so this series is going to be a tad bit longer, but getting a good start in Control is going to be big.
Yeah, just getting that opening first round and getting some confidence down is always a big thing. As we see the fight ensuing, they're forcing Moving Rift back. Dark Mode is on the attack.
Wow. Dark Mode, they got there fast, and I don't think Moving Rift, they were entirely prepared for it. They have to move in quickly, and a huge shield bash and a derpy. Oh, just hanging on for dear life there. Eventually, the healing's going to be enough to keep the Reinhardt hanging on for just a little bit, but Abyss getting Coco out of the battle, that's going to hurt a lot of the damage. Nobody is afraid of it on the side of Moving Rift anymore. They're going to walk on in and take it back. I love the patience and discipline they just showed.
Yeah, I mean, I talked about how Dark Mode was on the attack, but conversely, you could just say Moving Rift was just backing up, allowing Dark Mode to take their space, regroup as a team, and then push in together. And with Coco kind of taking the off angle with all the damage, they punished them for it and made it a nightmare for taking that off angle.
That really hurts too, because Chime already has a Scriviton Surge up with a couple counters into play, but as long as you can force those abilities later, SK and Abyss are going to be rather free to use their own ultimates later on in this grueling battle that is inevitably coming through. The DMEC being denied, it means that Moving Rifts, they're going to be pretty solid just through the Graviton Surge. The Transcendence not only countering that, but as well as the Earth Shatter put down from Derpy. Big investment from Dark Mode despite their early losses. I'm honestly surprised at the amount of commitment they made and a little disappointed that now they just hurt themselves so much longer in the later rounds of this fight.
So to me, committing the Earth Shatter isn't the biggest culprit, but it's committing it while Transcendence is still up and going.
Yeah.
Like, you used it to counter the grab, which is fine.
Oh, no.
Just wait a second, like, let that Transcendence run out, and then you can take full advantage of the Earth Shatter stunning, and then you can get your charges off. I'm just so confused why they basically let that Transcendence counter 2 ultimates.
No, and now they don't even have a Transcendence of their own because Chime builds up another grab into this fight. Astrodex going to be rather free to use that, and Phoenix narrowly getting it off, but not going to matter. Look at the pin away from Astrodex. Fish can't get Matt had nothing to do just to sit there and be pummeled down by the remainder of the team. This is the strongest I think that I've seen Moving Rift look in all of their series I've casted.
As it comes down to 10% left on the clock, they get the DMEC onto Abdallah, and that is just looking like it is going to be it, Tiny.
That's it. You just don't win these. You don't win these 5v6 unless something astronomical happens, but now you're in a 4v6. Yeah, this just ain't happening. It was worth a shot. Dark Mode, they gave it their strongest go, but Moving Rift just grew and grew and grew in terms of their strength and their potential throughout the map of Lijiang Tower, and will be the victors at the end of the day.
I mean, incredible job as Fishcake gets to play the game from the boops, but SK was just as effective with the...
Oh,
I didn't even know they used Transcendence!
Oh, that's
even,
so much worse. That's
that's insane. That is ridiculous. As you know, shoutouts to Moving Rift. They didn't allow dropping that first map to deter them. They came back with a vengeance, and they really made it happen, man. I mean, they really started to get it going. Moving Fish still playing incredibly well on the D.Va, finding those D.Va bomb kills when it comes through in the clutch. And I think quietly, Yamitra on this brig is having a very, very great series. I haven't been sitting here like, oh, Yamitra got picked off early. Oh, Yamitra, isolated. Yamitra's playing the brig very well. I mean, you don't always see that in the kill feed.
And this is why I like to say, Brig can either be your greatest strength or your greatest weakness. A lot of the times, especially when this meta first started, you had typically a DPS player. The flex DPS player would take up the role of the Brigitte, and sometimes you just don't have that same understanding of the hero. But you look at Yamitra here, They are just having a great time. The reason that goats became such a thing was because of the extremely powerful state that Brigitte was in. While you're not seeing them in the kill feed as much, that healing and damage potential is just there. If you have that well-rounded bit of regression, playing with your Reinhardt, doing everything that you need to do, that is going to help your team so incredibly much, the main base for that team play. And I think that's going to be carried over into our next map. I haven't even looked what it is yet. I know it's on my screen, but I'm just going to even say it. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, it's King's Row. So it was the pick from Dark Mode. We will be going to King's Row. I mean, this is kind of where we saw Moving Rift get their footing and absolutely dominate on the previous map. They got all 3 points in overtime, and then they first point held made you look. Like, it was not even close on their defense. So, I mean, you're going to pick King's Row regardless because this is GOATs, but I think Moving Rift is like, yeah, I mean, we feel good after our last round on there, and we hope to dominate you here as well.
This is something that Moving Rift, they're not going to be complaining about this whatsoever. They will get to choose whether they attack or defend first. They did choose to attack last time, which was quite interesting considering they had just that full hold at the beginning. So we took almost like a nearly 20-minute King's Row map that could have easily been like 4 or 5 just off of that alone had we actually had those rules swapped out in the end. But we are going to have a little bit more time for them to just plan and talk over what's going to be going on here. This is the winter finals after all, so there's a lot at stake heading on. Each of these teams want to get a spot in the Grands, have a chance at those $500, and weapon roll, just have less time playing GOATs. They already played it for 2 years. Give them a little of a break. Just take it the easier out to the Grands.
Yeah, and keep in mind, this is a 1st to 3, so this is not match point for Moving Rift just yet. But they got to be feeling good having that decisive lead in the series. I feel like if they could just clean up SK with the sound barriers. They've been slightly too early, slightly too late, and she tends to be the one that get picked a little early in the fights. But if they can just clean that up, they might dominate the rest of the series.
And you see, and I think it's interesting you should bring up that point because typically when we're kind of hounding on Moving Rift a little bit, it's because SK has these minor slip-ups that can end up losing them fights or just kind of screwing them over a little bit more in the long run. But then we also have moments from SK where she can absolutely carry a fight, such as we saw on Lijiang Tower, where you're getting these insane CP boosts, you're helping move your team around, being that central point of control within the communications and overall having that. If we could just clean up the sound barriers, this is going to be a Moving Rift team that I don't really see being stopped anytime soon. If they can get the momentum going here, this is going to be a huge issue for Dark Mode because we know that when Moving Rift are on, and they are not ones that are going to be stopped.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of like taking a look at the bracket as we've seen it at this point. Looking at Dark Mode's journey, I mean, they've been in a similar situation that Moving Rift has been in. They've also absolutely been dominating 2-0, 2-0, 2-0 in the bracket stage. So this is the first time they've really been facing some pressure, but they have the talent, they have the players. I mean, they took that first map of Gardens off of Moving Rift. So I feel like, again, Matt Merck has just been crazy with it on this Brig. Derpy has been great on this Reinhardt. You just got to bring this together. Coco I think Coco, all things considered, has been keeping up well with Chime on the Zarya. You just got to keep your head on a swivel for Moving Fish because I think that's been the major difference is Moving Fish has been winning the Diva battle against Abdallah a little bit more than all the other spots on the teams.
Yeah, especially when you look at those one-on-one matchups. Abdallah is certainly not a bad Diva player by any means. There's been several moments where like, hey, that's pretty cool from the Diva. But Moving Fish just has more of those, and when you're this evenly matched, even the slightest difference here is gonna mean your own demise. So Dark Mode, if they can just figure out these tiny little things, they're gonna have the potential to get it to Moving Rift, but they need to stop this momentum early, and it's gonna start here. But Derpy falling so incredibly low, it's already not looking great as the snowball is about to begin.
Yeah, and I really hope that at this point, like I mentioned how dark mode is 2-0-2-0-2-0, that they don't let one map drop, get to them so heavily. That's the one thing I worry about, that they keep the mentals intact, and Moving Rift is just continuing to oppress and continue the momentum that they built up from the first map win, and they just take a very quick first team fight win and have just under 6 minutes to deliver point B.
Yeah, that is a lot of time to have to be able to defend against here. Fortunately, there isn't too much variance within that ultimate economy, so dark mode have a very good chance of kind of holding the payload at this choke. Pulling off another great hold here is going to be key to just at least chunking the time bank. If you get to third, not the biggest deal, but you gotta get away some of those 6 minutes. And looking face to face with the grab of Chime, already a difficult start, and Matt Merck falling through the Transcendence, the pin, straight on to the prime target to go through. This isn't looking too good for the defensive side. They have to push up now, try to compensate for the loss. We've seen a lot of these teams, they don't back off when these fights are taken. They try to push the advantage, but in the end, when you keep doing this, you get these insane trades, insane value that you need to get from these ultimates, which Abdallah fortunately is able to do. Dark mode, they're here, but without a main tank, without some support, so they're gonna give up space regardless, but not as much if they lost the fight full.
And a big issue they're facing, Tiny, both support ultimates off of the table for dark mode, and Moving Fish, who's been so good with these diva bombs, has it online ready at the hip, ready to fire one of these off.
They are just there. I mean, they're not even gonna have a chance to use it. Astrodex just gets that shatter through Derpy. Derpy has not been having a good game at all so far, Ray. Dark mode hasn't had the main take the majority of the game, and they are suffering because of it. Moving Rift, they got the momentum now. If I'm dark mode, I'm feeling pretty scared.
Yeah, the Astronex diff is starting to show through so well. I mean, there's a reason why they're on Team Canada for the World Cup. They are fantastic main tank players, so if you're Derpy, you got to make those adjustments. You cannot allow yourself to fall that early and that quickly, as the Transcendence already forced out of Venus.
They had to do it in the spawn. They both grabbed and transcended in the spawn. All the meanwhile, the payload is moving. Can they get there? They got booped. Okay, nearly grabbing the touch to be able to hold this. But the fact that Moving Rift, they got the space. One fight now to get this point just through the barrier.
Yeah, that would have been devastating if Moving Rift got that through after pushing up so far and getting those ultimates out. That would have been just disheartening if I was a dark mode player. So that's got to be a sigh of relief. Okay, now we can find a spot, hold really well, and this is where we can put ourselves in the driver's seat. As we saw in the previous series against Made You Look, that Moving Rift took a very quick first team fight and won the point on King's Row, and then struggled until the very end of overtime.
No, this is where they were struggling last time, and now it's the chance to prove that they can get the momentum back, and it's another pin on Mattwork in the rally to be that deciding factor. Astronex, knowing that that support simply isn't going to be there with both of those major ultimates blown. It's going to be a tricky fight for Dark Mode to come back into, but the Sound Barrier is just the tool to keep them up, compensating for the loss of the Brigida player and push Moving Rift back to their demise.
And one of the big reasons that ends up coming to fruition is because of the Diva Bomb from Abdallah finally starting to show himself and piquing interest in this lobby. It's just, you know, that's what we needed. Like we mentioned, Moving Fish just kind of winning that battle. Now they're able to stamp and put a notice on themselves in this map.
And honestly, while we're getting to see more of Abdallah, we're starting to see less of Derpy. So it's almost like that those tables have kind of flipped. And I didn't really want to call it out earlier because it was more or less a neutral kind of thing we were seeing between the Reinhardts, but just slight edge towards Astronex. That has been at least doubled heading into this map. And Derpy, they're starting to find their ground a little bit more, and that's primarily because Astronex just hasn't had the support so far, matching that aggression, and that's going to be kind of the tale where I'm watching how these Reinhardts are playing from here on out.
As Moving Rift begins to reset for this next fight, Dark Mode's going to have this Transcendence online. It's going to be able to counter this incoming Graviton Surge, but they have a Grav and a Diva Bomb to be able to throw in once this Transcendence is gone and dusted. So if you're moving this, that's the win condition. Force out the Trans, use the rest of your tank ults to be able to get this team fight win.
That's all you gotta do right here. If Chime can just lob a grab in, you trade it out for the Transcendence. Astronex relatively free to get an Earth Shatter down, but we're seeing SK fall much earlier than she should have. They're compensating it before the Earth Shatter. Derpy let their guard down a little bit too soon. You're using a lot more tools in this fight than you would have liked to, and they might even end up losing it. Dark Mode, they had such a huge advantage with that early pick onto SK coming into this, but it's looking like they're going to be the ones falling back and sacrificing the point as a result. Derpy let their guard down for just long enough for Astronex to find that window of success, and they're going to pay dearly for it.
Yeah, and that Graviton Surge coming in from Chime to just group them up. I mean, the Transcendence was there, but like you mentioned, because Derpy got a little too, like, oh, they don't have their Lucio, we got this, a little too overconfident, and they're all grouped together, able to break that shield, and then the Shatter's able to come out. So very well team play fight from Moving Rip, you know, given they were down their Lucio in that fight.
They're down the Lucio there, and thankfully they have him now, and SK was able to find a lot of work here on this point. King's Row. Soundberry is both in play. I need to see this timing on point. Venus already transcended out, but it's going to be just fine for all of them. I can't say the same for Yamitra, though. Yeah, been using several of these extra ultimates to keep this going. I do question a lot of these plays. This 4 ultimates used after they've already lost the Brigitte, and in the end, they're gonna lose the fight as of it. I don't like to see these overcommitments. We're starting to lose that discipline that we were just applauding Moving Rift for.
Yeah, and I was just applauding Yamitra for how well they were playing on the break, and don't get me wrong, they still had been.
Oh, yeah.
But this is the first time we saw them get isolated and get picked off early, as we see Derpy kind of hiding around the corner, but I mean, they're kind of playing the wide corners. So it's going to be easy for them to spot where Derpy's trying to hide.
They're going to be able to see exactly what is happening here, and I do find this rotation interesting. You don't see this a whole lot coming out, as well as that grab. What is that? I mean, you go ahead and take that. SK and Ramitra had nowhere to go. What a genius play from Coco. SK was the only one up there, but with nobody to protect her, it's just a free elimination.
I was just surprised you grabbed that high and you're still able to punish it.
I know,
Kind of
right?
hard because you don't have a whole lot of vertical mobility in goats like this. So for them to still be able to get that kill is pretty impressive. As now Moving Rift is trying to funnel their way through this close quarters. I don't know what they're doing here.
What? We saw this last time from them too, though, and they're gonna have to be struggling to get through it. The Transcendence there, the slow-mo, really helping out to get that reaction time into play, but you still end up losing Yamitra. Mattmerk being traded out, though, forces the Transcendence to kind of keep Dark Mode up and fighting around the objective. We've managed to flip ourselves back around for a little ring around the Rosie game, but Dark Mode seem to be the ones to control. Moving Rift, just waiting for that 6th player to come back.
As the team is continuing to jostle for position around this card, all teams essentially have their 6v6 now. And there comes the Graviton Surge from Coco.
That's the grab. You have the sound barrier in play. SK, that one's on point, but it doesn't hit Astronex, and that's gonna hurt. You needed the main tank to be the player to be hit, especially with only 40 seconds remaining here. Moving Rift, they're gonna have one last chance to get a little bit more meterage on this payload, but lucky for them, they have that overtime buff come into play soon.
You know, this is kind of what we mentioned where we've seen SK kind of get picked early, and then we saw that Soundbearer unfortunately did not get their Reinhardt. This is the big thing they needed to clean up, and it's really starting to poke his head on King's Row, and this could lead to their demise on this map.
We need to see just these little small things start to get ironed out here, because Moving Rift 5 seconds now just to get that touch, guarantee themselves an overtime push. Moving Fish has another one of these famed self-destructs waiting to be lobbed in, has to grab at least one player here and get some cooldowns out to make this a valid chance of Moving Rift moving forwards, because that's all they got left in their toolbox to make something happen, build their way up to a win condition. There's the grab, nothing to show from it but the self-destruct, the Earth Shatter from Derpy. Oh, that hits 4. It's the combo! Abdallah, quadruple kill. I love to see that from the Dark Mode team. Not gonna have the 6K, but 5 will be just enough for them to get a hold just past the checkpoint of 2nd objective.
This is one of my favorite things of being a caster. You know, you're watching some play and you're seeing things play out, and you kind of make a statement. You go, hey, I kind of think Moving Fish is kind of dominating on this diva right now. I think Abdallah needs to step up, and then they do. This has been so far a perfect map played by Abdallah, and if they can continue this diva play through their attack, they're going to be looking at a 1-1 score line. Moving Rift, you got to figure out a way to deal with Abdallah. They are dominating on this diva right now.
Wow, this is crazy. It's like they heard you, right? They heard the motivational speech. They took that feedback and they listened. Abdallah has been putting in so much work just into this fight. We haven't quite seen the same turnaround from Derpy, but they did enough to stop Extra Next in their tracks, get only 23 meters on that second point. That's not a lot. Even if that second objective is just capped, it's not going to be an easy point to go through. So moving Rift, I want to see the same thing we saw last match. I want to see them get that first point hold, have a solid start, because this is where they have shown that their strength is the best. Dark mode, they're going to have a tough task ahead of them here, and I need to see them keep their heads on and come out with a plan.
I was going to say, most of the maps we've seen on Kings Row, even if you don't end up completing it, you pretty much get it to the final choke. So to be able to stop them that early in point C is a really big deal for Dark Mode, as now they have to get this going on their attack. But look at moving Rift. Oh, they're putting so much pressure.
So much, and onto Derpy too has already taken several major blows, and these bubbles, they're gone. Yamitra has fallen though. The Brig player we were applauding earlier just gets slightly too aggressive, and it's these tiny errors like that that are going to be punished and balled up into these larger fight wins. Dark mode, they managed to dismantle moving Rift on the point. We thought they were strongest. We're heading into brand new territory.
Yeah, as that's going to be a full team back out from moving Rift. They have to make sure they don't continue to get staggered, but Chime goes down, and that might be Chime might be getting bad spawns because of that.
They got it! They do. They're far. And everybody else, I don't think anyone else left spawn, so I think this thing is still in. Yeah, so they were all able to teleport, thankfully.
That's one of the good changes that Overwatch 2 brought to this game.
True.
Was not being able to get yourself in a bad situation like that. Now they're able to regroup. They're going to be able to take a fight probably just past the archway. So if they can win this, they're going to be able to hold that first defensive point, which is so crucial, which is the archway.
They're going to be able to do it, and not with both of these support ults too. Coco had that Graviton surge before Time did. One of the first times we're going to see it, but there's that combo again. Abdallah picking up 2 in the kill feed. This is Dark mode. They've been nailing these combos coming out. I do applaud moving Rift though for not overcommitting into that fight and giving themselves another chance.
Yeah, so they get to come back 4 ultimates to be able to use. The good thing for Dark mode, like we mentioned, they won that with just 2 ultimates, so they're going to have 4 to match what moving Rift has. So I mean, the problem is Chime has this Graviton Surge online, but Venus has not been forced to use this Transcendence yet. It's going to be a tough sled of hoe.
Oh yeah, this isn't going to be pretty at all. Dark mode have all the sustain they could ask for with all these like little explosives, the little earth shatters on the ground. You're just chilling and vibing. Until those run out, you will start to lose players. Coco going down, actually quite overextended here. That is going to mean that moving Rift can get that stabilization that they have desired, but it was a large cost to get to this point.
I mean, moving Fish straight punishes the aggression of Coco. And now they're touching spawn doors. I mean, that's kind of the goal of this GOATS composition, is play close, play aggressive, and take as many fights as you can. I mean, if they can take a close fight here and lose, I think because of where the cart position, they give themselves enough time to recontest and get a second fight out of this. So this is very smart awareness and positioning by moving Rift.
Yeah, this is a great spot to be able to take, but they're actually going to end up falling back to that first corner. So now we're in more of that situation. It's going to be about one fight to end up deciding this point. Coco has another Graviton Surge. Abdallah, can they make the magic happen this time? Self-destruct yet to go off as the Diva is way back there. The shield not enough to save Escape, but the trades are coming through, making this somewhat of an even engagement. Moving Rift, I believe they slightly more eliminations in the end, especially chasing around the very vulnerable Venus. Abdallah wanted to do the same, but too little, too late is that advantage taken. They're holding on. Uh-oh. Poor Abdallah.
I mean, they're playing this point B defense kind of just as impressive as what was done to them in the previous Kings Row by Made You Look. So, I mean, they're rotating these ults. They're just playing so aggressive. I think the key has just been their rotations of their positions. that where you position yourself as a team in GOATs has so much importance. But once again, SK gets picked off early.
Oh, you just can't have those little things happen. I mean, you need your Lucio so badly. I can't say it enough. You need your Lucio, and Dark Mode, yeah, they lost a player to that self-destruct. They're gonna have to fight against a Graviton Surge if Chime decides to commit it. But at this point, with how low Astronex is, they're gonna be able to re-engage after grabbing that health back. He got the grab in from Chime. This is what you need to see. It's bought enough for SK to actually get back into the fight. But with that that sound barrier only hitting onto 2 from Dark Mode, that efficiency wasn't there from Fishcake, and that's really gonna hurt here because they still have to fight against a full health Astronex in time, who are recently healed up by SK, who returned in the nick of time. Moving Rift, they're so lucky that Chime was able to come out with such a big play.
And that was just great discipline coming out from Abyss. With how dicey and just how close that fight was, you know, it'd be so easy to just try and use your Transcendence there, but they held it, and now they have it for Coco's Graviton Surge. As we near a minute and a half left on the clock,
Another one for
Dark
Chime.
Mode is hitting a wall.
And they hit a wall, and they're going to be stuck to one soon because Chime built another one. It's Graviton Surges. Like, they're getting one for flight at this rate. At some point, I'm going to be starting to make a tally of how many Graviton Surges does Chime get per map, because I'm pretty sure we'll be seeing them in the latter map of this series. This is going to be Dark Mode coming in. One of their better chances in this series, especially if this one goes long. It could very well be the last. This Graviton Surge, though, wants to make it quick because Coco doesn't have one of their own. Chimes is a success, and they have the extra healing to hold on to. Abyss can now use this Transcendence for whenever it's needed, not just at the fault of an ultimate. And that is such an advantage to use, especially as this battle continues to unfold, whether it's at full speed or slow motion here. Moving Fish, though, needs to stand back. I want to see that self-destruct, see that combo kind of come out to play here, because Astronex very capable of building that Earth Shatter, giving them a shot, and continuing this one forward. We're going to see more of this neutral game, more of this poke until someone can make a move. That self-destruct, it looked good, but the problem is when you don't get the remake like that and you don't get the stuns that you want, you're forcing these abilities out. You don't have the Diva, and suddenly Derpy is trying to backpedal, hang on to their life. You have these final 33 seconds and use them to a max. If Dark Mode, oh no, if they lose one more, this is going to be such a big problem for them.
It really is.
Oh no!
If they get the DMAC here, Tiny, I think it might be over. Okay.
That's it.
They don't.
Okay.
But 15 seconds
Derpy
left on the clock. Is
shattered!
anyone gonna be able to touch? This is looking really bad. The only consolation prize they have is if they can touch. Coco has his Graviton Surge, and there's absolutely no support ultimates online for Moving Rift.
I would assume it's gotta be Fishcake to get there, right? It's gotta be Fishcake to get onto that point. And oh no! It's not close enough. SK will win the race in the end. Dark Mode are yet to find that map win. They haven't gotten that momentum because it is all Moving Rift on the stage up at match point.
As they get to take a 2-0 lead heading into map 3. The funny part, Tiny, is the one thing I was thinking about yesterday is we now move into the first to 3 format, that we might finally get push on GOATs. And I'm like, that's great because we've never seen that before. And then I was watching the EU earlier. I'm like, they all did a handshake deal to do 2 CP instead of push. So we haven't seen that yet. But the NA was like, nah, we're not going to do that. So I mean, but this match could be a 3-0. We don't know what's going to happen coming into the third map. So we might be waiting some time before we get to even see that. I mean, grand finals were at least guaranteed it because it's the first to 4. So, but that was just one little interesting thing I was thinking about.
I know. Well, it would be like some of the first people to actually cast GOATs on push. I mean, that's pretty darn cool, right? I mean, it's really just kind of a test drive to see how this composition actually works in that phase. And it's going to be a true test of willpower, that discipline. That's honestly, I'm so excited to see that if that series gets there. And that really does depend on, can Dark Mode manage to pull it together on Escort?
Oh, I couldn't even imagine like a Colosseo match in like the long alleyways of just 6v6.
Pain.
Those could be long fights.
Pain.
As I mean, again, shout outs to Moving Rift. They did a great job. I mean, that attack, I was really worried, you know, to only get the 3rd point plus like 20 meters or so or whatever it was. I was like, that's not inspiring confidence to me. But their defense did. That was incredible. Their ultimate rotation was really good. And you know, despite some minor mistakes from letting people die early, they were able, because they had such good ult rotation, they were able to use those ultimates to make up for the fact they were down people and win the fight.
Yeah. And it came back to those same issues again. I mean, we talked about it a little bit, that SK still had a couple of those times where she was picked off a lot earlier than you would like to have seen out. I mean, cool. You can do all these fun roll riding techs all you want. I love to see it. But at the same time, when you're playing GOATs, your Lucio is such an important hero to be able to just kind of scoot your team around the map and kind of keep that going. So if we keep having players that are picked off early like that, it's going to be a problem for moving Rift, but they also showed me that it didn't have to be a problem because they can just completely back off. They have the discipline to control it. They came back in with a chime grab at one point, ran through dark mode, and it wasn't a problem at all. And I think that right there, that one fight showed a lot to me, that dark mode, while they can start the fights, one of their biggest struggles has been to actually close these out.
As we move to map number 3, dark mode's pick once again. They're taking us to Cuba. We're going to Havana.
Ooh.
And you know, the escort maps, I've mentioned that some of my fondest memories of GOATs are on Rialto. But I mean, Havana once again is Havana, you think a viable strategy on Havana is to play Brawl and first spawn hold and just try and take as much time as possible defensively. So it's no shocking that GOATs is going to play similarly well on this map.
Yeah, I would not be surprised at all. With Havana, this is just kind of one of those maps you see. We've also seen a big increase in the recent times of Overwatch of these spawn holds, especially on the first and third points. A lot of teams, they opt to play close. Second point, you're going to be kind of doing that anyways with just the nature of it. I am curious to see, though, because correct me if I'm wrong here, but I don't believe Havana was even released as a map yet when GOATs was actually prominent. So this is a little bit of new territory for all of those people that haven't necessarily played on GOATs before. I know that I did cast a map of Havana on GOATs, and it was primarily based on those spawn holds, being able to break through. A lot of teams did struggle on the defense, I will say. Just as soon as you weren't holding that close angles and you had to make these longer rotations, they weren't able to really get that momentum back the same way you would as on like a King's Row, for example. So a lot of these important things to kind of keep an eye on as we get ready to move in here. Stakes, they've now increased. Dark mode, they gotta make a statement here, otherwise they're gonna be sent down to that loser's bracket.
I'm a little shocked to hear this, Tiny,
yeah.
But we've been getting some stats in from the Prod. Shout out to the Prod. And
no way.
According to them, King's Row has only had a 54% pick rate.
Only?
Tournament.
No shot.
I find that hard to believe. I've been casting this entire weekend, and I've only had one game not go to King's Row.
I've only had King's Row, and this is like my, seventh match that I've casted this weekend.
I'm like, man, are all the offline matches just not picking King's Row? Like,
actually,
it's kind of crazy as we now head to Havana. Again, I mean, we're not going to see any significant changes. I don't think SK is going to be playing the Moira. I think that's just, gotta play the Lucio. Lucio is required, people. As, again, this is all going to be about making sure Moving Rift can win this first fight as quickly as possible and not allow all this time to be drained off the clock.
Nope, this is a test number 1 of a hard battle to come through. Dark Belt, they're holding off to the spawn, just to be expected here. The biggest thing, though, how can they hold on to it? And that is catch SK as she failed to re-enter the spawn room. And you know what? Hey, you're still in your spawn anyways. It's not too much to handle. But the question is usually to break through these spawn holds, Ray, you go something like a Pharah or something along those lines. You don't have that option here. You are just stuck on these same 6 heroes, trying to find something to give you an advantage because there's Dark Mode just sitting outside the doors. They have the easy mobility through and through, and your cooldowns are go so much quicker when you're just trying to peek your head out.
Yeah, as man, there's a lot of pressure under that Zenyatta and Lucio. You have to be very careful. They are able to get out of that, but now you're gonna have this sound barrier built up and so many ultimates coming online for Dark Mode. Moving Rift is just unable to break this spawn hole. That's the ticket, is to get yourself some space going out wide.
They're trying to get that going for another angle here, and now it's going to be a little bit different because those ultimates are coming out to play. The Graviton Surge is locking players up, but Yamitra, the first one to fall, the sound barrier, unable to keep that player alive. Typically, why you're going to see that Transcendence be the difference maker, but the nice thing for Moving Rift, though, is they did manage to grab Matt Merck, and their spawns, they're right there. With Matt Mercs, they are light years away, so even if Dark Mode end up winning this little scrappy brawl here that we've got going on, Matt Merck still might not be back by a full regroup.
I mean, they're still going to continue to play up like this. They may not have their brig, but it's not going to matter. Dark Mode is buying so much time for Matt Merck to be able to get back. Now they're just playing the top of the gas station. They're playing this so smart, so wise, and I think Matt Merck they had to Lucio go get him. I think he's back.
Already back too. Oh, that was the window of opportunity Moving Rift had to take. They're not on half the time bank right now, and now they got to take the 6v6. It's an even battle. Everyone's laid down on their backs. Huge Earth Shatter. Thankfully, the follow-up isn't there, but it will be after the tactical nuke has exploded. Dark Mode, they're on another level right now because Moving Rift, they seem to be so confused and out of options.
They do really seem that way. Tiny Chime, if you can get in here and use this grab quickly and aggressively, Venus is 25% away to this Graviton Surge. I think this is your key to trying to break this first spawn hold.
This is your opportunity. You got the Graviton Surge up and high, but it only grabs the Zarya, which is going to be enough. You can't Matrix anything else coming in that way. So the main damage dealer, that is an impactful picked off. Abdallah wants to take things into their own hands, forces the Transcendence, but grabs the other two supports as a result. What a self-destruct coming from the top ropes. Abdallah truly coming up to be the hero, just picking up these eliminations one by one. That D-Mech, though, that could be a bit of an issue later on.
It really could. You're going to have... I mean, you're down to less than a minute on the clock. Abdallah is going to have to try and farm back this mech as quickly as possible. They are so close, but Moving Fish is now taking the space.
Oh, Moving Fish tried to take the space, but the Earth Shatter stopped them in their tracks, laid them all out to be smacked down by a Reinhardt, and suddenly you don't have the brig, you don't have a lot of that main healing to push yourself on up. Are we going to see a full spawn hold here, Ray?
I think we might, Tiny, with 30 seconds left on the clock. We're down to one final attack coming from Moving Rift. What are we looking at? We're looking at 3 tank ultimates, the Diva Bomb, the Graviton Surge, and the Shatter. I mean, look at this grab!
Dagger out. I mean, you got 10 seconds. Chime's going to be back since you're seriously in the spawn doors right now. Somebody's got to get out onto the payload, though. I believe the touch was there. Yeah, you're going to be able to have the touch, but how can you make these tools actually find the value that they need to do? The Graviton Surge and Earth Shatter coming up with nothing apiece. Moving Fish had to be the one to come up big, but no, they lose the person on the cart. Moving Fish struggling to hang on to their life. As a result, somebody else has to get there, be the one to touch, because Moving Rift, all of their cards, they've been laid out on the table. Dark Mode has seen their hand. They've lost Derpy, though. This is the best we've seen from Moving Rift so far. They've had a chance to put it through, but Dark Mode, I think the damage was already done, Ray. This might be the closest hold of Havana that I have ever seen actually come out so far. Another Graviton Surge is going to be the one to do it as Dark Mode and Abdallah themselves. 20-player kill streak just on this attack alone. Flawless gameplay from Dark Mode here. 1.23 meters. I have never seen a closer hold than this, and I think on any map that I've ever seen.
Tiny. It was 0 meters until the 1 minute mark.
What?
That is insane. For Dark Mode to be able to sit and hold their spawn and not allow them to get a single meter on the cart for 75% of the time bank, that is just monumental. I don't think I've ever seen that before. I mean, you've never seen how close this hold was. I haven't either, but I haven't seen you hold for 3 minutes and not allowed a single meter.
Oh my god, like that, this just should not happen. This should not happen, people. This is not normal. But Goats was also not normal, hence why Roll Walk was the only thing to stop it, apparently, by putting it in the game. So, we can now see why this was long done away with, but you also gotta give Dark Mode a ton of credit here for being able to pull that out. What they have just set on the task for this to be a 3-0 for Moving Rift right now is darn near impossible. It is there. You got like that 1% chance of being able to do this, but for 4 minutes, glued to the payload, like that golden box of victory, the card's basically already in it.
I support you, Matt Merck. I saw you in the chat. You said you revealed your tryhard hat for this map. As a tryhard myself in my name, I support you revealing the hat, and that is how you have gotten this first spawn hole. But as Derpy mentioned, this is still losable. We just saw Dark Mode do it themselves, so Moving Rift could do this right back at them, but already Dark Mode has a bunch of space, and they're just going. I like this rotation, Tiny.
Okay.
They completely get away from the spawn door, and now they can come to Moving Rift at their own pace.
This is a huge mistake for Moving Rift to let them out of the spawn, because Dark Mode, what they did so well was literally suffocate them in their own spawn room. They couldn't do anything, but now Dark Mode, they have so much room to work. Dewberry can just walk in, swing at free will, while Moving Rift, they're forced to stay on the cart. Look at these health bars. They're not looking good as Dark Mode, they're making quick work of this map, and arguably one of the shortest, and I mean shortest maps of Havana that I have ever seen to be capped. They might be able to hold on to this fight, but Astromax falling and these spawn rooms being close, I don't see this ending too incredibly well for Moving Rift. The longer that this goes on, the harder that they're gonna have to fight, and the tools, they just don't have them. They just do not have the tools to hold on to 1.23 meters. Shortest map of Havana I've ever seen. What a record, what a performance from Dark Mode to come back from 2 maps lost. They want the reverse sweep, and they want it bad.
I mean, that is, you know, I talk about how it just takes one map to really get things going. But I mean, that is a map of all maps coming out from Dark Mode. That is just the biggest momentum swing I've ever seen coming out from a team down 2-0 to just come out and absolutely dominate that map. And it is just ridiculous. But because we are headed to a map 4, we will see push. So I'm very excited for that. We're going to find out what that map pick will be from Moving Rift right after this break. So stay tuned. We'll be right back.
We've done it, Ray. We are here at the map that you've been looking forward to the entire GOATS tournament. I mean, I gotta say, I've been looking forward to this too. We're gonna see Push. We're gonna see GOATS.
Let's
on
go.
Push. We haven't seen this yet. This is new territory we are entering. There's so much to break down heading into this map.
Push it to the limit. Let's go. we got some Coliseo action for you guys. I mean, I couldn't expect any less. This had to be. I mean, just thinking about the layout and architecture of these maps, Coliseo just begs for GOATS. It is just long corridors, long alleys, and streetways. Like this is just built to play GOATS.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. This is the GOATS map, people. I'm looking forward to it. A lot of people give Coliseo like, yeah, I don't like this map. Definitely the worst of the Push maps. And a good chunk of the reason for that is these high grounds. You can just set like these hit scan players, more of these longer range things up to the high grounds. But good news is for you, GOATS has none of that. You're going to take a lot of these closer fights, and that is going to be very beneficial to kind of making Coliseo more fun. And I'm hoping these players are going to have fun in this matchup. It is a serious one, though. It is still remains at match point for Moving Rift 7, while as Dark Mode, they are working off a record time bank from their previous win on Havana. Still searching for that reverse sweep, and hey, you got a bit of momentum on your side. Time to show that you can actually carry it forwards, because this is going to be by far the biggest test of a team's discipline that we have seen just with the nature of Push alone.
Here we go. 20 seconds from the spawn doors being opened for the first GOATS Push map that we have seen. Oh, I'm just chomping at the bit for this. As, again, Dark Mode really found their momentum off the back of some incredible domination from Mattmerk, specifically on the Brig. I think Fishcake's been playing very well on this Lucio, and Coco on the Zarya has been stepping it up. We need to continue to see this if they want to force a map 5 against Moving Rift.
Yep, they stepped up. Mattmerk specifically has stepped up. Abdallah has stepped up. Continue that forwards, Dark Mode. I have faith in you to prove that you guys can just do whatever the heck you just did on Havana. Show us a record time with a full completion on Coliseo. Do I think you can do it? I mean, maybe. Depends on what Moving Rift wants to do here. I mean, they had a big mental blow on that map of Havana. Time to show that they can actually recover from that. And it's all going to kind of start here in this first little brawl, and I have a feeling this fight is going to be a long one.
I mean, it's tough. These long corridors, as we mentioned, great for GOATS. But because it's so great for GOATS, fights could just last forever. So enclosed for these Brigs to keep proccing Inspire. These Lucios able to heal. We could be looking for like a good 2-minute fight.
All right, I mean, we're already halfway to that, or a full minute has been this fight. But once his ultimates start to come up into play, and the key one here is Abyss clearly won the race to that Transcendence, and that's going to be big climbing up, especially since Coco has that Graviton Surge online here momentarily. Once these larger abilities are going to be the ones to decide it, or just try him getting run over by a speed-in from Fishcake. Yeah, Dark Mode, they took the advantage, they punished it out. Classic Grav self-destruct combo. This is the coordination that we want to see from them.
The good thing from Moving Rift is you didn't commit too much to that. All you committed was the sound barrier. So it was 1 ultimate in exchange for 2. So you get to come back. Dark Mode does get some early mirage on this point, but you're going to have the ult advantage going forward in the next fight or two, as long as you rotate properly.
Yeah, that is assuming they rotate properly. For the most part, they've been able to do it, and a couple slip-ups, and the person who usually slips up doesn't have the ultimate, so I'm not too worried about that. But this Graviton Surge needs to be near perfect to hopefully get both the Transcendence and the Sound Barrier out of Dark Mode. The Transcendence has been forced, but not enough for Mattmerk, who once again is the target of a lovely pin in the backline from Astronex. Derpy looking to turn this one around, holding around this little robot, that barrier that's been pushed all the way up, and at that point you just don't have the extra healing to come through, and they're going to go ahead and take this one on back. This is just going to be such a tight map of Push.
And you commit 3 ultimates total to that fight. Good thing is 2 of your ultimates, the Diva Bomb and the Graviton Surge, you're already halfway to another one of those. Problem is, you use Transcendence at the end of that fight when Coco has just built up to this Graviton Surge. So like I mentioned, you're going to have to use the Sound Barrier to counter it, but it's just not the ideal ultimate to counter the Grav.
Absolutely not. I mean, the Transcendence just has that more consistent feeling with it, and the Sound Barrier you want to use for a better ultimate, such as the Earth Shatter that Astronex just laid down. It's going to lead to a trade out of the Brigidas, but Abdallah once again strikes with a perfect placement of a tactical nuke. The amount of times that Dark Mode have been able to pull this off is utterly ridiculous, Ray.
The Diva Bombs from Abdallah, the positioning of them, because when you're going against a Graviton Surge, you have two choices. You either have to put it in a spot where it's extremely hard for the Reinhardt to be able to turn and block it with his shield, or you have to basically place it on top of the Grav and on top of his Rhine shield, so it is unable to block it. And they have just been picture perfect with the spots that they land on.
It takes a truly experienced Diva player to know exactly how that ultimate works, and sometimes you gotta use them for the remix, such as Moving Fish did there, which means there's no combo really available for Chime, but these Gravits have been pretty self-sufficient on their own, but what are you gonna do against a Transcendence? The answer is still get Matt Merck, who has not had the greatest luck with that ultimate themselves. Dark Mode has a lot of support to kind of compensate for that, but once those times run out, you're gonna see their players start to fall over, just like Derpy did just then. And I think this is an interesting point, right? Because usually we've seen one team, once they start to win these fights, they've been winning them consecutively, but now these trades back and forth have been a little crazy. And now we're gonna go ahead to a quick pause. Feels like we got some technical difficulties going on, so let's get those sorted out before we head back in.
I mean, it has been ridiculous, the back and forth between these two teams. I think if you're thinking about how these support exchange ultimates have been for both sides, I think they've been favoring Dark Mode. I was looking at the ultimate count before we cut the break, and we can still kind of see it on Dark Mode as they lost someone. They just had to use Transcendence at the end of the fight once again, and Coco has this Graviton Surge. So once again, they're going to have to use SK to counter this Graviton Surge, and that just has not been working out for them in these fights. So you got to somehow break the cycle. Either you got to take an L on a fight and save that Transcendence for a Graviton Surge, or you got to find some way to help deal with that Grav besides the Sound Barrier.
And I think it's interesting that you bring up that point, because we haven't talked a whole lot about the way that these ultimates are kind of being cycled through, about what specifically counters what. And once you get off of that tempo, it's very difficult to get back on, and at some point you just have to be making a move in one direction or the other, because that's a good chunk of the reason why we're not seeing a team win these consecutive fights. You typically want to push.
Yeah, unfortunately, it was Matt Merck who ended up DCing from what you could tell.
Yeah.
So they have to completely reset that ultimate charge on the Brig. As we see Fishcake trying to, wall ride and, try and boot someone into a bad position, you got to be careful and not let yourself get isolated.
Not at all. And, we were talking about getting isolated. How about that Reinhardt Astronex got isolated from their team? The shield wasn't there to block them from that Graviton Surge, and the Sound Barrier can only do so much in that regard. And now that you've gotten that tempo back on track, I want to see Abyss hold on to this just for that next point.
Yeah, we got 13 meters separating these two teams as Dark Mode's looking to push and get some more meterage on this point. You got to come back with both of your tank ultimates online for moving. You got to force as many of these ultimates between the Sound Barrier and the Transcendence out of Dark Mode as you can. You have to make sure that you use this Transcendence to try and save it for this grab that Coco will have at the end of this fight.
Yeah, Coco's going to easily build up one of these coming in, and they might not even need it towards the beginning of this. With Dark Mode, can they win the first consecutive fight of the game? That is, if Derpy didn't get earth-shattered and absolutely blown to smithereens, courtesy of Moving Fish. Yeah, we're going to stick with that tempo of getting one fight trade back and forth, but since they lost that first one, there's a couple little meters still separating them from that lead.
All right, and Abyss still has this Transcendence, which is great because Coco is about 70% to this grab. So you just got to make sure you hold on to it because you have the rally from Yamitra to sustain you through the early stages of this fight.
Have the rally but at the beginning, but after that you don't have as much as you would like, because Abyss, you just need to hold the Transcendence. Please hold it for Coco's Graviton Surge. I am practically begging you at this point. Please pull that out. That's all I want to see now. If you can just get this through, manage to burn Derpy down. I am amazed that Derpy is still alive, as a matter of fact, and through the Transcendence, the Graviton Surge, that's going to be the end of the deal. Transcendence there from Abyss. We finally managed to get back on tempo of that, but even with the Transcendence Ray, Moving Rift are still losing that fight. They had so much going for them in the early stages, but Dark Mode had the better focus fire. The later Graviton Surge proved to be the better one, a rare occurrence, I might say, and they're going to be able to turn this one back around.
Yeah, the later Graviton Surge is very true as we get another
Oh
pause
no.
coming online. Very unfortunate. But that Diva Bomb that was comboed with the Graviton Surge, it may have been blocked, but it put pressure onto the shield, broke it, and it was just downhill from there. So
Yeah.
the combinations coming out between Coco and Abdallah, between the Grav and Diva Bomb, their synergy is just on point right now, and you need that in the two off tanks in this GOATS meta.
Yeah, you definitely need to have that synergy on point. And yeah, Abdallah has looked amazing when Coco has been able to do that. That's the one thing that I think Moving Rift has kind of lacked on, has been the follow-up on these Graviton Surges, or really just the coordination that comes out. I mean, the idea is just look, shoot. But if you're looking at the other side for Dark Mode, you're going to either have a self-destruct coming in, you're going to have a boot prepared for when they all come back out, try to keep them in one contained position, or you're just straight up going to have an Earth Shatter after those cooldowns have gone through. So I think the coordination, kind of the follow-up on that, really has come to bite them in the butt a couple times. You're just not getting the same consistent value as you would like to see from a powerful ultimate of such as that. And, you know, it's going to be even harder for Moving Rift to get back on the point now, because I believe it was actually a disconnect that ended up coming in from Yamitra on the break there. You're not going to have the rally, and you're going to get a complete and total reset here. That lead still not theirs.
The good thing for Yamitra is they just used the rally in that fight.
That is true.
So they didn't really have that much charge that they lost out on. So that's one of the positives. Like, at least it wasn't SK who has the sound barrier, for example. So you're going to be able to use the sound barrier. I mean, there's no really tank ultimates online. So if you're SK, you can use this sound barrier however you see fit. They'll probably just be both Lucios using these sound barriers at the same time to sustain their teams.
Yeah, that's probably the likely scenario. You see one sound barrier, usually the other isn't too terribly far behind. It's one of those ultimates that you don't necessarily have to use it as a counter, but still doesn't look too bad if it is. Coco barely manages to sneak away with their life. Got around the corner, almost punished out, and now they might be punished by Moving Rifts. Their attempt at a self-destruct combo, but theirs isn't coming into any fruition other than forcing both the support ultimates from Dark Mode and Moving Rift, though. They have that a lot left. They had the Earth Shatter down, I believe, onto a couple players of Dark Mode, but they left themselves completely vulnerable. They got confident. Those players stood up, and suddenly you're out of options. You're out of health, and Moving Rift, they're going to go back to the drawing board once again.
As even more of an advantage for Dark Mode in the meter battle. The one thing you have to make sure if you're moving Rift, you got to get in there fast. Make sure they don't get this first point checkpoint. It might be curtain call if you allow this to happen.
This checkpoint goes through. That's it. That's it. I'm calling it right now, and I think they just did. Did they? Oh no, they're on the point. They're able to contest it, just barely able to keep this one going and Moving Rift. They have this little bit of high ground. They're a little more split than you would typically see with the GOATS comp, but if you're dividing and conquering, that is just a-okay to be able to work with here. Moving Rift getting the point flip at a key time, and even a little bit of a later elimination of a couple players.
Yeah, I think when it was cutting it that close, you just call the few people who are there, get to the point, stop it from getting there. We will figure it out. And like you said, they did a great job. They're such talented players on Moving Rift. So when you get to that situation where you're all separated, they're so good that normally they can deal with it. And now they're gonna have this Chime Graviton Surge with no support. Ultimate, I mean, Fish Cake is close to the sound barrier, but like we said, it has not been a great counter.
No, not at all, and Fish Cake doesn't even have the opportunity to use it. Coco still uses the Graviton Surge of their own, too. I really would like to see that held on to, because now you're not going to have that option. SK is still going to have that sound barrier to kind of match this through, and Moving Rift suddenly finding themselves in a similar position that Dark Mode just was.
I mean, the only consolation you could say from that Graviton Surge was it forced out the DMAC is really bad. It forced out Transcendence, but I mean, they still gonna come back, like you mentioned, not only sound barrier, but they have the rally online too.
You just have so much sustain right now if you're Moving Rift. That DMAC screwed Dark Mode over. Any chance they had of recontesting here was basically done as soon as that Diva suit disappeared. So Moving Rift, they're gonna get this checkpoint, right? And 25 seconds remaining. This is gonna be darn near impossible for Dark Mode to get the flip back around. They have to win so many fights in a row.
Yeah, I think you're looking at probably 3 team fights in a row, Tiny, to be able to secure the point, because you have to win this fight, then you have to win one at the mid game, and then because they didn't get the checkpoint, they're going to have the butt scratch where they have to get through, so 3.
3, but they gotta start with number 1, and they're already down Venus, and Derpy is gonna fall after that. No touch available. Moving Rift, they took the aggressive initiative, and in the end, they showed us they had the discipline, that they are one of the best GOAT teams in this tournament, booking their ticket to the grand finals.
See, listen, I know that it probably means more to them to book their ticket to the grand finals, but you're the first broadcasted GOATs team on Push to win a push match. That is pretty cool. That's a unique little tidbit.
It is.
That's pretty cool.
You go ahead and take those. You guys made history out there today. Congratulations to you. It was a close one down to the very end there. It was going to be dark mode going down to that loser's bracket. They're not out just yet, and to be honest with you, I wouldn't be totally surprised if we saw them make a run back through these losers finals and even potentially in the grands. The good news is for us, we'll be able to watch that firsthand as we'll be following their journey later on through those couple of losers bracket matches. Before we get there, let's go ahead, talk a little bit about what happened this series and how Moving Rift was really able to run away with it at the end.
Yeah, I mean, it was a lot on the back of that final attack push that they made to stop the checkpoint from coming in. I mean, normally in GOATs, I always say you must stay together, stay as a team. In that situation, to stop that point from going through what you needed to happen, you had to separate, and the talent of these players on Moving Rift shone strong, and even though they were separated, they were able to find the kills, and it was the big reason why they are now moving on to the grand finals. Talking about what we are looking forward in this series, Dark Mode does move to the losers finals. We haven't seen the conclusion of the losers semis right now. It is Dylan's intelligence crew going against Canadian Train, and the winner will face Dark Mode, and we will be presenting that to you guys.
Yep, we'll be keeping an eye on that one and see where it's going to take us from this point forward. So we'll have to wait in the meantime to see what ends up happening. And either way, Dark Mode is a scary team for either of those rosters to be going up against. I know that they didn't have the opportunity to watch this match, but they freaking full held on Havana. 1.23 meters, Ray. I've still never seen that.
Yeah, that's going to stick in my head for a very long time.
It 100% will. I mean, Dark Mode, you have made history in both our minds. Next time something like this happens, expect to be brought up, because that is something that just should not happen in games. They played near perfect Overwatch on that map right there, and so that they do have the potential to carry this on through and make it back to the grands, get a rematch against the team that put them down to the losers, but they're going to have quite a difficult path to be able to get there first, and that is going to be laid out for us in just a little bit. So don't go anywhere, grab your water, I know that I will be, and we have so much more GOAT action coming right back to you after this break.
Water is the softest and most yielding substance, yet nothing is better than water for overcoming the hard and rigid, because nothing can compete with it. Lao Tzu.
Name straight, new wave. 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 Yeah. 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 Memories. Memories. Yeah. Memories. Memories.
made it to the top 3 teams in the CGL NAPC GOATS tournament, Ray. So close to getting to those grand finals, and one of these teams today is going to be taking on Moving Rift 7 at a chance at that $500 prize pool. But first, they got to battle it out here in the losers finals to guarantee that spot. I look at the journey that they've had throughout this tournament bracket, and I gotta say, it hasn't been an easy path for either.
Couldn't agree more. They have been battle tested, and just look at Dylan's intelligence creates knowledge. They got knocked out by Moving Rift 7 in round 1 of the bracket, and they have fought their way tooth and nail through the losers bracket, and now they find themselves in the losers finals going up against Dark Mode, who we know after watching that previous map, they have such high potential. We saw them literally first point hold Moving Rift 7 on Havana. They only got 1.23 meters.
That is a moment that will live on in CGL forever, and it's something that we're going to use as a bragging right for Dark Mode. They have certainly earned it after everything that they have gone through in that series, but in the end, they did end up falling, only taking away that map of Havana. But, I mean, you look at these 6 players right here, right? And you just know very well that they have the potential to come out strong. Their synergy was looking pretty darn good, but we do got to say there were some points just kind of in between that this roster looked a little bit shaky in these one-on-one matchups.
Yeah, so let's go ahead and bring you guys the roster of Dark Mode. We got the same people we saw last game: Derpy, Abdallah, Coco, Matt Merck, Fishcake, and Venus. Matt Merck was just killing it in that brig role. We saw Derpy kind of got over his skis a little bit against Astronex, and then Abdallah at the beginning was very shaky, but found their footing and started to be the reason why Dark Mode was in the series. So we're going to need to see Derpy start to step up as we head into these losers finals, and if they can make it through when they go to rematch Moving Rift 7 in the grand finals.
And we know for a fact that this matchup isn't going to be easy for them at all. We look over at the side with Dylan's team over here. These 6 players, they have tons of experience together. They, in fact, have just guaranteed themselves a spot in the Contenders Summer Series after finishing 4th in the Open Division segment, barely squeaking their way in there. So with all of the practice, all of the pressure that has been on these players, they know each other, they know how one another plays, and I cannot tell you guys enough how much that helps you in a competition such as GOATS when you're so heavily reliant on teamwork, on being able to communicate with each other.
So one thing I'm really interested to find out, Tiny, is these 2 teams, unless they face in the round robin, I'm not sure, but I'm just going to assume they haven't really faced each other because they were on opposite sides of the bracket. Dylan's got knocked out early by Moving Rift, but if you saw in the bracket, Moving Rift only won 2-1. So this team pushed them to the edge. And then, you know, Moving Rift and Dark Mode just played each other. It was a 3-1. So is Dylan's actually the best competition for Moving Rift 7 and they just happen to face them in the first round? Or is Dark Mode the true competition? We're going to have to find out who's going to have that opportunity to rematch Moving Rift 7, which is a unique situation because both teams have played them in this bracket.
Yeah. They've both had that experience, and both have shown that they can make it a somewhat of a close series here. And, you know, now that they're facing off against each other, it's really a fight to see who's going to have the ability to take that rematch on, show how much they've improved. I mean, poor Dylan. Like, look how much they had to go through. They went through that entire losers bracket just after the first round. Whether that's just unlucky from them, but it also gave them a chance to prove themselves that they can carry their way all the way through. And, I mean, they're already not getting the best look at the draw. They didn't get that map pick since they are the lower seed heading into this. Lijiang Tower, still where we're going, been the common choice throughout all of our matches today. I think all of them actually have been Lijiang Tower into King's Row. So we're just kind of following that same pattern. It's a comfort zone for all of these players, and each team feels like that they have something that the other doesn't to really pull out here. But now we can talk a little bit more about how these control maps really have been playing out and what certain areas we've been finding a lot of teams struggle in.
Yeah, we've kind of been hammering this home and continuing to, you know, thread this needle over and over and over.
Yeah.
But on Lijiang Tower, we always talk about how important the first team fight win is. I mean, it's always important on every map, but specifically for Lijiang Tower, because there's only so few directions you can engage from, it gives the team who wins the first fight that advantage to find those spots and just hold and make it very difficult for any team to try and re-engage.
This, especially on certain maps, gardens, that one can be challenging, but let's just go with Night Market. Doesn't offer much of an easier tax. These players getting ready to roll out here, kick it off on a good section of Lijiang Tower. We saw a lot last time where Abdallah had a little bit slower to start here, and Fishcake really came out of the gate shine, and on this Lucio, I want to see that happen again. Actually went for the rollout with the boop, gets Renix right off the bat. Just as I was talking about Fishcake, I knew they would come up big, and man, did they prove me right. Still looking for more out of the outside of the map. Eventually will be punished for it, but seems like the damage already been done against Dylan's dark mode coming out strong.
Yeah, I was gonna talk about this. Is the first time we ever seen a team go through the like, I don't know, the outside way, I guess you're gonna call it, like where you can be booped off the map, and that showed to be a big mistake as Fishcake took full advantage of that, and now dark mode gets control of the point as Dylan tries their best to try and push back into this fight.
They're looking to get a window of opportunity in, but Derpy isn't going to allow that. Look at the aggression from that main tank player. We haven't really seen that too much yet. Most teams have opted to kind of play around the little posts of this main temple here, and that is why you don't want to get punished by an Earth Shatter from Sawhill. You did not want to underestimate this main tank player by any means, and that is exactly what Derpy just did.
Yeah, and that's the advantage in that lose. You may have lost that first fight, but because you got so much more swinging, because your Reinhardt was up there in the battle, you were able to get that shatter online first, and then you're able to take full advantage, and that gives you the chance to retake that point very quickly. So it kind of throws everything we said out the wall, out the table. Like, we're like, oh, it's so hard to recontest, and Dylan's like, is it though? Because he just did it very quickly.
Yeah, they had the tool there, and they kind of worked through Derpy's aggression, which, I mean, yes, it was warranted, but when you're playing against these teams that you need to be cautious with your positioning, because you're going to find yourself in a spot that suddenly you can be punished, and the Graviton Surge getting taken away, that's not a great start to get that key little bits of space that you need to go out. You don't have those tools. Derpy, once again, finds themselves on their back, but thankfully Sawhill will be punished this time, allowing Derpy to finally take that aggressive initiative that they've clearly been wanting to do all game long. Has had enough of just being good old rectangle, man. Wants to swing the hammer a few times. Why don't you? Dylan's gonna be sacrificing this objective, and you know, I liked where they were holding up, but in the end, it's truly just better to be holding on this objective.
And now, I mean, both these teams are kind of proving our points wrong. That's a big stagger onto Sawhill. That's only going to afford more time, more percentage for dark mode. I mean, now they're going to take this aggressive positioning at this door, because this is the only spot. I mean, there's two doorways that Dylan's can now come out of, and as long as dark mode is constantly spy checking and looking around, they can always rotate. And look at that, see, they went out the other way but rotated.
They gave it a shot, but they're caught off in the rotation at the same time, and I mean, it was totally worth it, but Venus, my gosh, is on point this game with the Zenyatta. You go ahead and take those. Huge advantage, not only in the ult charge, but just in the sheer damage that they've been able to output.
I mean, the volleys on the Zenyatta combined with the Discord orbs just throw out so much damage onto this field. I always say, you know, Zarya is the damage dealer in this composition as the grab comes out, but the Zen can be a lot too.
And the Zen's gonna be a lot, and you have all the healing in the world with that Transcendence. It doesn't get much better than that. Derpy, though, once again, goes a lot farther up than I would have liked to see. That aggression's going to be punished by a team as skilled as Dylan's here. They're rushing in with the sound barrier. It's a race to the objective, which will be totally fine to get that last bit of touch and get it flipped back over.
You did get it to 99% if you're dark mode, and you forced Dylan's to use 4 of their precious ultimates. So we're looking at a situation where we're basically 2v2 in the ultimates department, but I think the advantage is in dark mode's favor, Tiny. Graviton Surge coming online and no support ultimates to try and deal with it.
Yeah, no support ultimates, but you also don't have Venus, so this is going to be a pretty sticky situation. They made the commitment. It's assuming with that extra little bit of damage there, not counting nearly as much as they would have liked it to be. Dylan's eventually punished for their aggression, though. Dark mode taking this one on up back to the objective. They can get the flip now. They'll be at 99%, forcing a very rushed push, and they're gonna have to do it without Coco, who got so far up. Sawhill picked up another one along the way. What is happening to Dark Mode right now? This was their point to take. It was their fight to win, but they just got way too confident, way too aggressive, and it wasn't communicated well enough. They didn't think Dylan's would be able to touch in time, but guess what? Surprise, surprise, here they are.
Yeah, now we're sitting in a situation where you're in final fight territory. I don't even think you're going to be able to get a full regroup if you're Dark Mode, and all you have is a Diva Bomb to try and come back with. See, look at these supports are still not even spawned in yet.
No, they don't even have the speed. I mean, ideally, Fishcake would be the one to touch here. Yeah, you're able to burn down Sawhill, but it's got to be Abdallah racing to get that touch on the objective, but they just aren't going to be able to make it in time. Dark Mode, you had that! You really did have that. If only you just stuck together. Like, that is just one of those things that you, in GOATs, you're like glue. You hold each other's hands and you walk forward. That is all you have.
Yeah, that was a huge mistake coming out from Coco, who in the previous series against Moving Rift had been playing so well, but they did not step forward with the rest of their team. Kind of went off on their own to go apply pressure and got isolated and punished by the remaining members of Dylan's, and that took all that damage off of the field and ultimately led to Dylan's recapping the point and taking the victory on the first submap as we head into Control Center. Again, I think, it's all going to be about control of this server room, being able to have that mid-level area to attack from, and then once you win that first fight, these doors, this is the most oppressive spawn to try and push through, is those doors to get into the control center room.
Oh yeah, and it's gonna have to looking like Dylan's gonna be the one that's gonna be at the mercy of that first. You see the look at Fishcake got really aggressive there though, able to skate away on the outside of the map, but you are asking for a lot right now coming through. But there was a bait. Fishcake baited them all outside to chase him at low HP and came up with a double boop as a result. Only Fishcake, I'm telling you.
Fishcake has just been on it with these boops. Even in the series that they lost against Moving Rift, that was one of their calling cards, was I booped you off the edge. So they're continuing to shine through, and they already have that sound barrier online.
Sound barrier's up. Redix will be able to match it once it comes down, but the Earth Shatter in their favor is going to be extremely helpful. Derpy got pinned into the back line, long way down. These Earth Shatters from Sawhill, or really just Sawhill in general, has looked so much better than Derpy, and I think that's a big part of the reason that Dylan's have been able to turn these fights around pretty quickly.
I agree, as we see the Graviton Surge and the Transcendence coming out in order to counter as Dark Mode is trying to push back in here, but they have no Transcendence.
Yeah, I know, but they got something to grab of their own. Dylan's take out Venus. Again, you didn't have that Transcendence. You don't have the sustain, and you've already committed the Earth Shatter, but Dylan's, I guess you could say, they've made a much larger dump of the resources, so Dark Mode, this is their chance to kind of push back in. You've got Mark with that rally, gonna have the extra sustain to push up onto this point. You can already see that's where they're wanting to go. With Abdallah, last second, you have the opportunity to take that extra space or even combo it up with this Graviton Surge. They've been looking so good, Coco and Abdallah together, and you can tell that's what they're going to go for right now. Block it all off or even just get Redux. That is perfectly fine with the amount of value that you're going for. Dylan, they got nothing else to show here.
They just have to be smart and make sure they don't commit anything else to this fight, because those were three crucial ultimates. You got to make sure you're going to have these to supply for the next fight, because Dylan's will be coming back, because they were smart. They didn't use, I think they used maybe one, but I think they might have used 0 in that fight. Dylan's was very smart about that.
I give them credit.
Oh, they used the Shatter. That was it. Yeah. Just the Shatter.
They used the Shatter, but I mean, you have Shatter at every point in GOAT. So
yep.
We're not too concerned about that one. So the amount of discipline that we're seeing is very important to how the GOAT's composition is played out. And you're going to need it here heading through this choke. Tristan, you got a Graviton Surge, chuck it in. Dark Mode, they're prepared with all of those proper counteracting support ultimates and even a big Shatter from Derpy onto 4, preventing the majority of that follow-up and signaling the end of Sawhill. Dylan, this was their prime opportunity to go in, but the counterplay from Dark Mode was simply better.
As now we cross over halfway for both teams to getting this checkpoint. Dark Mode now has their foot on the gas pedal, trying to continue this ultimate pressure. The problem is they're looking at a rally to sustain and a Diva Bomb. I mean, Dylan's doesn't have much in their pocket either, so I think Dark Mode continues to be in the stronghold position. They just gotta make sure to not let Dylan's have this space for free.
Oh, but they don't, because Derpy once again just gets run over. Mark falls shortly after. I mean, They backed up so darn much. They intimidated them back to the point where Derpy just got hammered, couldn't do anything about the Earth Shatter. So they're going to be at a point where Dylan's likely going to get that flip back over, assuming my feed is currently frozen. You'll have to pardon me real quick while we get those issues panned out, but assuming that Dylan's was able to come back and win that fight, which does look like that was what happened, assuming Coco just picked up a triple kill. I wish I saw how that happened, Ray, because I have a feeling it's something that certainly hasn't or should not have come out.
I couldn't agree more. Now the Diva is trying to stall Lunacy. They're going to cost their mech for it, just trying to get more percentage, but that is all she wrote for this fight. Dark Mode once again has the pressure to apply, and we're in final fight territory, but Dylan's, I don't know if they're going to be able to touch Tiny.
Even if they do, they're fighting against 6 ultimates here, and one of them, those Earth Shatters, and even a second one, is going to stop them up in their own spawn. They're getting nowhere near that objective as Dark Mode once again going to send this one to a round 3. I think this is the 3rd time in a row that we've seen all of our control maps. We're going the distance every single time.
I mean, we talk about on this map how we thought, compared to Night Market, that this map was even more important, that the first team fight was going to be crucial. Gardens is probably the most important one to win the first fight. We've seen it in both of our previous matches where whoever wins the first team fight has gone on to win the map every single time, because it's just so hard, because you can't go through the bridge to get access, because between the whip shots, between the Rhine charges and the Lucio boops, you're just too liable to getting booped off the map, so you are forced to go white room every single time.
And this is the only time we'll be seeing this fight over on the left side of Lijiang Tower Garden. So I hope everybody enjoys it, because nobody's going to be staying on this bridge too long, especially if Redix goes down that early. What a volley from Venus to get them out of the fight. That just does so much with one pick here. I mean, Dylan's, they had enough discipline to kind of back off. They want to take the re-engage, but now they're stuck on the bridge, which, to be honest, I am a little shocked that they're wanting to push this way. Just look at the pressure Sawhill's on. The team doesn't want to push over at fear of getting booped off, but Derpy getting punished once again allows them a little bit more room to work with. Sawhill needs to be the one to take this space right now and get their health bar back up without the Reinhardt to really do anything, but Coco has taken over the role of Derpy and absolutely carried Dark Mode to a victory.
I mean, we talked about Derpy was one of the players that needed to step up when we're starting to see that shine through strong. So this might be the first signs of improvement that we need to see, especially if they go and challenge Moving Rift 7 in the grand finals going against Astronex.
That's going to be one heck of a matchup. I mean, both Sawhill and Derpy can be strong Reinhardt players, but Derpy's got to prove it now and does so with huge Earth Shatter on to 4. Great ultimate efficiency here, getting everything done, and even they even lost that rally in the process.
I didn't even realize that is a big deal. You win that fight only committing Shatter, and you get the rally out of the other team. Oh, that's really bad for Dylan. The support ultimates are so important, especially when you're going to be able to use a rally of your own and completely sustain your team through the next team fight.
I know this is just an unmatched dominance Dark Mode has. We talked about how difficult this map is to take back. You're just about to see why. Dylan's, if they can't get something done with this Graviton Surge plus their extra combo, they're in big trouble here. That's a nice Earth Shatter from Sawhill, but nobody on Dark Mode is too incredibly concerned about that. Plus the fact that they're going to have this Transcendence for later on in this fight. Didn't have to use it for Tristan's grab. It didn't affect them at all just because they were stuck to basically the ceiling at the point they were at. Dark Mode just going to run on forwards, hold on to the Transcendence, and take it to one fight.
I have to give a round of applause to Dark Mode for that one. They actually countered Grav with Sound Barrier that time. That's the first time we've seen that today. That was ridiculous. And now Dylan's is in a little bit of desperation mode over to the Winston trying to touch.
Well, I mean, Sawhill, yeah, you gotta try something to get on the point, but if you don't have a team, there is no chance of you winning it out a team as coordinated as Dark Mode, who truly came back in the latter half of Lijiang Tower. You can tell, Ray, that they want this rematch bad. They want to go to the Grands.
And we already saw in the chat, I think they want to get right back into this match because they were already putting what map they were picking next. And if that's what I think it was, Tiny, they put Hollywood in the match.
Yeah, I'm shocked. I mean, I'm not going to complain. I've had enough of Kings Row to probably last me the rest of the year. So if we can get some Hollywood in the mix, great. We'll go for it. But if that actually is the pick, Ray, I'm also not too surprised because Sawhill's the one making that pick. Sawhill is very well known for their Winston gameplay, an incredibly strong player on the Monkey Man. So having that different advantage with Hollywood being known for its different high ground areas, this doesn't surprise me at all in terms of that approach.
I'm actually very curious to see what we go here because I only casted Hollywood once this entire tournament, but I'm very traumatized from it, Tiny.
Oh, no.
I believe it was Groats we saw on there in the EU side, and they were dominating the team so bad. They were spawn holding them on Hollywood on the defense, and they literally grabbed the air, didn't grab anyone, and still won the team fight. Like,
Wow.
they were that confident in themselves that they threw away their grab and still won.
My question is, have you seen any Winston on this, or have you seen primarily
Nope.
the Reinhardt?
It was Reinhardt the entire
Reinhardt,
time when we
okay.
did Hollywood. So, I mean, but like you mentioned, Sawhill's great Winston player, known for it. So maybe this is where we start to see it. I'm not 100% sure. But yeah, as you can see on the graphic, we have it updated. It will be Hollywood. And I think this is probably my map that got like a time of day change that I've liked the most.
It's so
I
pretty.
love nighttime Hollywood.
It's so
beautiful.
pretty. It's like this beautiful twilight purpley color. If you guys can't tell, purple's my favorite color. Literally everything is purple. My hair is purple. All of my, seriously, my whole room is purple. I like purple a lot. It's a great color, and you put it in the sky. I don't even want to play Overwatch. I just want to stargaze the whole time. So, I mean, we probably won't be doing any stargazing this match. If only we could. We would have like a little bit of fun. We could take a breather. I wouldn't physically run out of breath all the time. But, I mean, hey, Goats is pretty cool too.
That it is. I'm more of a blue and green kind of guy
Ooh.
myself, but that's all right. But for Team Dylan, the good thing is since this is losers finals, this is once again a 1st to 3. So your backs are against the wall to some point. You're down 1-0 and you really don't want to afford going down 2-0. But if you lose this map, it's not all over. You still have that chance of the reverse sweep. I mean, we saw how Dark Mode responded after dropping the first 2 maps. They literally had the craziest hold on Havana we've ever seen. So you never know what's going to happen when it comes to Goats and Overwatch.
You truly don't. There's just so many things that could go here. If we're following the path of time that we've been going through, Dark Mode historically, if they lose a map, the first maps, they have a very hard time coming back from it. So they started off strong. They have the momentum. They have that little bit of confidence instilled of them. Please show me that I'm right here and that you're actually able to carry that through. The comebacks has been a bit of a struggle. Even then, the Vada hold, it was great, but as we went into Coliseo, it started off fine, but those final 2 minutes, that ball was 100% fumbled. It was bad. Those last 2 minutes, it was something else.
I mean, just a little peek into the window. So since we're casting 4 matches today,
True.
We were kind of hoping some of the earlier ones would be quicker. So in case we had a banger of a grand finals, it wouldn't go too late. And we were like, I really thought we were going to map 5 in the last
too.
one.
I did.
On the way that was going.
Yeah.
And then Moving Rift 7 just had that crazy comeback on Coliseo. So I digress. We move on to Hollywood. We're about to get you guys in there soon enough that we're just waiting for the readies in the lobby. But again, revel in it while you can, guys. It's not Kings Row.
It's not. Enjoy it while it lasts, because our grand finals, I think the only way that we're gonna get Hollywood in the grand finals is if
Dylan's wins and
Yes.
then Moving Rift wins the first map. Yeah.
that is it. I think every other outcome of this, it's gonna be Kings Row. The other thing I did want to bring up is that in our last map, Dark Mode, they didn't have Matt Merkin. They had Mark come in instead to play the
That's a good
Brigida.
point. Yeah. So I don't know if
Merk's
that's
in
their
the
normal
lobby.
Brig player and Matt Merk was covering until they got there for the day. But I wonder how much of a difference it's going to make for the rest of this series, and if they're able to go on to re-challenge Moving Rift.
I'd say Mark, again, while Brigida doesn't show anything spectacular in the kill feed. The fact that you're not in the kill feed in the first place isn't the worst thing. And meaning, particularly your Brigidas, those are gonna be the ones that are gonna get run over pretty fast. If you're not doing that, good for you. You're doing your job. You're staying alive. You have the inspires. You have the stuns. If you can keep that coordinated, the whole team kind of just centralizes around you, can make it work. Now, Mark will still be heading into Hollywood here, where it is going to be dark mode on the defense, kicking this one off. And I'm not too surprised by anything coming out here. I didn't really expect any swaps to the Winston. The only thing I expect that to happen from would be Dylan's potentially on the second point, but they're going to have to get through first if that's really going to be a possibility.
Now, the real question I see coming into this is, do we see the Winston? I mean, as it sits on his defense, Dark Mode's not going to play it, but that's not who we were expecting at all. I mean, Sahil's the big question mark. They're sitting on Reinhardt right now. I think Reinhardt is just the better version. I get King's Row, high ground is king. You know, maybe if they're able to take first point, maybe that's when you swap to Winston, because then you can control high ground. Who knows? But I mean, I'm kind of just expecting Reinhardt no matter what.
Pretty much. I feel like it could be a desperation pick, to be totally honest. But if you can feel like that Sahil is coming out on top of these Reinhardt duels, which I feel like for the most part really has. If someone's getting punished, it's Derpy. But of course, as soon as I say that, I absolutely cast a curse to Sahil.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, friend.
Excuse me, but Derpy's been stepping up this game so far. I've liked his Reinhardt play. He hasn't been as aggressive. I'm seeing him hold that mouse down and hold that shield up.
Yeah.
So it's been nice to see the adjustment coming out from Derpy.
Derpy is just, I love it. You want to just hit the W key. You want to go in, all things swinging. But sometimes, especially in this comp, you can't afford to do that with just the amount of focus fire that is on that Reinhardt, the amount of pressure. Ugh. Sometimes, yeah, you're just going to crumble, and that has been accepted by Derpy. We're playing a little bit more passive, and still even has the Earth Shatter as a result, and they're actually going to take the fight to them. I do question this a little bit, but if you have the Graviton Surge, no, there's not necessarily a counter. You can go ahead, get the rest of that Earth Shatter up, but now be aware that Sahil has one before. Thank you, Derpy, you blocked it. This is improvement from the main tank player. Continuing this on forwards, all that they need to do, complete the trifecta, hit an Earth Shatter of their own, but I have a feeling we're not going to see that this fight. That's likely going to be saved for the next one.
And this is going to be, this next fight, it's basically, if you are dark mode, you have to time and have like the third eye and know when something's coming, because you use both the sound barrier and the trans in the last fight, and Tristan has built it to this Graviton Surge, so you have to kind of have an idea when it's coming and make sure you pre-pop a rally from Mark to be able to sustain through this.
Yep, it 100% needs to be an initiative factor. Use that before you go in, because dark mode, if that's just something that small, is going to be big, especially since Oda doesn't have it. The only problem is you don't have the Brig before the rally comes up. What a he pick to come out here, but I think the sound barrier got canceled! It got canceled by Coco. Renix couldn't get it off. So Dylan, they didn't get that extra sustain that they needed. It was their fight. They had the pick onto Mark, but Coco just lasered the Renix down. Didn't expect it. And what a huge play to come out to clutch.
Oh, the Ajaxes. You love to hate them. You hate to love them. As we look, take a peek into what we should be expecting for this next fight. I mean, dark mode, I'm very impressed. They lost their Brig early in that fight, and to me in Goats, that's normally like goodbye, that's it. But they came back strong, and again, that was a lot on Coco getting that Ajax.
I know, you needed that to absolutely happen here, because now dark mode, they have a plethora of tools to pull out, try to make something happen, build a little castle, why don't you? I mean, hey, they're doing that, they're stacking Dylan's players on top of each other in a Graviton Surge, neither of which will be falling. XFL has reinforced that nice little tower off in the end, even has a Graviton Surge of their own out on the field, but the support ultimate's properly countering them out. Derpy holding on to this objective, holding the corner, not taking that aggressive approach. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. You're giving my nerves a little bit of a rest just for the time to peek through. The self-destruct combo flying in. Classic thing to see. You just don't get that in Overwatch 2 anymore. You only see it here in Ghosts.
Tanks perfectly in synergy, comboing those ultimates. That is the peak of Goats. As Abdallah with these Diva Bombs, ever since I called for it, called for improvement against Moving Fish, has answered the call and has just been playing so great since then.
Yeah.
As we continue to look Coco has this graviton surge, and
On
there
the
it is.
wall? I mean, you go ahead and take those, Coco. Nobody can really do anything about it. Redix, again, doesn't even get to use the sound barrier, which honestly, I would say I'm glad to hold on to it
Tiny.
if there was only 10 seconds left.
I mean, they're gonna have to touch. Who's gonna be able
Can
to
they
do
get
that?
there?
I think the Diva should be able to
Oh,
just in
Fluency.
time.
Okay, yeah, they're going to be able to get the touch, but the rest of their team is still fighting up front. 5v6 or even 4v6 rather, just being down a player. It's a split approach from Dylan's, but at least they've given themselves another chance. Fluency looking to be that hero for their team, but the self-destruct eats nothing but shield. Dark Mode, they're struggling to keep themselves alive. Derpy falls super low, and that's going to be looking like the end of their hold. Dylan's find that power of resurgence at the tail end. That Fluency touch came in a clutch. Wasn't even intentional, Ryan, but hey, I will take it while we have it, and Dylan's are certainly going to take that point.
Yeah, basically Dark Mode got sandwiched because Lunacy flew over the top to try and touch the point, and Tristan went through the side room to do the same. So then, like, the front line of Dark Mode, they were attacking the front line. So then you found yourself with the Diva and Azaria behind you, and they were just, like I said, they got sandwiched, and there was nothing they could do about it.
Yeah.
So Dylan's, now they get some positive momentum in their favor. Because you were staring down, dropping the first map, and then being first point held.
Yeah.
That would have just been, like, so much mental to have to get over, so much. Just, oh my goodness, like, how do we win this?
And now that you have that momentum, I'm excited. You're really going to see that pendulum start to swing. Onda found a very early pickoff there, so that's going to help them get a little bit more meterage on the carpet. They really need to be able to stabilize on this. They didn't have the high ground going in. Dark Mode was able to regroup in time, but by the time they dropped, a lot of their health bars are low through their holes, forcing the support ultimates out much later than they would have expected, and that's a big problem for them. That sound barrier just did not get done what it needed to, and Dylan's, they're going to be moving on with that in their bag.
And because of how much time is left on the clock, I mean, you're looking at probably 2 fights if you're Dark Mode to try and hold them, as Abdallah just gets staggered on the Tiny as the baby Diva. I think you're really playing for this Graviton Surge if you're Coco. They don't have that Transcendence online, so you have this ability to try and win the fight with that alone.
Coco's been running away in the Zarya matchup, in my opinion, and these Graviton Surges are a big chunk of why I really have that opinion coming through, and they're able to put this one out, no Transcendence into play, but the sound barrier used just in time. I love the patience there from Breedex, waiting for that moment to get the most value out of it. The problem is you still had to burn through that shield to get there, so a lot of members of Dylan stunned up in the Earth Shatter, be able to sustain, but it's the classic Derpy overextension that's going to be the end of this defensive hold. Dark Mode, they were looking so good on first point. I don't know what is happening right now, whether it is comms or something else, but they seem completely on separate pages.
Dylan has also gotten their footing, gotten their positive momentum going, and sometimes when a team is just rolling and it doesn't matter what's happened before, it's like a snowball going down the hill. They finally got that push to get it down the hill, and nothing's stopping it at this point, as Dylan's is looking to, after what was looking like a horrible attempt at an attack, is now turning into something really good.
It's looking so much better for them. And they were unlikely to finish with time at this point, but the fact that you even have a chance at the first objective, you go ahead and take those. This is now their fight to win in terms of the ultimate advantage coming out here. Self-destruct, Graviton Surge, everything goes kaboom, and suddenly there's right at the kill feed. Congratulations, you have figured out how to play Goats. You press Q, you walk forwards, and you get some meterage. As a result, Dark Mode, they are crumbling, and now they're only going to have about one more chance to get a defensive stop.
It just feels like level 2. They've leveled up in the Goats. They have figured it out. They are now playing it so well. They have this ult rotation down pat. Dark Mode pops the grab of the, tries to punch the aggression.
Xfeld just seriously transcended from halfway across the map just to be able to make it over there in time, but it was completely necessary to keep their main tank alive and swinging in the battle. Dark Mode already being down 1, running low on sustain, and don't have any real tank presence to help fight their way through this. This is just Dylan coming back strong. The fact that they are looking to complete this with time is utterly ridiculous right now. If they can clean up these last couple players, just get a couple of measly seconds, that is perfect for them to walk through. Considering how this started, this is a huge finish.
I mean, basically what that tells you is they basically capped point 2 and point 3 with like almost no resistance whatsoever. And that's pretty much what happened. I mean, after getting almost first point held, that's how, in order to get time on the clock, that's basically what you have to do going forward. That is ridiculous. The change that Dylan's made in this momentum and just the crumbling of dark mode from, I don't know if they just felt like they had that in the bag and when they lost it, their mentals had just gone off the wall, or I don't know what's going on, but it seems like they've lost their composure and they just don't look like the same team. They seem like they're just not taking the time to regroup and be ready to take a full team fight.
Not at all. It's looking a little sloppy, and you know, I think they had that little bit of confidence heading into it. They relied heavily on Coco to be that primary damage dealer, to kind of sit behind Derpy, laser these things down. But I'm going to revisit this point again, because Derpy has done a lot of points where I'm seeing them go down first just because they're just so much farther up than they probably need to be. And the problem with that is as soon as the Reinhardt falls, Sawhill has zero fear of continuing to walk forwards with that Reinhardt. You just literally steamroll your opponents as soon as that Reinhardt is down, and this is something that I want to see change here. Derpy, yeah, now you're on the attack. You can be aggressive because you need to be aggressive, but you need to find that balance between actually being able to keep your life in the process.
As the spawn gates open, dark mode looking to bounce back after a debilitating crumbling after what was a very impressive point A defense. As they're going to try and push through the side room, I'm really surprised Dylan is looking to hold the high ground. I always hate that in GOATs. I mean, it works out. I don't know. The way I looked at that, they all kind of jumped off the high ground in different directions. I'm like, whoa, they're going to lose that. And then for some reason, it was like they won. I'm like, dark mode, what are you doing? If you would just grouped up and attacked those players that fell off on their own, you would have won.
Dark mode, well, here's the thing though. Dark mode didn't hold their ground. They saw Dylan rushing at them and they tried to run into a small condensed space where Sawhill can just swing, and it's going to continue to swing. Pretty much already has an Earth Shatter coming up. And you're well over double of what Derpy was able to do here. I mean, this is just kind of more of a tempo thing here. The Dark mode, they got to be able to stand their ground. You cannot be afraid.
As we continue to see this attack progressing for dark mode, I mean, they get pooped off the high ground. I mean, you're gonna have to take advantage of that right now if you're dark mode.
Oh, they wanted to, but the problem is that Earth Shatter. Derpy tried their best to block that one, but just a couple frames off is gonna mean Sawhill still finds that same result. You get Redix down. I don't expect this to go too terribly much further here. Dylan's, they're down there, Lucio. Dark mode, that is their shot to try to get this re-engage with that Graviton Surge. Counter it up so that they can continue to launch these self-destructs in, get that damage, and somehow Mark falls, didn't have the shield available. Your only support now being Fish Cake for dark mode. They had a big shot going through in that fight. They had everything was going to work out into their favor, Ray, but at the second they lost both of those supports, it suddenly became unwinnable. They're in this strange little neutral game where they just don't have the cooldowns to be able to push. They're relying on the Graviton Surge to take that space, but Sawhill clearly has no intentions of moving back and blocking the Earth Shatter as a Crow Reinhardt should. This is dark mode. They use so much here, but Dylan's have found an answer to it time and time again. Like, what do you even do if you're dark mode at this point? I mean, a lot of those things you threw out all willy-nilly. It didn't seem like there was a plan in place at all.
Yeah, not only that, but, I mean, you bank your Transcendence to try and deal with this incoming Graviton Surge, but Onda has the rally online. I mean, this feels like the teams have swapped places ever since Dylan's cap point A. Now we're looking at just over a minute and a half left on the clock for dark mode, and they could be looking at one of the biggest crumblings I've ever seen casting Overwatch.
I mean, you say that, but then look how Havana turned out. I mean, this might just be dark mode getting a taste of their own medicine here. They're trying to take the high ground away from them. They seem to think that that's the issue. And Dylan's, they're up there, yeah, but the problem is if you try to rotate, Dylan, they're just going to meet you in that same spot. That slight little bit of high ground that they have is just enough for them to find find that piece that takes them over the top here. Dark mode, they don't got much left to work with. They really don't. And Dylan's, they're strong. They don't have any cracks showing from what I can tell.
Yeah, I mean, one thing I do feel bad, I feel like, you know, Derpy's kind of getting it bad. I do think sometimes he is putting himself out of position, but as a Reinhardt player, we're seeing it from Sawhill. You've got to have that confidence to sit there and swing when you have to and rely on your team to keep you up. So that's some points I feel like we're just not seeing that from dark mode, keeping Derpy up.
Pass into the iris.
Огонь по готовности.
Ready? As we're gonna see the sound barrier coming online for both teams as picks are going back and forth. Exfil has found Venus on the Zenyatta, which is a great setup for Dylan's, and he's continuing to find more. Two supports are down off the field as the shield is trying to be held by Sahil to keep the team up and healthy. He's getting really low. Fishcake has found Sahil, and now the sound barrier is engaged to bring that sustain. Red X is down, and now when everything was looking lost, dark mode is coming back, and it looks like they're gonna cap this point.
What is it with these last 10 seconds just being absolutely crazy right now? Dark mode came back in these last couple of seconds, are giving themselves a shot at continuing this forward. I would say, man, this is going to be hard, but Dylan's, they just did it themselves. Now that dark mode have this momentum, Ray, they need to push this forwards because that is the only chance they're going to get at dislodging Dylan's from an even worse high ground for them to play against.
I mean, again, we saw Dylan's do it themselves. So it won't surprise me if dark mode can pull off a similar situation, but they have to start getting this momentum right now. And there's the Graviton Surge to try and start it.
Both Graviton Surges actually coming out, but only one team has a Transcendence, and ironically, it is the team that needs the Transcendence a little bit more here. Dark mode, they're sustaining on the payload. They have essentially full health bars and wanting to move up. They don't have anything else to work with though, and neither do Dylan's, thankfully for them. So it's going to be a lot on Xfel to allow that Transcendence have the maximum potential. Get Sawhill in a position where he can continue to be aggressive, take out Derpy like I'm seeing time and time again here. You punish Derpy for being aggressive or just not having the same trust in the rest of their team, then suddenly that's how Dylan's, they find their win conditions.
And now we have just a minute and a half left on the clock. As Darkman has finally found some new light. Coco has found 3 picks. And Coco, like we talked about, I mean, that's been the one shining light for dark mode on this map, has been Coco winning the Zarya duel against Tristan.
You just haven't seen the same thing from Tristan. I mean, it's so quiet from that Zarya player. There's been very few times I've said their name, just because you expect a lot to come up from the Zarya, and we're seeing that from Coco. Coco has the potential to carry like that. Dylan's, it just hasn't been matched, and this is really going to start to show here. If you're losing in these 1v1 little matchups, then how are you really going to face off in a team battle? They're going to continue to
couldn't agree more. As the Graviton Surge now comes out as Abdallah has found Exfil. And this is the momentum we need to see from dark mode.
This is the momentum. They're taking it up. Fishcake saving that sound barrier for the opportune moment. Sawhill goes down, and so will the rest of Dylan's. Coco just lasering on through the opposition. Dark mode, they've got it. This is the snowball we've been teasing so much. We knew they had it in them, and they're going to take it likely all the way to the second point. I believe that's Lunacy up at the top, who maybe wanted to contest, but just an extra pressure putting on there. I mean, if you're D.Va, you need to get out of there right now.
But once again, 2 minutes on the clock. It's in a similar situation that Dylan's was in. They're going to have to deliver this point with very little contest whatsoever as a beautiful Transcendence comes in to counter that Graviton Surge.
Key point to get that one to come in, and it also forces the Transcendence of Exfil. Had to use it to keep Lunacy in mech, but now Coco's gonna have a Graviton Surge of their own here. Nothing on the side of Dylan's to counter this. If Dylan's, they don't come up with something now, it's gonna be over, but it's actually gonna be over before that, as a matter of fact. Abdallah comes up with 3 in the kill feed. Not too much less to be expected from this Pro D.Va.
Yeah, that was a very good charge in order to get that D.Va bomb to go off unencumbered with no Rhine shield blocking it. As we move into the next fight, dark mode has this Zarya and Dylan's has nothing. This Graviton Surge is free.
It is free, but the follow-up isn't there. That rally armor, I guess, just a little bit too much to chunk through. In theory, Coco should not have gone down.
They didn't even have the rally.
What
they
is
just
happening?
got it.
That should not have happened at all. Now they're suddenly, the momentum ray, it's gone. It's completely gone. They just fumbled one of the biggest opportunities they had, the easiest one to move on through. Yeah, they got a nice shatter onto Sawhill, but they're running low on time. They're committing a lot of these resources when likely they would have wanted to hold on to them here, which Dylan smartly is doing.
Yes, the sound barrier is out and you are still able to burn through it. If you are dark mode, you're in a great position to get this home, and because they have less than a minute on the clock, all you have to do is finish this, and we will be going to extras no matter what it is. Dylan, no way!
No way Coco goes down there! I mean, the Graviton Surge is eaten. Abdallah is coming up with the money shot, but after they get to the D-Mech gets coming through, Abdallah still coming up as the hero for their team. Dark Mode, they just made this so much harder for themselves, but there's the potential they can do this if Abdallah stays in Max, keep doing the things that they've been doing. These couple extra meters, they will just come to Dark Mode. Dylan's, they've gotten staggered way too much here. It is a miracle to me that this has actually happened after a huge fumble. Dark Mode, they recovered, and they want to take this one to extra rounds.
As Dylan's is going to have a decisive 26-second advantage, which to me is one extra fight when it comes to GOATs.
Yep.
I think each team, depending on how long they take, we're probably looking at 2 fights. 2 fights for Dark Mode, maybe 3 fights for Dylan's if he can make these fights fast enough. So it's just going to be, I mean, both teams, we saw them struggle to begin with to get these points. So who can come up with the right game plan to be able to secure these points in a much faster time bank to set themselves up for the victory? Is Dark Mode going to set them up in a 2-0 advantage heading into map 3, or will Dylan's tie the series and force a map 3?
I think that's really the question here, is we saw how those previous attacks went. Both were capped in overtime. This needs to be the speed run of a century. I do think that Dylan's had a more consistent defense, for sure. When they were holding on this high ground, they decisively collapsed onto whatever spot the Dark Mode were rotating. I really like this strategy, and that is why I'm giving them a slight edge here, especially since they're going to be the ones starting off here. They're going to be the one, they're setting that bar. They're setting the bar for themselves of how far they really need to push it. And if they get a full hold here, I could very well see them coming back and snowballing this one on forwards, but this is all going to depend if Dark Mode are able to carry that momentum from their 3rd-point cap.
I mean, the gates are open and we are going to find out exactly that. I think we're seeing this high ground hold once again. It works so well for Dylan's the first time, but will Lightning strike twice?
Honestly, it might need to if you want to see this hold end up happening here. Derpy wisely rotating, hugging this building, trying to force these players down. It was a lovely boot from Fishcake, I believe, that kind of displaced them, but Dylan's this time going to be dropping on their own accord, holding this corner. Any time bank advantage they have, we're down to 1 fight. That is what's deciding this right now. 1 full engagement, but I mean, it's GOATs. You can get these ultimates up if you can do that damage fast enough, and certainly Dark Mode can. Look how much charge Coco has. It's just these small little things. If Coco is on the field and looking deadly, then guess what? That is going to be the end of any hope that Dylan's had of getting a 1st-point hold here. Dark Mode, they got the momentum. The only question is, how and when will they be stopped?
Coco grab Tristan 60%. That's what you have to know about how that fight went. Coco is just putting in the work on this Zarya as Dark Mode gets the cap and looks to add more meterage to this point because they're going to have to. They need it. Dylan's has the time advantage.
They have the time advantage, while not a significant one. They're going to have an extra life that Dark Mode simply doesn't have, which just makes this ever more important for Dylan's to close it out in one go. They need to just dump the resources into one fight, because Dark Mode, that's their plan right now. They're going to use as much as possible just to keep themselves moving, whereas Dylan's, if they're committing as well as they are now, they gotta win this, because now they have no support ults on either side. If Dylan's go down here, this is gonna be a major concern for them coming back on a retake. They finally have the Graviton Surge up, the Earth Shatter is there, the Self-Destruct inevitably gonna explode. That is the commit we needed to see. It may have took 6 ultimates, but that is where the payload shall stop. Dark Mode, the bar has been set for where they need to hold themselves, and it's completely doable on their end too.
I do think, however, getting the point cap to begin with was a huge step.
Oh, yeah.
We know both of these teams struggled on both of their attacks to cap point A, so Dark Mode puts himself in a really good position with the 1 minute being able to cap the point and get it through the first door. So Dark Mode has that win condition, and so does Dylan's. It's just, can Dylan's find a way to break through like Dark Mode did? Because they have the time advantage. If they can break through just as quickly, I like Dylan's chances to tie up the series.
Oh, I definitely do as well. And this is going to be the hardest thing for them, is Dark Mode. If they get a good hold here, this is totally in their favor. Their job is so much easier than what Dylan's have to ask for right now. And a large part of that is if Coco gets going, Coco ain't gonna be stopping. So Dylan's need to be focusing on that factor. If it's to the point where if you can't get Tristan on that same level, are you changing your focus fire? Are you going to start to focus at Zarya player a little more? How is your game plan really going to evolve around this one player? Because it has been a reoccurring issue for them. The payload should not have gotten that far. The first point should not have been captain. They're about to pay for it dearly if they don't have a game plan coming out of these gates.
As the spawn gates open once again for one final round of Hollywood to decide, you know, whether we are tied up going into map 3 or will dark mode have a huge 2-0 lead. As we see them taking the high ground, which is Dylan's, but I don't know if that was a smart decision. They've already been demeched.
I told you, if Coco gets that high charge beam, you're in for a lot of trouble. If Lucy doesn't have the mech. Without the mech, you're essentially down a tank as the result. So the pace you're supposed to play at has decreased significantly. You got the mech back, all right, but you lost a lot of time in the process, essentially down to one fight, and now they don't have the Tristan or Saul Hill to come up as Abdallah picks up 3 final blows just in the kill feed, and yeah, that long rotation was not worth it with the amount of time bake that you have.
Yeah, once again, Tiny, I hate when you're trying to take the high ground like that in GOATs, especially as the attacking team. Like, what are you gaining from this? They even dropped down and Tristan got isolated and got blown up because of that. Like, just rotate through the main road as a full 6 as the Graviton Surge comes in.
Self-destruct! Oh, it looked like it was going to be huge with the Transcendence. I believe it was a body block actually coming in. Everyone's going to be A-okay to fight through another day. Dark Mode holding on 7 more seconds. Put this one through. The Graviton Surge not yet there from Tristan. Holding on to that until that is built up, and it needs to be there. It needs to be massive because that is their win condition that they're banking on right now. Coco managed to laser down Saw Hill. This Graviton Surge, you don't have the hammer to quite swing through it. The self-destruct only grabbing 1 here. That's simply not going to be good because Coco is uncontested in the backline, just walking through this team. But as I say that, Tristan has finally found their rhythm. Look at that full charge Zarya swinging on through. The one time they've managed to get the better of Coco is the best time for them to be able to do so. But Abdallah is still alive, has never gone down throughout the whole time. It is coming down to the last couple of players. You do not see this often in GOATs. An all-out brawl. Only the Lucio hanging around remaining. And Fishcake has the Sound Barrier Ray. I think they're looking to engage here.
I think they are too. And there goes the Sound Barrier that gives the emboldened players of Dark Mode to push through.
They're already there. They're on the objective. X-Fel Transcendence expended. A lot of that healing just got them that second life that was necessary. But all of the effort that was put in by Dylan's, it just wasn't able to cap it in the end. Dark Mode, they bided their time. They played the disciplined game. And here they are, up 2-0. Match point for them in the losers finals.
What a map coming out from both of these teams. Both struggled on point A, then really found their momentum and ended up capping with time. But Dark Mode had the last lap as Coco on the Zarya just continues to constantly be at 100 charge and just melts that Rhine shield and then is able to melt the enemy players of Dylan's. And now we are sitting at 2-0 Dark Mode as they are 1 map away from being able to go and get their revenge against Moving Rift 7.
One more map. That is all it takes right now. In Dark Mode, they are a team. They got the energy. They got the momentum on their side right now. And what really is there to be stopped? I mean, we talked about so many of these 1v1 matchups, but the biggest one out here, it's Coco versus Tristan. There cannot be this wide of a gap between 2 players. There just can't. And Dylan's, how can you compensate for that? Is it with more secure team play? Are you calling your targets enough? I mean, clearly they have an idea of where they want to hold. They have the team synergy on their side, but it's these 1v1 matchups that if you're not winning, you're going to struggle to gain any ground possible. The only thing that they have that is in their control, that is their option, is the next map pick. And it's gonna be their last one. Regardless, either the series ends here or we move on, and they need to be perfect from this point on if they want a reverse sweep.
Yeah, like you mentioned, it is their final map pick because even if they win and complete this reverse sweep, every map pick from here on out will be Dark Mode's pick. The map choice is in. We're going to Shambali Monastery, and I was actually able to cast this map on the first day. And it's nice because this is a map that was specifically made for Overwatch 2. We're going to be getting goats on it once again.
Oh yeah, I believe it was you and I think we were both casting this one together. As a matter of fact, it was a lot of fun. I got to see how these. Actually, no, it was not. It was not this one. I still casted a map of Shambhali's Monastery though. It was cool. It's a brawl map. I'd argue it's a little bit similar to Rialto in a lot of ways that it's structured, minus the openness of it. You're more subjected to these longer, narrow ways instead of having a little bit more of wiggle room in, which honestly isn't the worst for goats. Traditionally, you'll see like a Ramatra, a Jungle Queen, a Reinhardt here as well anyways, so this is a map that would be well favored towards it. Of course, nobody realistically should have been practicing on it just because the code hasn't been out. This map wasn't even close to being released by the time this meta was relevant. Like, how long ago was that now? Like 3 years? 2019? 4 years.
Something like that. As this is it. This is all the marbles on the table for Dylan's. If they don't win this map, they're being sent home. It is, adios. They're out of here. Dark Mode moves on to the grand finals to face Moving Rift 7. If not, we head to a map 4 and Dylan stays alive to try and complete the all-encompassing reverse sweep.
This is going to be it right here. Do Dylans have anything left? What else do they have to say for us in this Ghost Tournament? Because right now, I have a feeling that Dark Mode's going to take this. And Dylan's, they haven't given me too much of a reason to think otherwise. Attacking on this map is very difficult, and if you run into the same issue where Coco gets charged up and is running you down, what are you going to do this time? You haven't shown me an answer yet. I know it hasn't been Tristan. Either Tristan needs to step it up here, or something else needs to change within this coordination, within how they're playing, to show that they have the energy, that they have the ability to carry this through. Breaking through the spawn hold that Dark Mode is setting up is going to be step number 1, which you're not going to see it. You don't really see nearly as much. You see them kind of holding back more towards the payload. You see those doors, they're so far apart. Eventually the rotation is going to be there kind of to the back, and lasering down Derpy again, who's really pulled their act together in terms of extending, but being down a shield, it needs to be incredibly cautious here because there it is, the punish is coming through. Tristan managed to get charged up, you burn through the shield, you take out good old Faithful on Dark Mode, or really the opposite of Faithful, because Derpy has been probably the most inconsistent factor on that team, and Dylan's gonna take advantage of it. That is suddenly their way, that's their win condition.
You made the call and Tristan answered. Look at that. 76% to about 58% for Coco. So they had quite themselves their first fight. They're going to have to continue to be consistent throughout this map because we know Coco is going to come back with a vengeance. And Dark Mode has both these support ultimates online to be able to sustain themselves through this next fight.
Oh yeah, they have all the sustain that you could ask for here. This should be theirs fight to win. But Redix and XFL aren't far behind either, so I could expect them to be totally fine in that regard. The problem is neither of those aren't going to do much against the self-destruct, so Dark Mode, they're going to be pretty okay to kind of hold this one back down. You've gotten Coco, even used might not have had the grab before Tristan, but definitely used it before them. That's just Dark Mode finally getting it together and stabilizing. They used 4 ultimates, however, so that was quite the expensive ordeal for them. They have to hope that you get Dylan's to kind of over-invest with this Graviton Surge and let this Transcendence cover for a lot. Oh,
no!
Coco,
He's stuck! He got isolated!
Oh, he tried to make the jump! He tried to make the jump over, but Coco missed the jump! Oh, that is awful for Dark Mode right now. Realistically, they were going to lose this fight anyways, but that is a terrible way to start it off here. Dylan's like, alright, I'll go ahead. If you're just going to hand Coco to me, we'll take him, and take the first one along with it.
I think Dark Mode should be happy they were able to get Sound Barrier and Transcendence
out
of that fight, considering they were down Zarya for free. They're probably going to get a chance here to recontest one more time before the point gets delivered, but Dylan just has such a staggering ult advantage.
It's just so much going on here for Dylan. Graviton Surge already out, and here comes the big old kablooey thing. Lands on top of Coco. Not going to do any benefit to them, however. Still a neutral fight on the objective. All those tools went out except the Earth Shatter, and that is going to be the one to land 4 on their backs. Fishcake so close to the sound barrier. If they can get that up on time, there's a true chance of turning the tides here. Dylan's, I cannot believe that they lost the fight. The execution just did not turn out in their formats. Ugh, that one hurts, especially with only a minute remaining and pretty much a whole reset on the ult economy.
They were able to keep their transcendence and they will have the rally, but dark mode has been able to reset their ult economy, so they're going to have 3 ultimates to try and commit to this fight. If you're Dylan's, you got to get in there and you got to hope that Tristan can build up some charge and try and just get someone off the field very quickly.
Tristan's got to get in there. Tristan's got to do what Tristan showed us on the very first fight of this map. Be a better Zarya than Coco. Win that matchup. I mean, it's not going to be easy when they're all stuck in the Graviton Surge, but it was eking up. Luna got it. That is huge. Dylan's, that is your chance. You just took away what Dark Mode we're banking on to win this fight. They're in Scramble Mode now. Do not let yourselves fall into that chaos. Take advantage of it. Derpy even whiffed the Earth Shatter as a result. Dylan's, yeah, got the sound barrier. Well, you don't have it anymore, but you got a Graviton Surge from Tristan to pull out here. Get them close enough. Find the opportunity to find the damage. There goes Mark, but Coco manages to trade it out for Redix as a result, and Sawhill just swings in, being the hero from above. This should be Dylan's finding the point in the very last second, but it was looking dicey there for a minute. Dark Mode just lost so many of their key time, and it all started with that E to the Graviton Surge.
Lunacy came through like a lunatic in the final hour to eat that grab from Coco, who's been so smart and so perfect with the placement of those grabs. Unfortunately, fumbles the bag with that one, and because of that, Dark Mode loses the first point, as we see Dylan's trying to push up as far as they can on this natural high ground slope that GOATS teams get. This is the only time where natural high ground is very important, because you have to go uphill at the GOATS team.
Oh, this is why this map in general is so difficult to attack on. You're literally in an uphill battle the entire time, and especially on GOATS, it is brutal to have to deal with here. The fact that Dylan's are making quick worth of it and even building up another Graviton Surge is massive, because this is the steepest slope they'll have to face for the rest of the map.
And just, again, nice and clean, 3 ultimates used in the fight. So now you reset, you got your Shatter, you got your Trans, and you're hopefully going to build to the Sound Barrier. But Dark Mode gets to come back 5 ultimates. This is their chance to finally find their footing on this second point defense and look to hold. It's just going to all be about not overcommitting if you're Dark Mode.
You know, they need to be cautious how they're committing, and you know, they already got the Earth Shatters actually both laid out at the same time. You go ahead and take the trade of Transcendences through the process. The only thing that's going to matter here is that Sound Barrier usage, which Fishcake unfortunately is not around to see the usage of that ultimate. That could really come back and hurt Dark Mode if they don't wrap this one up quickly. They managed to get the main tank out of the battle, so Coco's pretty free to do whatever they would like to this team. And since Fishcake went down, you weren't even tempted to use the Sound Barrier, which is key for next point.
And Coco, once again, uses a grab in that fight and is already 70% to another one.
Jeez.
Just continuing. Has really come back with a vengeance after kind of getting dipped in that first fight against Tristan. I mean, Exfil is about 70% to that Transcendence, so Coco might have a window of opportunity here to put out this grab with no Transcendence available and force him to have to counter it with the Sound Barrier.
You're gonna have the opportunity, Coco. Coco has come up big, but no, Lunacy again! No way! This is how it starts. This is how it starts, and it could end here. If Sawhill didn't go down, Dark Mode would have been in huge trouble here, but they're able to kind of get the stabilization down. Walked up, took advantage of Sawhill's panicked aggression, and they'll be able to close it out. But still, all things considered, Ray, this being Shambhali's monastery and all, that isn't a terrible spot for the payload to end.
I agree, but that was very unfortunate. So Sahil got picked. You couldn't really have helped that because you didn't have the Transcendence yet. Then they got it, and they were trying to help the D.Va, but they didn't push up fast enough, Tiny.
Yeah.
And Coco was able to demech the D.Va, and once that was it, there was just no saving that team fight. So they basically got to the end of second point, which that tends to be a very strong holding spot for defense. So I'm Dylan's. I feel pretty good about where I'm at. I mean, your win condition is set if your dark mode basically complete second point and you are moving on to the grand finals for a rematch. But Dylan's got to be feeling good about where they're at right now. They just have to bring it home.
Yep, this is 100% doable for them at this point. And, you know, I think they did step it up in that regard. We saw some wonderful Graviton Surge eats from Lunacy. Tristan had their moments of victory. Still, I don't think they're on the same level as Coco yet, but it's better. All right, it is better. If there are just, you can at least get some of these times where you look stronger, that is fine. But now you're on the problem is it needs to be more consistent though. Just because you're on the defense, these spawns are infinitely further away than where dark mode is currently going to be coming from. So I need to see these changes kind of come into place and work out here.
This
No way they're on the honor,
is what? Oh,
way to
I
say
mean,
the honor,
we'll
right?
see. We'll see. I'm not going to comment on it yet. Okay. Yeah, okay. I think for a close spawn hold, this is pretty smart. If you can get a big nade and, you know, like we saw there, if you could just have your team ready to follow up on that and you just win the fight quickly, then you swap back to the Zen. But, I mean, they're just going to go to Zen, so I'm not really sure what that was for then, if you're not going to keep it and try and make the play.
You know, you could try. I think at that point you'd already left the main tank, so. And the pressure the Discord adds is just insurmountable. It effectively removes 25% of your health pool, and you can already see how much that Discord has really helped Dylan snowball out. Now that they had that extra little bit of focus fire, just shooting the purple balloon, it's gonna be all okay. I do want to say though, I feel like Abdallah has had some of the worst D.Va stackers that I've seen all day. It has only been Abdallah.
Yeah, it's felt really bad as the Shatter comes through, and it's gonna be another team fight win for Dylan's as Abdallah finally gets picked off. And now they're gonna get a true reset. You've already lost a whole minute on the clock if you are dark mode. You have to start breaking through soon, but Fishcake gets picked off again.
And what are they going to break through with here? I mean, yeah, the big on the fish cake. That's actually big. Push up now, please. Well, I mean, you can't push up through to grab. You get a slap. Again! Lunacy's another one! What is up with that? Lunacy is just turned on high sensitivity mode. I swear, like seriously, doing 360s around the map with that defense matrix. Third one going their way. Dylan's, that is their shot to push on up. Don't have to worry about the Graviton Surge. And the only issue now is can they get through that extra little bit, that Earth Shatter laid down? You should be. Please pull it together, guys. Don't embarrass me out here. Okay, Coco's doing things. Derpy's swinging the hammer. Everything looks okay to keep on pushing up.
Oh yeah, you were able to use a Graviton Surge with no Transcendence on the field, and that was going to net you a team fight win. But as we mentioned, that is half your time bank off of the field already. So if you're Dylan's, man, you are looking very good right now. They come back, they have a rally, and I mean that's going to be the key. Ultimate Dark Mode does not have that much on the field outside of this trans.
No, not at all. And you know, if you could just push in with that extra little bit of ceiling, you know, that should have worked. But
why you don't go high ground.
Yeah, we've said it a lot of times. If the collapse was coordinated, I would say maybe. But at that point, you didn't have a shot in. Abdallah's going to make sure nobody else did. A bunch of splats along the wall up there. Thankfully, this isn't a very graphic game, because that might not have been pretty to look at.
That's the thing, Tiny. If the big if is if you collapse altogether off the high ground, that almost never happens.
Exactly.
That's why you don't go high ground and go. It is so hard to coordinate of drop together for some reason. It never makes sense to me.
I don't get it either. It doesn't seem like that hard to me either. But I mean, Dylan, they're not dropping from the high ground. They're taking the straight on approach, barely able to get the tag in. So now that you have the coordinated touch, what are you actually going to be able to do with it? You have to use the sound barrier, but Derpy already ran out of shield time. And if this is anything like the past matches, as soon as Derpy goes down, that's pretty much been it from Dark Mode. Unless Abdallah and Coco come up with something big, with that combo with the Graviton Surge might just be the thing to do it, compensating for the loss of their main tank right there. And if they get the hold here, if they get this extra little bit of progress, that is going to be huge. It's 0.17 meters. They managed to snag it away. 3 minutes, not even to get all the way through the second point.
This is where things get tough. The one thing I'm very impressed with was Venus being able to hold that trans through that entire fight. I mean, the sound barrier, you know, countered the grab just fine, but that fight was so just back and forth. Both teams are putting out a lot of damage, and for Venus to have the confidence in their team to be able to win that fight without needing the trans, and now you get to use that for the next fight as the rally gets popped by Onda.
Rally out pretty darn early there, which is totally fine. Mark can go ahead and hear that for themselves. So each team on an even footing. Where it's gonna vary here is this self-destruct versus the Graviton Surge. Abdallah looking for the combo, snags it out onto Oda. The momentum is in Dark Mode's favor. That victory suddenly in sight. The grand finals are in their grasp, Ray. Dylan's, they don't have the players, and I don't even think they're gonna be able to get a touch in here.
I really don't know. Maybe a Lucia. They see the Diva that's out in the distance, but it might just be too little too late. I see the Reinhardt who can probably charge in just in time. Okay, Lucia touches.
All right, so they're nearly able to get the touch, but can they win this next fight out? Earthshatter eats the shield for breakfast.
Oh,
no! No! Dylan, you had another chance. You had the shot to get the contest. You even had the ultimate bank on your side, but they just didn't take it at all. The card forgotten about. What a way for that to go down. What a way for it to end. But if that doesn't say anything about this series, I don't really know what does. Dark Mode just looked like the better team pretty much all the way through. A lot of these 1v1s were left unmatched. That fact cannot be ignored, and they are deserving of this spot, making their way to the grand finals and getting that dreaded rematch against the team who put them down here.
I cannot wait to see because Derpy has been much improved, so I can't wait to see how that goes. I mean, Astronix still is going to be that Titan Reinhardt player, that Giga Chad Ryan, like, ha ha ha, I'm waiting for you. But Derpy's been playing much better since that winners finals match.
Oh yeah, Derpy has shown steady improvement throughout both this series and the previous one as well. There are still moments that I'm like, hey buddy, what you doing? But it's less of them. And if there's less of them, that means we're moving in the right direction, and hopefully we can continue to weed those out. And Dark Mode showed right here that even if Derpy sometimes was kind of losing these front lines to Sawhill, you still had Abdallah. You got Coco and this amazing backline you've got set up that is perfectly fine to play around not having a Reinhardt at all, because Coco was not contested at all by Tristan. It was a shot. You did your best, but at sometimes there's just a player that's played more. You have more team experience, and that was Coco in that regard. And I think that's going to be one of their strongest factors, putting him in the grand finals. They're competing for money now. This is what is on the line, the closest that they're going to get to it.
So now the stage has been set. It will be Dark Mode versus Moving Rift 7 for the NAPC GOATS Championship and the $500 on the line. As you know, it's going to be a great matchup, and I can't wait to see who ends up taking this home.
Oh, me neither. This is going to be a huge one. And I think that one map of Havana, that got me excited, all right? If you're going to pull that much out and defeat a team that was basically steamrolling you in other places, that gives me an idea that, okay, maybe this isn't going to be the shutout that we think it is. Dark Mode, they've had more time to practice. It's been a long day for all of these teams. It's been a long day. It's been a long day for us and everybody else behind the scenes on the desk, and we're so excited to see this match come up to place. We've been here through all of the matches. We've been setting the stage. We're excited to see this storyline finally come to an end. We've got to make sure that these guys, they're ready, they're well rested to take this series on, because I can guarantee it is going to be a grueling one that you're not going to want to miss. So we're going to get that set up, and we'll be right back with some grand finals after this break.
Cash and the ticket is yours. Cash and the ticket is yours. Yo. Cash and the ticket is yours. Cash and the ticket is yours. Cash and the ticket is yours. Yo. Cash and the ticket is yours. Yours.
Our inside here, you get an insight and you know something, but you don't want to say it out loud because you're kind of afraid that it's not going to be really true and it'll spoil the whole thing for you, But when somebody makes you say it, then, and it's true, then it just makes it more beautiful of a thing.
CGL GOATS NAPC Grand Finals have arrived, Ray. We've been following their journey all weekends long, even today. We've seen so many exciting matches. The highest of teams have been weeded out, and we are left with 2. Moving Rift 7 will be taking on Dark Mode for the $500 cash prize that this GOATS tournament has offered. We saw this matchup earlier in the winners finals. The fact that they're meeting here in the Grands, this just completes the entire storyline that's been set.
Could not agree with you more. And as we mentioned,
We're gonna have to
revenge.
see where that storyline
Revenge
ends. Oh,
is
there we go.
always on the table for these teams. So, especially when it's just a rematch of the winners finals. It went 3-1. This is a 1-4 banger series. Who's going to take it home?
That is the question that we will be answering today. It's going to be a long series, everybody, so buckle up, get ready, get your popcorn, get your water, either hydrate or dehydrate. I tell people that all the time. I've definitely been hydrating today. It's been a lot of talking about GOATs, but good news, I like GOATs, you like GOATs, and we're all here for some GOATs to wrap it up. We've seen these 12 players really show their skills that they have today with this comp, with the teamwork that they've had. They've had a lot of practice over this weekend alone just to be able to make it to this point now. And we're going to start with arguably our underdogs of this series, Dark Mode. These 6 players, they just 3-0 swept the team that was looking to make a complete and total run through for the losers bracket just to get to this point, but it was completely denied. Dark Mode, they wanted this rematch bad, Ray. They have been working hard to get to this point, and a lot of that can go to this teamwork and these pop-off moments we've seen.
And a lot of these players have been playing so much better since then. Abdallah has just been, I mean, the only critique we've been giving him in the previous match was he gets really bad staggers on the diva.
Yeah.
But his diva bombs have been superb. He ate 4 grabs in like the last match alone. And Derpy has been playing so much better on this Reinhardt. These support players for Dark Mode have always been very solid, and the tanks have been stepping up. As we now move to take a look at the favorites, the team who's been dominant throughout this entire tournament, it is Moving Rift 7. Astronix has just been a main stake on this tank, part of Team Canada for the World Cup. Moving Fish brings that red bird swagger and has made a lot of big diva bomb plays when their team is needed it the most. And Chime has just been sensational. I feel like not that the supports are bad on this team, but the tanks have definitely been the pop-offs on this team.
It certainly has. And you look at the well-rounded lineup that you have, and you know, you got a lot of names that are familiar, right? We've mentioned them time and time again, but the reason we are is because they have this star power that has been seemingly unmatched, hence why they are in the grand finals here today. They're taking on the rematch against Dark Mode. They had a very confident start to this series, or the previous series, with that Lijiang Tower map pick, and I'm not surprised at all to see us go there again, because a lot of it came down to who was winning these first fights, how were they being taken, and what really were the processes to beat there. We've spent a lot of time also focusing on the 1v1 matchups. When you look at rosters, comparing them back and forth, who truly has the advantage? And I think this series, one of our largest to look out for, is that Derpy versus Astronix matchup.
I agree, but I think we've seen Coco be absolutely fantastic on this Zarya, and so has Chime. So I can't wait to see this Zarya duel between 2 of the best Zaryas we've seen this entire tournament. They're going to have to be making plays left and right for their teams to be able to set them up to victory, because that's where all the damage comes from in GOATs. It's the Zarya plus that Zenyatta with the Discord orb. So these Zarya players are going to have to be on their best.
And I totally expect them to be. Coco had one heck of a match against their opponents last time. There was a good reason that was their 3-0 sweep, and Coco is the majority of the reasoning behind that. I mean, nobody should be able to do this much against Azaria. And I think that Tristan wasn't the matchup against Din. When they were coming back against Chime, Coco was much quieter when these teams played in the winners finals. And a lot of it was because Chime found a lot of this ground of their own and even got the better of Coco. So really putting that factor to the test here. Lijiang Tower, it's all about who gets that better start and who is able to hold on the best. We've seen this time and time again in our control maps, and it's only fitting that we start out here on Night Market once we get ready to head in.
Yeah, these chokes on Lijiang Tower are just devastatingly hard to break through to give your team that recapture on the point. So as we've mentioned time and time again, the first fight in all these maps of Lijiang Towers are of the utmost importance, as we see no deviations from the norm. Both of these teams know the name of the game, know the ideal comp is the Rhine with the Zen. So it's just going to be about, once again, playing within your own team, moving as a group, rotating as a group, and making sure you rotate all of those abilities properly, from your shield to your bubbles to your defense matrix.
All of these cooldowns, they're so key into how this is being played, and it's all going to start here on Lijiang Tower. These teams, they're meeting in the center of the map. Whoever's going to get to that objective first usually has that upper hand, that extra advantage that we like to see, and so far, that's going to be Dark Mode. They've made the full rotation, but they don't have that speed amp really on their side. Neither do Moving Rift. They're waiting for that cooldown to come up to continue poking back and forth. Get these ultimates charged online. I'm looking up Derpy and Astronex. These Earth Shatters infinitely charge so darn quickly. You just need to expect an Earth Shatter to come out at any moment at all. But interestingly enough, Moving Rift, they're just going to still play the waiting game. Give Dark Mode that first capture because they have confidence that they can come back in, win this next fight, and a lot of it, they got the sound barrier out first. SK holding on to it, ideally for that re-engage, but Fish Cake with one matching, holding on to it in the bank here. It's going to be an interesting point where they actually end up clashing. You see that the push finally was made in, but look how low Astronex went. The beat had to be popped. Prime timing from SK. That was one of the critiques that we had from previously on in this series. But now we're seeing all of this look so much better. Dark Mode coming out with all of the tools that they've managed to build up. But Moving Rift have the healing necessary to sustain through all of the chaos, all of the madness being thrown the direction of them. But Dark Mode, they're still at an advantage. They have the point protected until they lose two players simultaneously. The patient game has eventually paid off. The first decisive fight win going to Moving Rift.
And they were able to keep that sound barrier in their back pocket as both teams unleashed so many ultimates onto the field. So that puts Moving Rift in a really good position, especially as if Astronex can get a good, clean Earth Shatter off. And it's all going to be about Chime getting that charge up and breaking that shield as quickly as possible to give Astronex just an easy job of not having to play those mind games with the enemy Reinhardt.
Yep. And thankfully for him, Derpy tends to take a little bit more of these aggressive angles and can get that shield burned down pretty quickly. Barely able to survive from that self-destruct. I like the combo time that was coming in. The fact you get the D-Bag is big, but that's the bait I wanted to see. Derpy let their guard down just for a little bit. Astronex saw the window and took it. Moving Rift off to a great start on this hold.
And that is just the Reinhardt diff coming out from Astronex, just proving why they're such a talented player and why they're on that Team Canada roster for the World Cup. Is just dominating right now on this Reinhardt. We're going to continue to see that going through, and that's a late stagger onto Abdallah once again, seeing that play through time and time again. They got to fix that as they get the grab, but they force out the sound barrier.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of ultimates. I forget the names too. Ray, don't you worry about it at all. There's so many lights and colors happening. The fact that you get that trade, that is all right. You can take the fight off the point because now you can afford to take another one on the objective. Transcendence there, counteracting Coco's own grab, but Coco, look how low that they almost fell there. Thankfully able to be healed up in time because now they have an advantage over Dark Mode, and that is going to be that Transcendence holding on, but it can't save you from a tactical nuke. Derpy's shield ended up getting bashed through. Nothing left to keep them up in the battle. Dark Mode doing their best to stay alive through all of the chaos. Coco trying to guide their team through the darkness being put around them. Moving Rift are making sure the trades are made out in time. The only issue with this here is that the time is going to be working against Dark Mode. They gotta get the flip quickly, and Coco will be just the one to ensure it happens.
they did ensure that they got this to a clean 99%. I mean, both teams had to invest quite a lot into this fight, but Dark Mode has themselves in the stronghold position, coming up on 3 ultimates of their own. So if you're moving Rift, you're relying heavily on Chime getting this Graviton Surge and making good use out of it.
Especially since Coco just used theirs again on the high ground. I mean, you can do that if you want, but you just don't get that follow-up you want to. So that's even better for moving Rift now. They don't have to worry about a Graviton Surge, and Chime can essentially use that for free. Sound Barrier isn't always the best counter for this ultimate, especially have these large chunks of chip damage that you can just kind of pull out. I want to see this put out super soon because Venus is going to creep closer to that Transcendence, or you're just going to get all knocked on your backs by Derpy, who actually ended up getting punished for their mistakes. Fish Tank is too late on the Sound Barrier to save the Reinhardt that has fallen. Moving Rift coming up strong with the classic Moving Fish self-destruct bomb. The combos are there, and Dark Mode are out of luck on the map of Night Market as it's going the way of Moving Rift.
I mean, both teams have brought their A game. That was a very tightly contested, close match up, but that just came down to, I mean, I'm not sure I understand either of those teams using the grab on the high ground. They both got basically nothing out of it. But I think that was just the wrong time for Dark Mode specifically to use it. You needed to save that ultimate to continue to hold the point for longer, and it just did not work out for them in that case.
No, not at all. It comes all the way back down to how are you pacing these ultimates? Where is the tempo in it? At what point, if you get out of this cycle, this rhythm that you're being thrown on, where are you resetting it? And I think that's the point where Moving Rift, they really got that understanding down. We've seen that struggle in the past. It's probably been their greatest weakness, has been their ability in both the Lucio and the Zenyatta to time those properly. But that was so much better just in that mini-map alone. It's going to be tested here again on Control Center, arguably the most brawly map of them all. The most likely to go either direction, in my humble opinion. Moving Rift, though, they're not off to a great start. Astronex just got simply steamrolled, walking on forwards. The speed boost held on to a little bit more than Fish Cake, so Moving Rift forced to backpedal early on, which you do not want to see at all when you're on a Ghost composite such as this one.
Yeah, it looked like Astronex got Brig shield bashed right toward the beginning of that fight, and that set up the idea for Coco to get all that damage down onto Astronex, especially with the Discord orb that was on the field, and they were able to ride that to the victory. But Derpy's down; he pushed up too much.
Oh no! Derpy, no! Come on, you gotta show us that you can't do. You're not gonna do this anymore because you just basically gave Moving Rift a free fight win there, buddy. Oh, it looked better. It did look better in the last map. I had faith in Derpy to be able to, come on, hold it together. But Moving Rift just like, still the same player from last match.
I mean, I could say at the same time, you know, maybe the team should be up there with him more. I don't know what the calls are going on in the comms, but if the call is to push up, the team needs to be up there with him. No matter if you feel like the call is good or bad, it is better to be everyone on the same page with the wrong decision than everyone separated with the right decision.
Yeah, this is a comp where you just need to be together. Sometimes you just walk in all as a 6-stack and it works out. You're going to get caught up in a grab though, so you're forced to get all together, have a nice group hug while you can, and spread the love. But you can't do that if you all get blown to pieces by a self-destruct. The shield just out of reach of Time and Yamitra, both gone down in Dark Mode, able to snowball the back of this victory off of it. That's been the one strength that we've seen from Abdallah, has been the self-destructs, and why we can kind of put them even with Moving Fish.
And that was all on the back of Fish Cake. The shield was there, but they got booped backwards past the shield by Fish Cake. So very well done to set up that amazing triple combo between the grab, the Diva Bomb, and the Lucio boot. As Moving Rift moves back into this fight, they're hoping Moving Fish can do some magic with this bomb once again.
All this self-destruct does here is just to force cooldowns. You don't really have anything to combo it with. You needed the space, you needed the bubbles, the shield. You take a good dead there, and you even get the eat on the grab. Huge from Moving Fish. Now it's time to move on in, Moving Rift. You have that advantage on your side. You gotta push it. With both the Brigs bonking heads in the middle of the map means that both are getting shattered. Unlucky day for any Brigida players in this current lobby right now. You ain't having a great time. Neither is Abdallah, at the mercy of Abyss, just with that Discord chunking you down through the process. Dark Mode still think this is winnable. I mean, Fishcake's committed that Soundberry in and Venus with the Transcendence. They think they can come back in this. Granted, you have the point control. You want to continue to push that up. And hey, if you make the investment, Coco will make sure you actually get that full return that you want. But without Derpy, you no support ultimates remaining in the tank. You can't block an Earth Shatter. You don't have that extra shield to work through. It's barely hanging on for life is Dark Mode right now. But they're somehow able to do it just because Coco stays alive, stays charged, and is on point with their focus fire.
Yeah, you got to get out of there if you're moving. You cannot afford any more staggers. That Mark rally really got them through the tail end of that fight. If you're Dark Mode, they come back. All they're going to have is a Graviton Surge and a Diva Bomb. So again, once again, we talked about with no support ultimates to really counter this Graviton Surge, you're relying on Yumicha to try and, you know, pop this rally early to help you that sustain through the Graviton Surge.
And got the rally out. It's not going to be enough, though. You don't have the shield. The sound barrier barely online for SK, but that works out just fine for moving Fish on the receiving end of that other pin. But Derpy keeps falling, Ray. How does this keep happening to the main tank player? Yeah, but this has happened before to Dark Mode. They're used to it at this point, honestly. Coco comes out with the Graviton Surge, trying to keep this one alive for their team. Actually, it's Chime on the other end. With the extra damage, the flip is finally there for moving Rift, and the fact that Derpy keeps falling down early, it's a recurring issue, and that almost lost them the point.
As they're completely body blocking this exit. They can't get out, and Abdallah is just getting so unlucky with these staggers, man. Oh, finds himself at the wrong place at the wrong time, but that did afford time for Dark Mode to be able to push through. They just don't have their Diva, so they got to be careful that they don't push too far.
Need to be cautious with how you're doing, and also be cautious of Astronex. At Earth Shatter going right through the shield of the team, and what can he even do about it now? SK actually ended up overextending herself, so Dark Mode, they're suddenly still able to come out and win this one. Coco got the rhythm back onto their favor, doesn't have to worry about the Earth Shatter blocked as well. This has just been Coco carrying the game. I'm not even gonna lie to you. This has been amazing them from this game. You can tell that this is going to be a point. They want to take it all the way to 3, give them that Gardens map that they had previously lost, that last shot at redemption, completing the full cycle. I think is only fitting at the point where these two teams stand.
Yeah, and I'm just, you know, Gardens is just that map. Kind of been unlucky for Moving Rift, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
Both of their last matches they've played today, they lost Gardens. So, little bit of dicey here if you're Moving Rift coming into this next map. They got to, like, I don't know what the word is. Like, you gotta go talk to a pastor and get like purified from your previous sins of how bad you played on those maps.
Wow, that was harsh. That was harsh. You're not wrong though. I mean, the fact that you get essentially swept 100-0 on both times you played this map today, it's a little questionable. You wanted to see them win it out in Control Center, couldn't do it. All right, you got a chance at redemption on Gardens for the last time today, or really ever in the GOATS tournament that we have up. And I want to see more. SK, this cannot be your cursed map. This is the SK map. This is the map for Boops. I want to see you shine 100%, but do not get picked off early. Please, please, for the love of God, stay alive. Help your team out here. They're really going to need you to help battle through their way through this Moving Rift. They want to take that aggressive point. This Dark Mode, they're not prepared, and Derpy gets taken out almost immediately. You're able to trade it out. They take the... Oh, no, they went to the place where Fishcake likes to do Fishcake things, and you don't like to see that at all, because Dark Mode gotta get that first cap, and I gotta say, it's not looking good for Moving Rift.
I think the only thing they have going for them is Chime has built up this Graviton Surge much faster than Coco, so you get to come back into that fight with this online. But they are so very close to having both the Sound Barrier and the Transcendence online. So, I mean, the Dark Mode is much further ahead in that category.
They have a lot more defensive ultimates to use, which is totally fine. Counteract what Chime has, and now Coco can just go ahead, get the later Graviton Surge, but Astronex, huge shatter onto 5. Don't even need that Transcendence, as a matter of fact. Moving Rift can just go ahead, take advantage of what Astronex was able to do here. There's just another occasion where Derpy has been taken advantage of, being caught off guard by the main tank prowess that's Astronex.
In all things considered, that's the fastest point re-engage we've seen from Moving Rift after dropping the first fight, only allowing 36% on the point, and now they get to be in that stronghold position. But again, Dark Mode's doing the right thing, rotating White Room. They kept that Transcendence online, So I mean, both teams are gonna have this online without needing to counter any kind of graviton. I mean, you might with the way Chime's been getting this ult charge.
I wouldn't be too shocked. Time, oh my gosh, already at 86%. Yeah, we're getting a Graviton Surge this fight. So Venus, be prepared. Please hold on to that. Don't pop it too early. I have a lot of faith in them to be able to do so. But my only other concern here is where is that self-destruct going to end up? It's going to be in the backline, but the pin comes in on to Derpy. Oh, can't be the shield for their team. Just enough damage coming on in for this to happen. Moving Rift, they might have done it, right? They might have starting to reverse the curse that is Lijiang Tower Gardens.
One could only hope, but you have quite the ability to cast a curse, Tiny. So I would not call this all but over, as Moving Rift are in a very good position. We're going to see dueling shatters coming into this next fight, and this is one of my favorite things as a Reinhardt player, is those mind games. But it looks like Astro was doing a little bit of hiding, if I saw correctly, but he's been found out.
Oh, they found Astro, but going straight to the point, taking Abdallah with them. I don't think there's any chance for the D.Va to survive in this scenario at all. Moving Rift end up losing Yamitra in the process, and that arguably is going to hurt a lot more here than losing that D.Va mech, and Coco can freely just run this one down. Moving Rift, they've lost that control that they so desperately needed to hold on to, and this is going to be a major problem for them, considering all of the resources that were used.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm not a big fan of the Reinhardt hide and goats and look for a big pin or a big shatter.
Yeah.
I just think you're just better off with your team, and you can easily just break the shield and shatter them anyway. As we see Moving Rift coming back, they have the ultimate advantage coming into this next fight. Again, Chime, Grav online, no Transcendence, so Fishcake has to hold Sound Barrier for it. If you could force Sound Barrier out early, you're in a really good spot if you're Moving Rift.
Ooh, or you could just kill Fishcake.
Yeah, or you could just kill him.
That works too. That works. You don't have a Fishcake? Well, I guess you're not getting anything for dinner. Even Fishcake's not too happy about that. Moving Rift's essentially a free Graviton Surge that you should be able to get enough Focus Fire into. Alright, there you go. Finally get Derpy out of the battle. The rest will just come easy on from there. It's the closest map of Gardens that we've seen so far, and where it's going to come down to nearly one fight on both sides.
But Tiny, they just used Transcendence and Sound Barrier in that fight.
No.
And Coco has been holding on to this Graviton Surge. I mean, Darkwood has
bad.
4 ultimates in general coming into what is going to be final fight territory for them. Again, they just got to make sure they don't commit to all 4, because even if you get this point flip, you're still looking at a chance for Moving Rift to come back and get another point contest.
They should still have a chance to do this, and this has got to be a dry fight. It really just has to. We don't have the ability to match what's coming out, but I mean, Moving Rift, they committed 2 of their tank ultimates into this. It's not winnable. It's really just not winnable. And whether the ult tracking was off or not, we'll really never know. All we can confirm is Moving Rift, they're gonna have to get a full reset here and find something to be able to work with now, because Dark Mode's discipline has left him with 3 ults for the final battle.
Oh, that it has, and we're not looking at a lot on the side of Moving Rift. You have a rally, and that's about it. Maybe you get lucky if you dry out the fight long enough. You get Chime building up to the Graviton Surge, but it is looking very tough for Dark Mode, Tiny.
Oh, Dark Mode, this is their chance. They gotta, man, but they get the Earth Shatter. Fishcake and SK both gonna be trading, parting ways with their teams for the time being. Moving Rift, they're coming out with it, but Dark Mode comes up with a clutch self-destruct. Usually it's Moving Fish's brand, but today it's gonna be for Abdullah. Huge self-destruct here. Coco, Graviton Surge, just the cherry on top. Didn't even need it, and I am sorry, Moving Rift fans. I 100% just caster cursed you, as Dark Mode are starting off the comeback strong with a map 1 win.
You couldn't see my face right now, Tiny. When I was watching that last fight and you calling, I just kept thinking, she caster cursed them. She did it.
I figured I would say it myself so you didn't call me out and I would be more embarrassed.
I'm just like, dang. So the sins of their previous failures on Gardens were not forgiven as they continue to have struggles on Gardens, and they drop map 1 as Dark Mode comes back looking for revenge, swinging, taking an early 1-0 lead in the series. But keep in mind, this is a first to 4, so plenty of Overwatch still to be played, but Dark Mode's got to be feeling pretty good to get that 1-0 lead.
Huge start from them. Huge. and to be able to come out and feel comfortable enough to take a map you previously lost. And honestly, I talked about this a little bit earlier when they were playing in the losers finals match, is when you look at the record in the bracket, they didn't really drop any maps. And the problem with not dropping any maps is you don't really get practice losing. You can practice winning all you want, but when you actually end up losing maps, it can it can both affect your mental and your ability to really work together as a team. When you're starting off on a good foot like this, the advantage you gain is insurmountable. If this isn't traded out pretty soon by the Moving Rift, I could totally see Dark Mode taking the series and running away with it.
I could as well. As we look forward in the series, I mean, we know next map is hybrid. So I think I have a pretty good idea where we're going based on what happened last time these two teams went at it. I mean, to be fair, Moving Rift did win the first map last time, so maybe they want to do something, but it doesn't seem like that. But we're actually going to need to take a quick break while we get something settled. So we won't be long. Just make sure to grab a snack, grab some water, and we'll be right back.
And welcome back to the CGL GOATS tournament. We had a thriller of a first map, arguably an upset from when the last time these two teams met. Dark Mode off to a great start, stealing away Lijiang Tower 1-0, and they're looking to carry that momentum forwards into our second map. I was going to say hybrid, but at this point, we're just going to say King's Row, because that's what it is. And yep, there it is.
Can you
It's
really
all of
say
the
that
screens
if we
now.
went to Hollywood last time?
Okay, that was an exception, because I don't know why that was.
54% pick rate, Tiny. Remember that stat we got?
Okay, 54%, but also remember how many hybrid maps there are, right?
There's like
So-
4 or 3 or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, so like it getting picked over half the time with only 4 of it. Am I good at stats? No, but I can tell you that's still quite a bit, and we're gonna continue that. So the stats just been boosted. It's higher than 54% now. Let's go.
Yeah, as we are getting really close to getting you guys into this matchup, we have the readies from both teams. It will be Dark Mode who is on the attack right now. So, I mean, again, this is their opportunity after taking the first map. If you have a really dominating first attack here, it's kind of like what you mentioned. Moving Rift isn't used to dropping maps like that. Neither was Dark Mode before they lost to Moving Rift. So it's like the mentals could just go insane if they were, for example, I'm not saying this will happen, but if they kept all 3 points with like 3 minutes on the clock, you know what I mean? Then it's like, wow, they really are just laying it on.
Oh yeah, this is the point that just calm down, people. Just calm down. Everything's gonna be okay. Moving Rift, keep your heads on. Don't be screaming at yourselves. It's gonna be fine. Dark Mode, please don't get overconfident. That is the only thing I really have to say to them. The only concern that okay, let me phrase that. The concern I have for Dark Mode is Derpy. There were still a lot of times on Lijiang Tower that he really got punished for being over-aggressive, Ray. And on King's Row, that is not going to be taken lightly.
Yeah, the rest of the team has significantly been compensating as we're going to start getting this first attack coming out from Dark Mud as they are trying to rotate around the tower. Probably as the D.Va's on the off angle, so you don't have that E available for the Reinhardt.
No, you don't have that at all. Oh, you don't like to see all of those cooldowns being put down into one. And hey, you know what? This time it wasn't Derpy. It was actually Astronex who ended up getting run down to the front line by the sheer amount of damage that Coco was able to build up to here. And even look at the differentials between the Brigidas right now. I think that this could also be a big part of it. The one difference from the last time these two teams faced off is the Brig player.
Yeah, that is a very good point, Tiny. As I mean, Mark has been playing fantastic. As I mean, the one thing Abdallah, who took the off angle, if you're going to do that and not have that defense matrix to be able to eat damage for your Reinhardt, you better lay down the damage and get that team fight win very quickly. And that's exactly what happened. That was the one win condition you have when you take off angles like that, is win it fast, because your Reinhardt's going to be vulnerable.
Yeah, you gotta go quickly, and typically this is why we say you gotta stick together as a 6-stack and kind of keep all these cooldowns condensed in one place. King's Row, though, this choke point, that is going to force you to do exactly that. So we won't see any more of these crazy flanks. We are about to see a lot of ultimates. I see nearly 12 of those check marks about to be online. Several of them already being popped more aggressively from the defense. Moving Rift wanting to be the ones to take the initiative here. Most of it's the damage negated through both the Transcendence and the Sound Mirror popped on Moving Rift and Dark Mode sides respectively. Now that a lot of this dust is starting to settle and clear, as slow as this is actually going, it's going to be Moving Fish and Astronex with the ultimates to be the difference maker. It gets around the shield of Derpy again, Ray. Astronex gets the better of the Earth Shadow. Moving Fish with the follow-up combo. That is the solid defense we like to see.
As we see the nice shatter in the chat from Derpy. I mean, sometimes you just gotta recognize it as Dark Mode now finally has that momentum stymied a bit. Is Moving Rip playing the high ground again, Tiny.
I don't know about this. I don't know, but to be fair, it's moving Rift. It's moving Rift this time. Maybe they
forced out
have
the
a plan.
trends. That's pretty good.
You take the, yeah, you 100% take those. Because now look, Chime is essentially going to have a free Graviton Surge coming up here, which inevitably it's Chime. You're going to get one. So assuming they're able to stay alive throughout all of this damage coming through, actually barely hanging on to their dear life. Astronex taking out the Zarya counterpart. Might not even need to use that. Essentially a larger cooldown into this battle. You can just be happy with getting Coco down, Fish Cake to follow, and the Earth Shatter from Derpy didn't get anywhere too far fast. I question why that was used, but we're also using Grab, so you know what? Grab for Earth Shatter, you will take that any day of the week.
I mean, you do get the team fight when you're continuing to just drain more and more precious time off this clock, as I think if you're Darkmoon, this is your opportunity. Coco has this Graviton Surge online, and both these two Transcendence and Sound Barriers are much further away than they should be to get ready to counter this. They don't get anyone!
No, okay, I have many thoughts about that Graviton Surge, so just what and how and where and why, and please never again. My eyes, my poor eyes. What just happened? I mean, I know Moving Rift had to back off, but I guess they completely just unintentionally charged a Graviton Surge.
It's one thing to get your grab eaten. It's another to just throw it out there and get nothing. Like, that was very bad. And now look at this time. 5 check marks for Moving Rift, who now throw the Graviton Surge.
They're in the spawns, both Transcendence and the Sound Barrier at the same time. Yeah, hate to see it. In the grab, I mean, SK is still going to have the Sound Barrier just more as a tempo ability at this point. So, Moving Rift, while they have to give up that little ground that they had in their Dark Mode, used so many, all 3 of their support ults just for one Graviton Surge.
As now you get to, if you're moving Rift, okay. I thought I saw something coming in, but I didn't. Okay. What was that? Was that a shatter?
It was a shatter. Derpy didn't see it coming either. Astronex completely blindsided him, but at least now, Derpy, you can do the Earth Shatter thing too, assuming you don't have to worry about the shield and having most of your team on your side. A nice explosion from Abdallah. Dark Mode, yeah, they have some advantage here, but with Chime still being alive at full charge, these 3 tanks, it's a lot of health to tunk through, even if they don't have any supports. In theory, though, Dark Mode have the spawns. This should just be Moving Rift backing off.
That they are, and they're such high charge that is Chime that you can't afford to push up too much, because now the spawners are starting to come in for Moving Rift. This is their chance to push up and take another fight at the bookstore corner right here. Chime has the grab online to be able to use, but the rally's gonna get popped by Yamitra.
And Yamitra, nice early there with the rally and the Graviton Surge. You're gonna be able to counter that out nicely, but SK still gonna go down, and Coco's Graviton gets eaten. Oh, that really had to land. You only really had to worry about the Transcendence coming out, but this is the window of opportunity for Moving Rift to get that re-engage that they want. The self-destruct coming out, at least it forces the Sound Barrier and gets Derpy significantly out of position. The punishment there, Astronex able to move up, try to take more of the safes back, move back to the bookstore, because hey, who doesn't love knowledge? But apparently Dark Mode want to keep all that knowledge for themselves. Astronex doesn't get any. They'll be taking a nice trip back to the spawn rooms, accompanied by most of their team.
I mean, if you're Moving Rift, I feel like you gotta be feeling pretty good about how much time you've taken off the clock. You've gotten them down to under a minute, and you'll be able to take even more off the clock as you're gonna get another re-engage here. Have this Graviton Surge online with no support ultimates for Dark Mode to deal with. This could be dicey for Dark Mode. They're gonna have to be careful because Coco has a grab on his own, but Moving Fish has just been so good at eating it this series.
Ooh, so close too. Coco's barely managed to escape that defense matrix going around, and hey, you go ahead and take those. When the grabs actually land, Coco is nuts with and that ultimate is actually in play. Dark Mode gonna get that second point capture with about 2 minutes still remaining on the clock. Very doable for them to get it all the way through the foundry.
As Moving Fish gets staggered late, that's just going to allow more cart progress. You'll probably get around the first corner now if you're Dark Mode, and that is a huge and significant deal. You're going to have 2 support ultimates online for Moving Rift. Dark Mode has had to use a lot to commit to get the previous point, but they're still looking pretty good in the ult department.
Oh yeah, they got plenty to be able to work with here. Those 3 support ultimates specifically, I got my eyeballs on those and how they're being used and how to the tempo. It's almost like a game of chicken here, but you want to use them pretty soon because Asterix just got laid down on his back, but you end up layering them just in an effort to save the Reinhardt. This is going to be disaster because Coco's managed to build up another Graviton Surge already despite just using it in the last fight. Asterix Earth Shatter hoping to set that tempo back just a little bit of the pace to actually validate using both of those support ultimates. Actually, all 3 of them in that fight alone. Now the support themselves, they got nothing left in the tank to keep themselves alive. Everything, all the resources poured into Asterix, who could not get the job done. Coco simply too good on the Zarya and Dark Mode. They're going to keep pushing this one through.
That they are, as they are just finally looking good, and they are getting these staggers so late. Moving Fish going down, as now you're going to have this Abdullah Diva Bomb, and they've been so good comboing with Derpy, so I need to see this happen once again to bring this point home.
But Derpy got shattered again! How many times did that happen where Astro 6 just gets those shatters? You just can't let that happen as a Reinhardt player. If Moving Rift win this only off of that ultimate alone, that is going to be huge for them to set up for one more fight.
He put LOL, I'm shielding in the chat. Well, I don't know what to say. Maybe the server's not recognizing it, but you are getting shattered, my friend, as we move into this next fight for Dark Mode. Lots of ultimates coming online for them. This is where Moving Rift has to be extremely careful. Use these ultimates to their advantage. The problem is that Abyss Transcendence is online and Coco's not there with the grab. You gotta make sure you have the steady hand and hold it.
Yep, just be patient. Wait for that prime opportunity to go in, because if you don't, just like it just happened for Moving Rift, you're going to be too little too late to try to save your team. They're on 2 main parts, the brawling aspect of their lineup, and in the overtime scenario, there could not be a worse moment for that to happen. Everybody crowded in the corner for Dark Mode, barely able to keep that payload contested throughout all the damage, but Dark Mode, they don't have all their cards out on the table yet, whereas Moving Rift, that's everything they got. Hoping SK can return in time to actually take advantage of the pickoff that Abyss was able to obtain on the Zenyatta, just staying in the backlines, finding that extra layer of damage, which is huge. Look how fast Derpy just absolutely toppled over Moving Rift. They saved the day. SK has returned, sound barrier in sight, keeping the team, giving them a nice groove to find that victory shot that's really needed right here, right now. Abdallah can't do much anymore with the self-destruct, as Moving Rift, they finally got that stabilization just shy of a full completion.
Very well done, all things considered, from Dark Mode. It would have been nice to get that point across the golden line and, you know, have an opportunity where if the Moving Rift has a really good attack, then you still give yourself a chance for overtime, or extra rounds. But I mean, the victory line is set for Moving Rift. You essentially have to complete King's Row. If you can do that, we're going to be tied 1-1 heading into map 3. If not, Dark Mode will take that 2-0 lead, and Moving Rift will be in a position we haven't really seen them all tournament. Not only down, but down significant.
No, this is not a good spot to be at all. Keeping this forward, and we were talking about this a little bit in the break, that if Moving Rift go down 2-0 here, that's not an easy thing to come back from at all. Just thinking about the monumental task that just keeps piling on, up and up, to have to win these maps, not only consecutively, but to do it well and to do it soon. There's a lot of pressure just riding on that alone. We need to see that comeback really start to mount here. They gave themselves a win condition with not allowing the map to be fully completed. It's a fine line to set, but now they actually need to follow through on it. Dark Mode have looked so good. Coco has looked so gosh darn good, compensating for any time that they've lost Derpy in these fights, and it's been a true issue for Moving Rift. They struggled a little bit on the previous times that they've attacked, or really on any map in general. If they can break through the wall now, they can very well carry this on forwards.
As only time will tell as we begin this attack for Moving Rift, as Astronex looking to try and make something happen and take some space and push forward, but the pressure from Darkman has just been too much. He cannot allow his shield to break down here.
No, not at all. You can't let that pressure just hit you and crumble, because look how much charge time has. That's going to shred through any barrier. You can see Astronex right now, any swing that hits that guy, gonna be a problem. There it is. The absolute Sun Coco had the superior charge, able to kind of run that down, and this is the aggression, knowing when to swing your hammer, when to balance that out. Derpy finally found that chance, but it's only been one fight so far, and if they continue to stagger this out, build up that ult charge, it's gonna be a big thing to keep an eye on moving forwards.
Once again, look at this tiny 99% to rally for Mark and 70 for Yamitra. Continuing to see that getting this Brig player in this lobby seems to be making a huge difference for dark mode in this series.
Oh yeah, it's gonna continue to be that way. Yamitra falls so low as well, nearly manages to gain their health back. Within the Graviton Surge, though, it's not gonna last too much longer. Coco's exchange, but no, it's eaten up! Oh, the second one from Moving Fish in just this game alone. Beautiful plays from the Diva player on the side of Moving Rift. That could be the thing to help push them on through the remainder of this fight. Losing to Zenyatta isn't a pretty look, though. Straight after that, Transcendence ended up going through. So dark mode, they gotta rally back, conserve the resources that they have, hope they can burn down Astromechs, which looks like they're able to do so. They've been caught off guard. Now they're all stuck in the backline. No choice but to walk into the fury that is Venus and Derpy.
And that Diva bomb kind of going awry and them having to try and follow up and confirm the kills just put themselves in a bad position, and they got sandwiched by the remaining members of dark mode as Venus now gets the volley pick onto Abyss. Half the time is off the clock, and it is looking like rough waters that Moving Fish are trying to traverse through.
Moving Fish has been so good just eating these Graviton Surge, but we also haven't seen those same kind of star moments from them that basically any time we've seen them play. Heavy reliance for Moving Rift to have this player happen, probably why they're named Moving 7, but they also can't do it if they're consistently down a player like this on the exchange. The rotation isn't really working out for them. The trades are even, which could be okay in the very end of it, but the fact that Chime already chucked out the Graviton Surge, that's probably going to be the end of that battle. Coco finding those last couple of final blows, and we're down to nearly a minute and a half left.
And dark mode has just been so dominant. I mean, we're getting later in the night, so maybe the dark mode is just even stronger as we've gotten later and later through the day. But like I said, Mark has just been a breath of fresh air for dark mode, has been so good on this Brigitte, and they're going to have Rally this fight as well.
Oh yeah, this has just been one of those matchups that we talk about time and time again. If you're not able to match it, and in GOATs, the smallest differences in the mirror, you could run away with it. Mark has been one of those players this time around, and if you can come in with the rally, you already got the Graviton Surge. Another one from Coco, then a quadruple kill! The pin in onto Astromechs with the stun on top. What a play! Chime got pinched, so the bubbles couldn't come through. You add the shield bash onto the Rhine. This is the teamwork. This is the dark mode that we know at the full strength.
And you're able to win that with just using those two ultimates combined. You're gonna have all three of your support ultimates, and Derpy very close to the shatter as well. You are in an incredible spot as we enter final fight for Moving Rift. They have to get this point right here, right now, or they're facing a 2-0 deficit.
This is it for them. All you're relying on is Astronex to get the better of Derpy here, but even then, Fishcake and Phoenix have backup plans B and C if they're even necessary in this fight. We need to get to the point. Earthshatter got absolutely nowhere. Everything, every single Q in the lobby has essentially been pressed. Derpy coming out with the very last one as everyone's stuck in the Graviton Surge trying to make this one happen. Moving Rift, they found the first two eliminations. Are they gonna do it? That overtime buff coming in key again. This is the same thing that happened when they played dark mode on this point of the map. Only able to find these fight wins in overtime. That desperation gives them that extra boost to push on forward. They're not out of it just yet.
To me, Tiny, honestly speaking, that was more of a throw from dark mode. I don't know if they just felt super confident about their chances to win that, but they once again piled on Sound Barrier and Transcendence together, and then Chime just got a free grab that they had nothing to be able to counteract it. If you're dark mode, you just cannot continue to let that happen. You're playing so well up to that point. I mean, I get it. It was final fight. Like, just throw everything. You gotta have some like reason behind throwing in an ultimate.
And I think that's kind of been the interesting thing between these teams is that there's just the points that they're organized, we can tell that they're organized, but if they're panicking, if they don't know what's happening, that also shows. At this point, this is an organized moment from dark mode. Graviton Surge, you got the self-destruct thrown in just to turn the shield a little bit. Moving Rift, they're back to where they just started, but not as much time on the clock.
You do lose your main tank if you're dark mode, and the path to get back into the fight is a lot further than it is for moving grip.
The stagger.
So I feel like,
Grab?
but they're gonna what, grab?
I mean, you just did that against a Transcendence. I can understand that, not having the main tank there, but that was jumping the gun a little bit, in my opinion. Astronex, though, taking advantage of those cooldowns, being out with that Earth Shatter. No follow-up available on that either. This is two opportunities that Moving Rift, they simply just, they haven't been coordinated. They're not talking nearly as much as they should have. They needed to snowball this one much sooner, because now Derpy's coming in, has returned Earth Shatter of their own. Moving Fish, managing to stay in the mech just barely. That ult charge still tanking up. Moving Rift, I did question their choices. I still kind of question the choices, but if Prime can build up a Graviton Surge that fast, I'm never going to say anything again.
I definitely agree with you there. Both teams are going to have to be in this spot where they are basically countering Graviton Surge with their sound barrier, unless Venus can get some good volleys to have Transcendence online before. But that's going to be a tall order, especially if Chime gets ultra aggressive here.
Oh, and we know very well that Chime has the capability and usually the motivation to want to be that aggressive. We also know Coco can do the same, especially with the Graviton Surge of their own. See who, both of them copying it simultaneously. See who has the advantage, the self-destruct. Only there for Moving Fish at the moment, but that's all you need to do. Take out the baby Diva just as that self-destruct comes out. Nothing to show except for being down in a 5v6 battle. Everyone hit with the Earth Shatter. Moving Rift. They got it again. These final 15 seconds are just the thing to push them to the edge. They can do it here, Ray. They've made it to the third point now. The only question remains is, can they get it all the way to that checkpoint?
I'm also curious for that self as they do get the second checkpoint. So a minute and a half to get the 66.59 meters. They did have to use a lot to get to this point, so you're going to have a rally and a Transcendence. So this is Dark Mode's opportunity to really start pushing in here, especially if Durfee can get a really good shatter.
Derpy has that online and with no SK either. Yeah, you're probably not going to need it in this regard. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. It's Derpy. You could just pull it out and probably get away with it. But if you do so now, I might yell at you. So please hold on to that. Avoid, but the grab! Okay. I was going to yell at Derpy. I wasn't ready to yell at Coco. That was certainly unnecessary.
Completely unnecessary, and it could be the reason that Dark Mode ultimately loses this map. Moving Rift coming back. They have the grab. Has the Transcendence to counter it, but because the grab's already been thrown in, Abyss can use this Transcendence as he sees fit to sustain their team through any of these ultimates Dark Mode have.
Oh, and you know what? One of them's not a Graviton Surge. You have options now to use defensively. Chime isn't going to get anywhere too far fast because Venus had the discipline to move on through. Self-destruct from Moving Fish. You go ahead and take those triple kill. Imagine if they had a Graviton Surge there, Ray.
Yeah, imagine. As, it took 3 of their ultimates, so you have Trans and Shatter to work with here. Dark Mode coming back. I think the key to this is going to be Abdallah. We've seen them come through with very clutch bombs for their team. We need to see this once again. Send your team with a 2-0 lead in the series.
This is their chance. Moving Rift, they can even up here and now. Huge Earth Shatter to come through. Fishbake probably used that sound barrier much earlier than you would have liked to do so. Derpy though, Earth Shatter, it's nothing but shield. What a block from Astronex. The reaction time just cannot be matched on these players. Now that Dark Mode, they've let essentially their whole hand show, except for this Graviton Surge from Coco. Only the sound barrier of SK to realistically counter this one out, but it doesn't catch nearly as many players. The shielding is just enough to keep Astronex alive to hopefully be healed, but that stun, oh, it was looking scary there for a bit, but not as scary as it does for Coco. The damage is starting to hit. It really hurts, especially for that later spawn that Astronex is gonna get. Venus gives everyone on Dark Mode a second life, essentially. That Transcendence healing them all up to full HP. Moving Rift, they're going above and beyond with that rally armor, but is it going to be enough? Look how low Birdbeak got aggressive again. Got burned down. That could be the thing to end it all right here. SK is keeping them in it. Abdallah has to be forced back. Doesn't really have the health, but understands that they need to contest the payload because this could be all in right now, but Moving Fish goes off the map. It looks like they're still going to be able to stay alive. SK did end up getting the DMAC on the other end. This is a full-out battle. There is no way that just happened, Ray. No shot. Wow. Well, that's one thing I didn't have on my bingo card today.
Um,
Oh my gosh. That is the worst possible time for that to happen. And believe it or not, with all of the strain that this code puts on the server, like you guys see with the slow mode and everything, that is only the second time the game has crashed in the entire tournament. You could not have asked for that at a worse time. We didn't know who was going to win that at all. This, what happens now? What really does happen? Ray, this is for either team. Oh.
So yeah, we're gonna have to cut this to a break while we figure out what's gonna happen. Are we gonna replay this map? We're gonna have to figure out some stuff behind the scenes. So we'll be right back. Stay close.
Yo. Cash and the ticket is yours. Cash and the ticket is yours. Yo. Cash and the ticket is yours. Cash and the ticket is yours. Cash and the ticket is yours. Yo. Cash and the ticket is yours. Yours.
Our inside here, you get an insight and you know something, but you don't want to say it out loud because you're kind of afraid that it's not going to be really true and it'll spoil the whole thing for you, But when somebody makes you say it, then, and it's true, then it just makes it more beautiful of a thing.
Hello again, everybody. We are back to the CGL GOAT Grand Finals matchup, and after some unprecedented circumstances, we are going to go ahead and keep moving along in our series. So what we're going to end up doing is we are going to just replay the attack of Moving Rift 7. So they won't have to complete the map fully, but they will have to pass that, I believe, what was it, 66.57 meters. So if they get
66.58.
58, yes.
They have 66.59.
No,
win.
wait. Yes, they'll have to do that. So if they get past 66.59, they will go ahead. They will be the ones to win the map. If for some reason they do get stopped before that point, it will go the way of dark mode. This is the best way that is fair to them, and so that they can also, we can keep moving along within our series today. So it's just going to be a complete reset there. Everybody is on board with it, and we should be all good to go.
Let's go. More Overwatch for everyone, baby. Let's go. All right. So once again, I mean, there's not much else to bring up. I mean, we have the classic problems. You know, Derpy's kind of been a little bit too over aggressive at times. We've had problems with SK getting picked a little too early. These teams can clean this up. I think either team can set themselves up for victory on this map. The question is, how is Moving Rift going to take this? Because they basically felt like they essentially won the map, and now they're being forced to replay this once again.
I mean, I get it. I would totally be upset if that happened to me too. So, I mean, hey, maybe they can turn this anger to be like, hey, we can go ahead and just steamroll this team. That's what I'm thinking. That's their goal right now. Moving Rift, they had a very hard time getting started through the first and second point. So if they can make very quick work of this attack here, good for them. They can keep on rolling from that point on. Unfortunately, can't control everything that happens, except for if you're SK, hopefully you'd be able to stay a little bit further back, because that's one of the things that has been consistently happening that we don't like to see. Coco just lasers everybody down, and if SK, you're going to be the one to peek that around the corner. Coco has no problem with aim at all, picking up 4 in just the first fight.
And once again, this is playing very similarly to how the first attempt went, where Moving Rift was stymied all the way to overtime, and then they finally got it through because Dark Mode committed too many ults to the final fight beforehand. So your Dark Mode, you just got to make sure you continue to play this right. They did use the rally in that fight in exchange for the Shatter, but I feel like if you are Moving Rift, you will take that exchange every day till Sunday.
Well, lucky for them, today is Sunday, so you don't want to see that anymore, but we're getting deja vu. I swear, we're getting deja vu. This is exactly what happened last time. Moving Fish ate the grab at the exact point, but still comes out to get another elimination. Wants to be the one to turn this around, but Derpy not able to stay alive. Venus too late on the Transcendent Moving Rift. They want to turn the tides, write their own storybook, not be trapped by their previous attack, march onto that objective, and get an even greater time bank heading to the second point.
I mean, it's just very unfortunate that they got caught out. Like you said, eating the grab is just, you can't let that happen if you're Coco. I mean, they did build to another one immediately, but you needed that to really force out the ultimates. You needed to force out. Is now they're going to be able to take this fight up close here at the archway. So this is a really good defensive spot if you're Dark Mode.
And there's no way that they expect Coco to have another grab, right? There's no way. How? How did Coco do that in a fight they lost, mind you? What are you feeding Coco right now? Maybe it's Coco. They just become more Coco, and more Coco go.
It's Coco for Cocoa Puffs.
Exactly. Coco for Cocoa Puffs right there. I love that. Love to see if they can actually get this grab down, though, because then they can have their Cocoa Puffs. Assuming they move around the defense matrix of Moving Fish 7, who will definitely have their head on a swivel if they can expect that. But Derpy certainly didn't expect the Earth Shadow to come through. Fishcake, thankfully, has got you covered. Can't say the same for Astronex, however. That sound barrier from SK, tad bit too late to keep the right heart up, and it's just another one of those times that with the timing thing, it needs to be on point, because now you're down to a couple ultimates and a fight loss.
But you got the graviton surge off the board, and you didn't use your trends to be able to counter it. So now you just have that extra sustain coming into this next fight. You're gonna have to take full advantage of that if you are Moving Rift 7. They're just gonna have to be very careful. A lot of damage available for Dark Mode to set up Derpy for a very good Shatter.
Oh yeah, Derpy, you can do it, buddy. This is your time to shine after the graviton surge goes out. Saving the rest of people from the self-destruct. Moving Fish already dead, don't even need the Earth Shatter. Not gonna be too mad if I actually end up using it in the end, though, just to get this fight wrapped up. There it is, on to 3, and yeah, Moving Rift, they're once again finding themselves struggling in this first choke on King's Row.
So now we find ourselves less than 3 minutes on the clock as things start to get, you know, the heart starts to raise a little bit, that adrenaline starts pumping, the time is starting to dwindle. You're Moving Rift, you gotta get this cart moving, and you don't really have any ultimates online to be able to do that, but Coco does. He has the grab.
All right, Coco, let's see it. He got it off successfully last time, and Moving Fish, well, Moving Fish will be ready, so make this one happen for sure. Keep an eye on it, though. So Moving Fish has the graviton surge, knowing it's there, but Coco perfectly times it as soon as the cooldown is hit. SK, though, sound barrier in play. Will it be enough for them to sustain? Yes, it will. They all back out through the choke. We're back to square one, where we initially started this engagement, and Moving Rift They gotta find some way to be able to push in here. Astronex is the one coming closer to that sound barrier, or excuse me, the Earth Shatter, but doesn't have a team to really support them through that entire process, and they're gonna have to take a whole nother swing at things. This has been a terrible second point for Moving Rifts.
And they can't seem to get any kind of positive momentum going whatsoever. But this next fight could be what the doctor ordered. They have 4 possible ultimates to throw into this next fight. If you can't take advantage right now, it might just be c'est la vie. It might be all over for Moving Rift.
I mean, you said Moving Rift has 4, but Dark Mode also has 4 of their own. This is when I want to see that desperation factor come into play. Once we get down to the lowest time breaks, Moving Rift suddenly starts to play better, and that Earth Shatter is a great sign of that. Dark Mode is forced to use both Sound Barrier and Transcendence at the same time, which thankfully it does help counter the Graviton Surge just a little bit. But that Graviton getting eaten on the other end, everything's going wrong for Dark Mode. It's moving Rift fight to win right here, right now. Everything has gone their way this battle, and it needs to keep going so through the next minute to keep and match their tempo from the previous point. But somehow, Dark Mode's recovering from this. What happened, Ray?
What happened?
What did I miss?
Was Coco got high charged and got 3 picks, and also it helped that Abdallah had a Diva Bomb that forced Dark Mode to kite them in the small room, where then Coco was able to take full advantage of that high charge to use those right clicks to be able to just melt people. As now they're backing up to get their responders back.
See, Goat just fried my brain, and yeah, it's Goat. It fries my brain. A lot of ultimates to come out on the table here at Moving Rift. Need to use them accordingly, but Yamatra going down is an awful way to start this one out. Dark Mode, they gotta be able to keep pushing that advantage. They have all the healing. They're walking on forwards, holding the W key, which we know for a fact is Dorothy's favorite thing to do here. And they're gonna go ahead, setting up for a nice hold, assuming they can close it out with all of their health bars being relatively intact until I absolutely just cast her curse to Derpy to oblivion, and apparently the rest of Dark Mode. Moving Rift, they're starting to stabilize a little bit more, but the players going down, and really the player left alive, Coco, has been a primary issue for them, eventually disposed of, and they're going to have to take another one of these fights if they want to get that second point.
And it's in the overtime. We talked about how Moving Rift has had this overtime buff. Can they make that reign true once again? They're going to have this Astronex Shatter. Going to have to come through strong because Dark Mode is looking at both a Rally and a Diva Bomb to try and send this to a 2-0 map deficit.
This is their chance to be able to stop the payload right here, right now. That self-destruct from Abdallah, it's looking good to be the tool to turn it around. We know that Abdallah finds these windows of opportunity, but apparently Astronex finds it first. Derpy wasn't ready once again, and that is going to be the thing to just separate these two teams. The Astronex versus Derpy. It's been consistently on the side of Moving Rift in that Reinhardt battle, but I can't say the same for the Zarya. Thankfully, Chime got that Graviton Surge just before Coco, and we are right back to where we ended this last attack.
Yeah, it's very similar time bank as well, 1.5 minutes on the clock to get this, let me check the number again, 66, they need 66.59 meters to send themselves to a 1-1 series. I mean, this is where things get tough. You're probably looking at 2 fights total if you're Moving Rift to try and send yourself to that 1-1 series. And Fish Cake is down!
That's huge. Oh, especially look how close Fish Cake was to that sound barrier as well. You hate to see it if you're that Lucio player, but Yamitra going down. You don't got a lot of that healing available. It's compensated temporarily for by Abyss, but this needs to be a Moving Rift reset right now. Do not commit anything else into this. Save your resources for the final battle to come.
Because Chime has his grab online, and with them being forced to use the Transcendence to keep themselves alive in that losing fight, they are now going to have to rely on this sound barrier to keep them alive through the incoming Graviton Surge. It all comes down to this, Tiny. 20 seconds left on the clock. Who's going to come through for either team and make a big hero play?
Dark Mode, they don't have the ultimate advantage. That's why they need to make this one last long. They got the Earth Shatter to help deny a lot of the follow-up. That Graviton Surge they were stuck in. Sound barriers out, matching in gameplay. The slow-mo only important, emphasizing how desperate this fight is going to be. And Moving Fish comes up with 2. Huge self-destruct. We've seen it time and time again from this player, and they are shining in the stars when Moving Rift needs it the most. Still, couple meters needed to push this one all the way through in Dark Mode. They're able to recontest.
That they are. They only have 3 players at the moment. I hope they're paying attention to the number because they got to get in there. Get in there. Now they do contest just in time. A fish cake is down.
Oh, they got the touch, but they cannot get off from here on out. Fish cake was too rushed. Sturpy ends up falling shortly after moving Rift. They are just about to do it. What ended in a server error is the result. That will be them. Moving Rift takes the win here in map number 2. Wow, that was a map. And what a way to end it. And I think the fact that it was so eerily similar to what it was played out on their first attack, it was totally fitting for the situation that we ended up in.
Could not agree with you more. I mean, they had pretty much, we pretty much got where we were supposed to be. It is now 1-1 lead heading into map 3.
1-1. We already got a series. It's a series, everybody. This has been a lot. And there's only going to be more Overwatch after this. Still at least 3 more maps. Oh, that hurts. We're essentially playing a best of 5 now. If we're thinking about it that way. It could go all the way to 7, but I'm not going to say that for the sake of everybody in this game playing Overwatch for seriously, 8 hours today? There is no such thing as too much Overwatch in my opinion, but there is so much as a thing as too many screens for your eyeballs. I'm starting to get a headache from staring at a screen all day, and I'm sure some of these guys are too. But thankfully, we all of GOATs were able to kind of gather around that fact and enjoy the ability of moving Rift to come back, get that attack, finish the job where they all started it. And I'm very glad that this is how our series ended up, or not our series, but the second map ended up concluding, showing that moving Rift, they haven't lost their momentum. They're still that super strong team that Dark Mode faced off against in the winners finals, and they just made sure that Dark Mode isn't going to forget it.
Yeah, I mean, this is what we were hoping for and asking for, a 1-1 series tie heading into map 3, which will be Escort. We're just waiting for that map pick coming in from Dark Mode in. We have it in.
Oh,
and
yeah.
It feels like deja vu going to Havana.
I swear, if we get another sub 2 meter hold on this map, I'm done, okay? I'm done. My career ends here.
Many of you weren't here earlier for this matchup. Dark Mode brought us to Havana earlier in the series when they were down 2-0, and they took it to Havana and held moving Rift to 1.23 meters on their attack. It was ridiculous.
It was something. It was. If that happens again, there's no way that happens again, right? There's no way that happens again. Tell me that doesn't happen again, please. Tell me that doesn't happen again. There's no way that Dark Mode are gonna be able to get away with that.
Never say never?
I mean, okay, I won't say never. But literally, last time that happened, I think we all kind of had it in our heads that, okay, after getting held that much, that map's just over. The producer literally typed in our chat, guys, after this map, throw to a break, assuming that it would be done. And hey, you know what? They said never. We won't say never here. It can happen, all right? Nothing is impossible in this map. There could be a 0 meter hold. You never really know until it ends up panning out. I don't think anybody's shocked that Dark Mode picked this map just after how dominant they were on last time. We saw how they were on the first point spawn, but assuming we're actually able to move further than that this time, we're entering some new territory, kind of figuring out how GOAT is going to actually end up playing on this map.
I kind of agree with you. We're going to have to find out shortly, as we will be getting you guys into this map very quickly. Hopefully just waiting on the readies from both of the teams, and we will get you straight into this action. I mean, the grand finals, $500 on the line. What more could we be asking for in a 1-to-1 series? It is just peak GOAT's Overwatch.
Oh yeah, good old GOAT's Overwatch. I'm sad. I missed GOAT's Overwatch when it was originally a thing in 2019. I joined like mid-2020, so I am so glad that I can embrace the true chaos and fun that this meta is right now. It's been a great past couple days, and the fact that we're ending it in a grand finals that is already tied up, knowing how bad that these teams want the win. What more could you truly ask for?
As we now go to, it went with daytime Havana, which is the original one instead of nighttime. Very nice to see.
Dark mode is superior. No pun intended. Oops, my bad. Never mind. I meant dark mode, the dark mode for the map. And if anybody uses the light mode on their computer, I don't like you. It's weird. Dark mode is superior. Probably why. I wonder if that's why they named themselves dark mode.
Yeah, I mean, maybe. One would hope so. As now we're going to see dark mode looking to try and do the spawn hold once again. As hopefully they're going to... hopefully Moving Rift is going to be able to get more than just the 1.23 meters they did last time.
Oh, yeah. I'm hoping so. I mean, already they're in the spawn. Moving Rift's first so far back. So we know, because dark mode, they're the ones on the attack. They will get to go, or wait, no, they're the ones on the defense. No, they will be the ones to kind of set the tempo here, holding back in the spawn. Moving Rift decided to take the fight to them, which surprisingly Dark Mode did back off from. And good news, we have passed the 1.23 meter mark. Let's go. We're already well over double where we led last time on this map. I am very happy, to say the least. But regardless of that factor, Dark Mode looked to be still winning out this battle. Derpy has fallen, so shall the rest of the team. You know, problem is, you lose Derpy. I'm a little worried for the Dark One's ability to kind of sustain this one out.
I mean, if they back out, play a little bit safer, they can have the Lucio, which they are going to do, go back and get Derpy. He has that charge to be able to clear a lot of distance, so I think you're still in a pretty good spot. You're just going to have to give up a little bit of meterage if you're Dark Mode.
A little bit. I mean, you already got a grab from Coco. I mean, Chimes got one as well, but Coco's going to be the first one we see today because Chimes isn't going to be seen at all. Beautiful eat from Abdallah just to deny the space. Files it up with a self-destruct hill. Perfect diva play. Could not have asked more from that player. Dark Belt, they're going to win that fight just off the back of Abdallah doing Abdallah things.
Yeah, and that was a very fair, well, technically that was a 3 for 3 exchange if you're Dark Mode. So you're feeling pretty good. You kept them within 18 meters, which is still extremely impressive. Almost half the time has come off the clock. If you're Moving Rift, you're relying heavily on Moving Fish to try and make a big play with this incoming Diva Bomb.
And Diva Bomb is still intact and almost had to use it for a remake there. Thankfully, that's not going to be happening, and I don't think we're going to see it at all with Coco just getting up close and personal. Already another grab! What has Coco been allowed to do this game?
He's just been allowed to do whatever he wants with no punishment at all. Just constantly hard charge, putting so much pressure onto the entirety of Darkwood as the Shatter gets Astronix this time.
And it's going to get Astronix. Abyss panics just a little bit. Gas that Transcendence out, which, yeah, that's great. Problem is you don't have anything for Coco's Graviton Surge, which is essentially just free right now. Nice bubble, but you don't got one for Yamitra. Don't have a Brig. I don't see this healing go anywhere farther forward. What in the world? The Moving Fish comes up with a triple. What was that pin coming in onto Derpy? All those defensive cooldowns pulled out. Moving Rift should not be moving this payload right now, but the reason they are, they better be thanking him.
Yeah, that's what I said. They were relying heavily on Moving Fish coming through with a big-time Diva Bomb, and that's exactly what happened. Shoutouts to Moving Fish. Like I mentioned, Redbird Esports players showing strong in the CGL GOATS tournament. As Dark Mode looks to come back, they're going to have a Diva Bomb of their own online plus 2 support ultimates. And, I mean, this is like new territory for Moving if they're not used to getting the cart this far. Hopefully they can make something happen here at the bookstore corner or the newsstand corner.
The newsstand corner. We're still stuck on Kings Row. We've seen too much of it today. And you know, I think these players have seen too much of GOATS because I'm seeing the exact same fight unfold in front of my eyes. The normal cues have been pressed. Nobody really has gone down. The only thing still remaining is not going to be Derpy, but it is a Transcendence from Abyss, which I'm going to like to see pop soon. Just because you don't have SK, and that's going to be a little bit of a problem, especially if Dark Mode decides to get aggressive here, which is unlikely. Derpy not really present, so they're kind of scrambling to regroup over by this Mega Health Pack.
20 seconds left on the clock as both of these Zaryas basically have the Shatter online, as both Zens are here with the Transcendences.
You got the Transcendences, you got the Graviton Surge. It's a giant group hug, right? We like hugs, right? Especially when tactical nukes are involved. Derpy said no hug, though. Bye-bye Chime, bye-bye Abyss and Yamitra. They're not having a good time, and I don't think Moving Rift is going to get this payload too much farther if Coco isn't dealt with right now. Coco did actually end up going down here, but Dark Mode, they still have the numbers, at least temporarily, especially if Abdallah manages to get the neck back and even takes out the Baby Diva in the Baby Diva form. There's nothing that says Diva Div more than that. You absolutely love to see it. Moving Rift, they're hanging on for dear life. The Sound Barrier, really their last lifeline, kind of push this one through, but eventually they are out of options, out of time, and this is the mark that they have set for themselves. Full point hold on here on Havana. While it is better than last time, it still isn't great. Out of all the maps you can get full held on, though, this probably is one of the better ones to do so. Havana, not an easy map to push through this first objective.
Yeah, I was legit gonna say it may not be 1.23 meters, but still a very good defense coming out from Dark Mode. Like we mentioned, they have that map win scenario. They just got to get it to the end of the first point. But as you mentioned, this map is known for being held fuller. It's kind of like what map do I want to compare it to? I mean, I've always kind of seen Rialto as the same way. You can like fuller hold pretty easily, so we're gonna have to see how that goes for Dark Mode. I mean, last time all they had to do was get the 1.23 meters. I think it took them about half the time.
Yeah.
So they're gonna have to put together quite a decent attack here in order to put themselves at that 2-1 lead.
Yeah, it's gonna be something. Dark Mode, I have a lot of faith in them to pull this through because Coco has been having one of the best games that I have seen them play so far. Like the carry potential, nobody should be carrying this much in GOATs. Like that's not really the point of the comp. The point is to see how well 6 players can work together. But Coco is doing so much more, and it deserves to be highlighted. I mean, Moving Rift, they're having some of these little standout moments from either Astronex or Moving Fish here and there, but otherwise it's just been Coco, and it's been a consistent problem no matter how many times to say it. It's never been solved, and if Coco isn't stopped here, Moving Rift, they're going to be on the track towards the down spiral. Now's their shot to get their hands on this spawn hold that Coco hasn't really been able to break out of. It's very much back and forth, but Abdallah being DMAC, yeah, that's not a great start for the attackers here. It's a terrible time for a sneeze right in the middle of my play-by-play. Oh, awkward pause, everybody. Awkward pause. I mean, honestly, the play did kind of awkwardly pause while that was happening. Now it's not going to be so awkward or silent because Chime Sound Barrier countering out any attempts that Graviton Surge really had at getting stuff done. You'll go ahead and take the pick on a Derpy while you can because you're not going to have your Zarya for quite some time. Thankfully, Dark Mode don't have theirs either, and they're going to go ahead have to retreat back into the spawn because Moving Rift, they got it under locks.
Yeah, Moving Rift, they seem to have taken that energy from being forced to replay King's Row, and they're bringing it through. But Astronex still, what? That's the Diva Bomb still?
That was another terrible time to sneeze. I missed exactly what happened to Astronex. All I know is that there are a pile of armor scattered around Havana. Oh, you really needed the Reinhardt player to stay alive. Those things just don't happen. Now, Dark Mode, you've given them the room to work, and now... what stops them here, honestly, Brave? What does stop them? Moving Rift, they know that they have to push. They have all 6 members of their team. They just have to wait for that payload to get in a suitable position to actually want to contest this one out. Derpy with the Earth Shatter, though. That could spell disaster if Astronex isn't prepared for this one. Been very good about this in the past. No time to stop that here, but they're not even in position to save Yamitra or Abyss. Huge counterpin, though! Manages to get the stun away just in time. Abyss Transcendence is there. Moving Rifts, they're okay to fight another day, but that is if this grab doesn't tear them all apart in the backline. The natural cover actually is working out to their advantage quite a bit because Dark Mode didn't have any room to follow up on that last stitch ability. Chimes, on the other hand, is a much better for a follow-up position, but the Sound Barrier keeping them all up and healthy. Fish Cake on point with it once more. The slow mode is really killing these teams right now. I can tell. They see it in each other's eyes. They want to push. They want to do damage. Be aggressive. Only thing that's limiting them here is themselves and a couple more meters, stopping this payload and preventing a team from going up a map. And right now, it's looking like Dark Mode might be the ones to do it. That self-destruct from Abdullah is huge. That main tank gone. That frontline protection disappeared. SK gonna get chased down. Abdullah coming up big. It's always these highlight reel level plays from this Diva player. Every single time, picking out another one in Yamitra. The focus fire on point in Dark Mode, taking Havana once again, proving they are the kings of this map.
This just seems to be their map, their vibe. That's why every time they've been in the position, they have picked it. I mean, that was much better overall from Moving Rift. So, but at the end of the day, they still get that dub. It seems like these teams are pretty antsy to try and get into the next game. I already saw in the chat, Coliseo go. So, I think, I don't know, maybe, but that sounds like that might be our next map.
Maybe we'll have to go with a maybe here. We don't really know until we get our fun little graphic. I mean, okay, yeah, all right, we kind of do know.
Yeah, we got the graphic.
We got the
Coliseo,
graphic. It's
folks.
official, people. It is official. Coliseo will be our next map of push. This was the map that Moving Rift was able to win out last time, and I gotta say, this was a close one, all right? This was a close map up until like that final 2 minutes. The really decisive lead was more established after a big fumble from Dark Mode. If they can prevent any of these larger errors, I could totally see this one going either direction. It's like we were talking about earlier, the map of push, bringing in this series. What this does is this forces these teams to think. It causes them to be more disciplined, unlike any other map in the game. Because if you give up these checkpoints, if you give up even the tiniest bit of meterage, it could seriously mean the entire end of your match. In these games, they're not easy to turn around. If you have a bad start, coming back, getting the flip, oh, that is one of the hardest things to do, and Coliseo is arguably one of the worst maps to have to do that on. I'm expecting these fights to be long. I'm expecting them to be grueling and difficult, especially from the beginning all the way until the very end. But unfortunately, they're going to make us wait even longer after rushing us into this. Oh my gosh. They wanted us to go quick, but then we had to stop. I don't understand. I don't understand Overwatch players. That's probably why I talk about the game instead of playing it. I think that makes more sense.
Yeah, I mean, Coliseo, again, this is like the third time we've seen push for GOATs. We had it earlier, and then the winners, the grand finals for the console side had it, and now we come to this. So very excited to continue to see, and I believe it's been Coliseo every single time. So
yeah,
I think it's the again, we talked about it. It's kind of like the best map for this GOAT. So I'm excited to continue to see this shine through.
Oh, for sure. I mean, yes, did you bring up the point, though? Because I had to think about, was Coliseo really the one? But then I thought about the other two push maps. You've got Esperanza and New Queen Street. Esperanza, I think that's a little too open for GOATs, honestly. The high grounds, you'd like to control those a little more, but we know very well that that doesn't really work out for GOATs. We've talked about this several times, so please don't do any of those high ground holds. But we also think about New Queen Street, which it's in the middle of the two, I would say, but overall, Coliseo's just probably where it's at. It's very similar to King's Row in the regard that you're forced to play in these tight areas. You have no choice but to run at each other in a very condensed format, which getting split is arguably one of the worst things that could happen to you within this composition.
Yeah, as we are now getting the unpause coming from these teams, as we're going to get right into the action. 10 seconds to go. Again, there's not much more to say. I'm just excited to be seeing this happening on a push map.
Oh yeah, let's flippin' go. We're gonna have so much fun here. Dark Mode, they got match point in sight. That's all I gotta say. They can take it up right here, prove that they can beat Moving Rift, a team who decisively took them down in the earlier series played today. That is the comeback story. They are the underdogs of this matchup, and Moving Rift, they're still struggling to regain that momentum, regain their old forte from before, honestly. This is a team that we thought would be one of the champions of the entire event, and here they are, down in the grand finals matchup on Coliseo in this very neutral battle. That's going to take a very long time to go through. Seriously, this is what happened last time. There's very little that I can actually say, other than we're just going to wait and see who wins the races to these ultimates, specifically these sound barriers. Those are the ones that is climbing the fastest right now. It's Fishcake, but SK is literally on top of them in terms of that ult charge. Nobody wants to push forwards at all. They're taking advantage of these little enclaves that you have inside the sections of the Coliseum. But once these sound barriers are up, things are about to get a little bit dicey out here. Both Fishcake and SK have those buttons at the ready as Chime and Coco are racing towards the Graviton Surge to be that first go button. The tension is high for these teams, the expectations, they know what's going to happen, they know it's about to get chaotic, but they're both too scared to pull the trigger. What, we've been here for what, nearly 2 minutes, Ray? No, 1.5 minutes. Nothing has happened. We've got 6 ultimates on the board, and nobody wants to use them.
Yeah, okay, there's the first one.
Oh, see, as soon as I stop talking, they decide, all right, Graviton Surge time, bye-bye Mark, but also bye-bye Yamitra. We're suddenly back to even playing fields, except for Dark Mode. They use both of their support ultimates. Moving Rift still have theirs intact, and they can use this to their advantage, get aggressive, put those W keys on. That is what I wanted to see. Astronyx immediately pinning onto Derpy. That is the aggression that I want to see. We've made it through the death trap that is first fight. It only took 2 minutes. Don't worry about it.
Only 2 minutes, but that's okay. That's kind of how GOATS goes, especially on a map like Coliseo. Astronyx pushing up, trying to get these staggers, and they are going to be found by Chime. So very well done. Moving Rift going to be able to net themselves a lot of meters on this point before Darkmount even has a chance to come recontest this fight. Yeah, and they're just looking really good. They have no staggers, all 6 of their players here, as Dark Mode has to look to try and re-engage. And like I mentioned, high ground, they have it naturally, but they're going to have to be careful about how they engage these fights and make sure they engage as one and not let anyone get too far ahead.
Yeah, and I do like that Derpy did move up and Moving Rift moved back. They understood that this corner is going to be much better for them to play around. Kind of forced Moving Rift, or excuse me, Dark Mode, almost through a choke point that you wouldn't have initially expected them to go for. As these blows are currently being exchanged, you're still able to kind of play around these pillars, and it's perfectly fine. Problem is, Graviton Surge means you can't really play that ring around the rosy game. You're going to lose Yamitra. That is a huge setback for Moving Rift, and that little robot, good old Timmy here, going to be flipped right back around.
As both teams committed a decent amount of ultimates to that fight, it looked like it was about 3 from each side. Probably 4, because I think Chime just happened to build up to another 50%. He's just so good at that. As we look at this next fight, and I think Dark Mode's going to have to use these support ultimates very judiciously. I feel like you still need to hold this Transcendence for the grab just because Chime is so fast at building it. I feel like you gotta just think he has it coming soon.
You always have to assume that Transcendence is good. I never say that about Graviton Surges, but when you have a Zarya player that is that good, I totally expect it. I mean, usually I'd say about the same about Coco, but if Coco's dead, I mean, do you really have to worry about a Graviton Surge? Not really. With Chime going down 2, suddenly that's a great scenario because the grab didn't even go out, and Moving Rift, we're probably relying on that to be the thing to get them through this next fight. They're using their support ultimates off tempo. The fact that Transcendence came out, and the same from Venus, are going to make these next couple fights, or even this current one, as it extends, even more interesting when these Zaryas actually end up returning. The Earth Shatters exchange, and Derpy actually gets the better of 1-for-1. So let's go, my boy Derpy comes up big until they do the classic thing of overextending, and I totally just hyped you up in the wrong way, because that is likely going to hurt Dark Mode here. They're going to have plenty of time to stall this out, just sitting there with it behind Astronyx shield. They don't got to worry about losing the lead at all.
That they don't, especially with Chime having this Graviton Surge online with like no ultimates to try and deal with it. There it comes.
Yep, there it comes. Bye-bye the rest of Dark Mode. If only you had a Reinhardt with you to help weather that damage, but Derpy said bye-bye long time ago, so Moving Rift turning that payload around. We're only halfway through this map, but it feels like it's been years.
It has been quite a distance to get here. I mean, 11 meters separate these two teams. Coco gets to come back, has this Graviton Surge online. If you get in here, use it aggressively. You can get this team off guard when they haven't built up these support ultimates to counter it yet.
Yeah, I've been mindful though. Moving Fish has been keeping an eye on Coco, but apparently not well enough. That one came from behind. You saw the flick coming from Moving Fish. It was too little, too late. And I mean, you'll go ahead and take the trade out for Venus here if you're Dark Mode, but you've got to be careful of where the rest of your team is playing, because Moving Rift, they got the rest of those support ultimates to kind of pop out, give them that little extra boost that they need to overcome Coco. And by the looks of it, Derpy, if they're not backing off as fast as they are.
Oh. As we're going to continue to see this aggression coming out from Moving Rift. They're just such a good team. It hasn't mattered. Every time Dark Mode seems to win a fight, they get some meterage, but it's never been enough. Moving Rift has done a great job of coming together and getting these team fight wins swiftly and quickly, as the Eva Bomb comes in the pins there, but they don't
Ooh.
find the kill.
No, they don't. It fell just behind that little section of wall. You just saw Derpy walk past. Oh, it was such a great combo. The plan was there. Unfortunately, the targeting not on point. And moving Rift, they found that elimination and a second one on top of it. The more progress they gain, they might only be 11 meters apart now, Ray. But the greater that grows, that distance is going to seem nearly insurmountable to climb back from.
And this is where you start to get into more dangerous territory of allowing the first checkpoint. I feel like if you allow this first checkpoint to happen, if you are dark mode, it's going to be all but over. But they're on the touch the spawn doors challenge.
On Coliseum, on this, I mean, I get it if it was the second checkpoint spawns, but these are the first checkpoint spawns. It was such a huge play from them. Chime grabbed in the spawn, and it got him that first point. I know we have 3 minutes left in the game, but dark mode, this is darn near impossible for them to turn back around unless they play some near perfect Overwatch. The amount of fights they have to win consecutively, oh, it is piled on. You have to win at least 3 or 4 here to even have a chance at coming back into this fight. And yeah, they're gonna looking like they can start to win one with SK taking a dip off of the map. This needs to be much more than that. They haven't even wrapped up everything that's happening around the high ground. The robot might be stealing away, but as long as these forward spawns are active, it's totally fine for moving Rift. They're not too worried about the payload of that robot being pushed forwards, even being locked up in this grab. It's completely fine. Derpy, though, yeah, that should be it for moving Rift. But the sound barrier is still committed. I do shake my hand a little bit at that one.
I mean, we're seeing just trades going back and forth, and this isn't really favoring dark mode at all because the close spawns are now in play for moving Rift. So they're going to have to take another fight in this mid-range anyway. I mean, this mid-ground. So, I mean, you do have a little bit more ultimates on the side of dark mode, but like we mentioned, 2 minutes on the clock. You're looking at having to string together probably 3 more team fight wins to get this victory out of moving Rift.
I think maybe the self-destruct is going to be a good start, but all it does is force bubbles and shielding, which can be an advantage here, assuming Dark Mode still have those cooldowns to kind of push in. Abdallah's on a strange off angle, trying to pressure out Abyss, which, yeah, it gets them out of position, but you leave the rest of your team kind of vulnerable, having to rush in, sacrifices the mech just for that alone. The Graviton Surge rather free, not worried about that being taken away. Trade-out's still there. The fact that your Mitra is gone, though, I always highlight that. If your Mitra isn't alive and Mark is, that is dark mode looking even stronger, especially if moving Rift don't have those support ultimates to really fall back on.
And they, SK is going to have the sound barrier coming to the next fight. It's going to basically be a sound barrier versus a rally at this point. But the ultimate deciding factor is Derpy. Tiny has the Shatter online, needs to hit a big one, has been playing so much better. I hope he can nail the big one to set the team up.
Derpy, my guy, this is your time to shine with that Earth Shatter. If you can even just get SK out of it, you don't got to worry about that sound barrier. All you need to do, hit one player, make it happen before something like that. A rare feed from Abdallah in the beginning of the fight. Usually we'll see it at the end, but the beginning, that's a new one for them. And not a great look from Dark Mode because this was the fight that they needed to win, Ray. Look how close they were to getting those forward spawns. If they even came close to it, they would have had a huge chance at getting them.
They're doing a nice job of backing out, so they put it in a position where they're going to take another fight at the mid-range here. So they're looking at 2 fights you're going to have to win. They're relying heavily on this incoming grab to try and send it home. But they have 5, 6 ultimates coming online, Tiny. This is their opportunity.
Oh, this is it right here, Dark Mode. Come on, you can show us you can do it, but no, the Earth Shatter. Derpy just can't get the block in. By the time they use their own Shatter, the sound barrier's already been unleashed. The Transcendence is there. The extra healing, moving Rift 7. They might as well have just done it. If they can wrap up these last couple players and survive this big old tactical nuke coming in, this is them tying up the series, proving they are still a contender in this matchup. 4 maps have been played, still on even playing ground at 2 apiece.
We could be looking at the 7 mapper, Tiny.
Don't say that, Ray.
What more could you ask for between these 2 teams? It has just been, I mean, as Joker Ransom would say, this is GOATs.
Yeah, this is GOATs, everybody. If you missed out on the joys of GOATs like I had previously, you're not gonna miss them out anymore. This is your dose of goats to last you for a lifetime, and we are making sure to squeeze every last drop out of it. We've made it through 4 maps. We're headed back to control for a 5th one. And you know what? I think this is the first time today that I actually will not be seeing Lijiang Tower as the map choice. I've seen a little bit of Nepal, but it's just been Lijiang Tower. Everyone loves Lijiang Tower, which makes me very curious that now that Dark Mode have the selection, which direction they're going to want to take this in.
We're going to have to find out after a quick break. It is tied 2-2 with 3 maps left to go. It is the NAPC CGL GOATS Grand Finals. We'll be right back.
Water is the softest and most yielding substance, yet nothing is better than water for overcoming the hard and rigid, because nothing can compete with it. Lao Tzu.
Name straight, new wave. Name straight, new wave. Name straight, new wave. Name straight, new wave. Name straight, new wave.
This has been a weekend full of competitive GOATS gameplay, and we are still yet to crown the champion here tonight. 4 maps have been played. Each of these teams have 2 apiece, and still at least 2 more a team needs to win to actually become that victor. Take home those $500, which at this point are becoming very hard-earned with how much Overwatch has been played today by both of these squads alone on the field. I mean, I applaud them for keeping their heads on task and being able to put on some half-decent Overwatch after playing so many intense competitive matches.
Keep in mind, this has been a war of attrition for these teams. I'm looking at Dark Mode, for example, today. They had a 2-0, so that's 2 maps, then a 3-1, so that's another 4, so that's 6. Then they had another 3 maps, so that's 9. Plus, they played 4 maps today, so that's 13 maps of Overwatch they played today so far. And Moving Rift is in a similar spot. They played 2 and then 4, so that's 6. And now they've played another 4, so they're at 10. So,
and here's the thing.
Whew.
you think that, like, oh, I play that many games of comp all the time. These aren't your games of comp, people. These are intense competitive gameplay that you are calming, you are stressed, you are focused to the max. If you aren't 100% in the game, then you're gonna go down, because these teams, these players, they have so much high-level competitive experience, whether that's in open division or contenders. They are here. They are here to play. They want the prize pool, and we're going to take another step towards that direction on Nepal, the first control map that Dark Mode has been able to pick all day, and for good reason. I feel like out of the 2 control maps that we've seen, it's been primarily Lijiang Tower, but Nepal has been that second best pick for most people, and I think out of the rest of the Goats maps that I can think of, Nepal certainly falls in that category.
Yeah, the only 3 control maps I've seen this entire weekend, it's always Lijiang, and then you either get Nepal or Busan for the other map. So in this case, we are getting Nepal, and I mean, this is Sanctum, and this is the map where I always say is the weird one, because, you know, the other 2 maps are very good brawl-centric maps, but when you have the ability to play whatever you want, this is where space and hit scans tend to reign a little bit more supreme. You can buy so much space and have so much sight lines, but when you're forced into goats v goats, I kind of like the architecture of this map. You kind of just have 2 long hallways. You're constantly, you know, jockeying for positioning. The hallway on the point, and then the hallway that kind of controls the high ground.
This is probably one of my favorites for the same reason too. Is because it's almost like a what's really the word? You're almost kind of playing a little dance with the team. It's like you want to get close to them, but at the same time you want to take your position. So you're kind of going in circles here. You'll notice how Dark Mode took one side, Moving Rift on the other, and they're gonna keep moving around in those circles. They want to meet on this high ground over here. At least Moving Rift does. Dark Mode said, "All right, I can compromise on that." They want to go on through. They didn't take it the first time though, so they're playing on the bottom of this little staircase. She's like, "Oh, hey, Tiny, that's not too much." In a composition like this, or just really in Overwatch in general, having that much of a disadvantage, just a couple meters, is a huge thing in Overwatch. Astranex even going for the pin way off, gets Mark in the process, and Derpy just straight towards the point. What a out-of-the-box play from Astranex to be pulled off, but I didn't expect anything less from him, to be totally honest.
I mean, that was nicely rotated by Moving Rift. They knew they didn't want to take that fight over by the Mega Health Pack, especially when Dark Mode had control of that area. So they continued just to counter-rotate to the high ground. And as you mentioned, Dark Mode kind of compromised and fought for that high ground, and Moving Rift wins the fight because of that. So nicely played by both teams.
Whoa!
Ooh, that was close. Whew.
Okay, a little bit of a heart attack, but I guess you can charge pause your pin in this game mode, but since you already used your pin and you don't have a shield, well, Astranex gonna go ahead, slam you down into the ground, and that's just another one of those points where the MTD happens. You go next.
Yeah, I mean, it happens. I mean, you put yourself in a bad spot, then because of that, your shield's not ready at the gun. Astranex able to get that free shatter as the grab was thrown out, and it forced out the sound barrier. Now Astranex is down.
Astranex is down, but Moving Rift want to hold this out for as long as they can, which the Transcendence will allow the body block even to come on through. Derpy had enough, so like, all right, fine, I'm physically bashing my way through here. And anytime that Dark Mode can stall this one out, or Moving Rift can stall this one out, they just get a little bit more of that percentage, and Dark Mode can take their own sweet time to get on through. Even that last ditch touch from Astranex, you get a little bit more on the bank, less you have to work for later.
I mean, you get the 66% on the point, but it costs so many of your ultimates. The only thing you're going to have going forward if you're Moving Rift is this rally. So these next couple of fights, if you're Moving Rift, are going to be at a significant ult disadvantage. So this is where Dark Mode can really apply the pressure and start to swing the percentage back in their favor.
Dark Mode, they are trying to get their way onto the point, but a pin on Astranex, sent over the edge. Derpy give them a taste of their own medicine. I absolutely love to see that. I think that's the moment that Derpy's been waiting for all game long here. Dark Mode just gonna go ahead, steamroll that one back over. I love to see this regained confidence from them after the loss in Coliseum.
Yeah, I mean, they're really trying to bounce back, and they have to, like you mentioned, 2-2. I feel like the winner of this could end up winning the whole thing with the momentum they take forward after this map, but you never know. But you gotta play with the cards you're dealt right now, as Dark Mode has so many ultimates to work with, 5 of them to be exact.
Oh my gosh, this is just gonna be a lot of lights in your kill feed. I hope you brought your sunglasses today. I sure didn't, and neither did the rest of Moving Rift. Caught up in the black hole of the Graviton Surge. They're gonna be snowballed back. Dark mode, they've surpassed the percentage Moving Rift was able to build up, and especially if they get the stagger here onto Abyss, nearly managing to escape. This is gonna be down to about one fight.
And they won that with just the Graviton Surge. Tiny. I mean, Moving Rift didn't commit anything to that fight either, but you get to come back 5 versus 5 in the ultimate department. If you're Dark Mode, you're in such a strong position.
They're in such a power hold right now. When we look at the ultimates that they have to work with, this Graviton Surge, no problem, but you use the Transcendence and Sound Barrier at the same time, still lose Derpy. Oh, they're in the power position, right? You weren't wrong, but Moving Rift, they didn't care. They knew that something would go right for them, and in that situation, it was Moving Fish getting that self-destruct off, finding that elimination, and giving them another shot at taking Sanctum.
You do get that to 99% if you are Dark Mode, but because of how much percentage Moving Rift had already gained, you're probably looking at this one final fight. Moving Rift, it's 3 ultimates versus 2 ultimates. You gotta hope that this Diva Bomb for Abdallah goes strong, because this Coco Grab is just gonna get countered by the Transcendence.
Yeah, it's as simple as that. You're expecting these things kind of to get countered up unless it is forced very early on here. You can see that Dark Ward, they already got to that point, and
Astro's down.
They got too quick. Thankfully, Dirt's traded out for Derpy, but these Graviton Surge is going to be who is the counter versus who doesn't. The tactical nuke, Yamato sealed, it's barely going to be enough to keep everybody alive, but this is where the problem's going to start coming out, is now that you don't have Reinhardt's, all chaos is going to ensue. Mark managed to snag SK way earlier in that engagement as the Reinhardts begin to make their way back to the point. Astronex has this Earth Shatter online. The point being flipped back over. It's going to be a tricky one for Dark Mode to hold, and it seems like they're almost opting just to go for the full reset, but at this point, it's too late to go for that reset. You've already lost all the time. Even if you got it back to your favor, Moving Rift, if they get the flip, it's about 7 seconds for them to have to come back in, and realistically, that just is not an option for Dark Mode right now.
And nobody's going to be able to touch it. That is going to be case and point. Moving Rift takes the first point on Nepal as they look to take a 3-2 lead in the series.
Step 1 is done. Now you need to take our next map, which will be da-da-da-da. We're thinking, oh, I don't get to know. The replays killed it. Oh, that's no fun, hippie. I'm very sad. Well, we'll have to find out that one a little bit later, but one more map win here. It's going to solidify Moving Rift in a great spot on that match point that they so desperately wanted to play on. And Village is where it's going to take place. This is also a game of positioning, whether you're playing that high ground or the point, which can kind of be a toss-up here when we talked about that debate of playing the objective versus that higher territory.
I mean, this is all going to be about point control. I mean, both teams are going to look to try and fight for the high ground and then go to point. But Abyss already took out Venus.
Wow, you don't see that so much. Wow, you go ahead and take this 100%. I would say that. And if Yamitra decided that didn't decide they were Reinhardt for the day, Derpy said, no, you're not. I'm Reinhardt. Take that. And Astronex isn't going to have a good time as the actual Reinhardt. As a result, only one can be on the field. And what looks so good at the start, Abyss is probably cursing their team out after what just happened there.
Yeah, to me, that's just you got emboldened after getting the opening pick and your Brig stepped up too far. Yamitra gets picked, and there's no healing for Astronex through this fight, and you're able to win the Rhine battle, and that was all she wrote. If you are Dark Mode. As we now move to this next fight, Coco has this grab advantage over China. They really need to get things going.
They have the grab advantage, but this time it's actually Abyss who ends up going down first, and they might not even need that Graviton Surge. I mean, you can just go ahead, walk on up, hope to get another elimination, which they actually want to guarantee it with that Graviton Surge. That one I'm actually okay with, especially since SK ended up committing the sound barrier there.
Yeah, that is very unfortunate coming out from SK, as Dark Mode is now just in the power position, as I like to keep saying. 4 ultimates in their back pocket to be able to use in this fight. Hopefully, you know, if you are Moving Rift, sorry, I'm don't see the scoreboard right now. If you're Moving Rift, you got to make sure that you take, I mean, Chime is so close to this grab. Venus doesn't have that trans yet. You got to get in there now.
Nope, time to get in there, get aggressive, and Astronex doesn't want to get aggressive. Astronex wants to keep their life intact, which they can't really do with everything being chucked at them, and if they're laying on their backs, absolutely defenseless against this grab. All 6 players stuck up in it. This is not going to be a pretty situation for Moving Rift whatsoever. Dark Mode, they're coming back on this map, proving how good they are at holding these control points down when they're in control.
I mean, Dark Mode, it's so weird. These teams just take turns back and forth. I mean, we're in a 2-2 series, but even
Honestly.
the control maps, one team dominates, now this team dominates. It's just going back and forth, left and right.
weird.
It is insane. These two teams are so evenly matched, as we now see Dark Mode having it back up, but it's a wise retreat as Moving Rift is trying to rotate to the point.
Yep, Moving Rift, I like that. They guaranteed themselves at least a touch on this point. Dark Mode are there to meet them right now, but they need to make sure they get Abdallah back in mech, which they will be able to do. 99% on the board for Dark Mode. Moving Rift gotta find that opportunity, their way in, which they managed to force the objective out from their own hands. Runs into combo into Derpy's shield. What a play right there to get the Wayne tank out of the battle, but Abdul managed to take away the Graviton Surge. Still all the support ultimates in play on both ends. This is going to be a scrappy one towards the very end, but I think this one-man advantage is going to come up in favor of Moving Rift. Just having that extra player is insurmountable in GOATs.
I would say the one thing going forward is you're able to get that eat onto that Chime Graviton Surge. If you are Abdallah, unfortunately, you committed so much to that fight. I mean, you did get to 99%, so all you have to do is win one more fight. If I were Dark Mode, I'd probably take one dry fight, build up a couple more ultimates, and then come in with everything you got and take this map and force a map 3, which is Sanctum.
You can get all the way through to map number 3 here. Dark Mode, Earth Shatter. If you can combo up, just like we saw at the Yamitra and Astronex do, this could be big, and it's even easier now with this Zenyatta out of the battle. Astronex manages to get 2, but will that be enough to fight through the Fury? Derpy got grabbed up, so the progress halted just slightly, but taking an aggressive pin out of the back. Look how slow these health bars are regaining. Only Fish Cake to be the support, which, hey, having Fish Cake is certainly better than no support at all, which Moving Rift, they don't have access to right now. Sound Barrier down for Dark Mode 2. They're guaranteeing the flip. Moving Rift are around the objective, but it doesn't appear anyone is going to be able to get that touch. We've managed to tie ourselves up at 1 apiece here. This is going to be decided all the way on Shrine. What is it with these control maps, Ray? Why do they always have to go to 3? One team does really good on one map, then one team does really good on the other map. Which team's going to do good on this map? Or is it actually going to be a close one? I feel like we got to even it out here.
See, listen, we already had our close map, which was the previous one.
True.
So, I mean, if history dictates anything, it means Moving Rift is supposed to dominate the next one. Because we just had a dominant Dark Mode. We had a close first one, so we'll see. But, I mean...
It has to. It has to, right?
I mean, time is about to tell. 5 seconds till the gates open. Sanctum's all going to be about controlling that main pillar in the statue area, I guess I call it. But it's going to be about controlling that point and the space within there.
Yep. Shrine is just one of those points that you need to be playing around the center, using that natural cover to your best advantage, and kind of poking, playing around that. As soon as you get to move past that pillar, though, which Moving Rift actually were able to do, is Dark Mode. They were able to kind of walk in on Astronex, take away some health, force the Reinhardt player back, and now this point becomes very difficult because this little slopes that you have on the outside just to get up to the main temple, you can't move through them easily. Chime figured that out firsthand, and now Dark Mode, they're in control, have a man advantage, now 2, so they can still ball this to a fight win.
It seems like Dark Mode has now seized control in this map on Nepal. They win that first fight so decisively. And look at Coco, man. Has the grab, and Chime is only at that 60%. Coco has been a big reason why Dark Mode has been soaring back in this map, has just been winning the Zarya duel.
Coco has been doing that all game long. While Chime has looked great, Coco has looked even better. This Graviton Surge, nobody on Moving Rift is going to be ready for it. This either has to be a Moving Fish ETH, or this is game over, or battle over for Moving Rift. There's that Graviton Surge. Self-destruct a little bit off target, which is actually unusual from Abdallah. I'm used to seeing those very on target, and suddenly, Moving Rift, they're able to get the counters up, and they're still in it just off the lack of execution. A rare slip-up for Dark Mode here. They gotta be able to fix this error, turn it back to something winnable, because now they're stuck at a Graviton storage of their own, with that counters already being unleashed, and Axoness with barely any health to spare. This flip is wanted to be there. The nice boot for Astronyx went for a little bit of a ride in the back line, and the problem with that is Coco doesn't have a shield to stop them, just lasered through 2 players and a third. The D-Mech came through. Venus is still around the point. Dark Mode, the fact that they're maintaining control right now just because of Coco, just if that doesn't tell you how dominant this Zarya player is, I don't know what else does.
Unfortunately, he got about 0 out of that Graviton surge. It's just kind of sitting by itself on the point. But it doesn't matter. They still get the team fight win because of him. As now we're seeing a very aggressive forward spawn hold coming out from Dark Mode.
I love the aggression coming here. They want to stop this right where it starts, and if they Moving Rift, they're gonna get a point touch no matter what, but at this point they gotta be working up towards those ultimates. There's 3 on the board, almost 4 for Dark Mode, and this needs to end quickly for them. Take away any advantage they have. Derpy laying them all on their backs, pinning straight into the back line. No more Astronyx to be fighting on the objective. Way off in La La Land, had a couple players come and peel, but they're split now. That is the last thing you want to happen with a GOATS composition and Moving Rift. They are finding themselves at the mercy of such a disaster. What was supposed to be their map to dominate has turned into the exact opposite. Dark Mode has shown their true colors here and are taking us up to match point.
Dark Mode, man. When they get that map pick in their hand, they just know what works best in their favor, and they pick that map. I mean, the 2 times they've picked their map, which was Havana and now Nepal, they have just been going crazy. As Derpy said, can we make that a best of 5? Because it'd be over right now.
I know.
It's a best of 5.
And the ironic part about that is I believe that originally it was to be made a best of 5, but it was Dark Mode who said no. And you know what? I bet you wish you said yes right about now, because not only should you have just won a series, you also have the lovely pleasure of playing more Overwatch. Woo-hoo! It is going to be so much fun. And guess what? Guess what we get to do, Ray? I can actually say this time that we're going to hybrid. We're not going to King's Row, but we're going to hybrid.
I don't think we're going to hybrid, actually.
Wait, is it
we're going to escort?
I lied.
Yeah, we're going to escort. Yeah, I'm like because the possibility of draw, we go because of the possibility of draw, we move to escort instead.
Oh no. That's yeah. Okay, that makes more sense. I completely understand that. I mean, I do applaud the humor of a lot of players. I believe it's specifically Chime wanting to go to daytime King's Row instead of nighttime King's Row. Which, I mean, is that a different map? Not really, but it's still King's Row, and we would have liked to see it. But nope, you get to pick an escort map out of selection. So I'm kind of a little shocked by the one that has been chosen. You don't usually think of this one when you hear GOATS.
Yeah, we'll get that graphic ready for you guys in just a second and reveal what has been picked. This was Moving Rift's pick. I have seen some of their games earlier where they did play some of that Route 66, and I saw earlier in the EU bracket as well that it was a surprisingly favorable pick between the teams in the EU sector. So I mean, it's kind of like mid-range high ground, you know. It's got a nice little control for your goats. I mean, it's like just alleyways you're pushing through, generally speaking. So I can see the appeal for people who are playing goats. As we now have that graphic ready for you guys, map 6, we are going to take you to the blistering deserts of Route 66.
Ooh, the standoff of a lifetime is what this is about to be. We actually have a team on match point. That is a miracle. It only took 5 maps to get there. Watch us have 2 teams on match point, honestly. Watch us have 2 teams on match point. I think every team has one on their own map pick, with the exception of the very first map, which was also technically Dark Mode's first map pick as well.
Nope, it was Moving Rift's map pick.
That way. Well, I bet that the way that that is what Dark Mode prefers to play. They also prefer the Lijiang Tower, so that one, technically, you could argue both ways. But since that point, it has been every single time they've won on their own map pick. Does that saga continue here with Route 66? If we could go to 7 here. We truly could go to 7, Ray.
What I find hilarious
What?
is if we do go to 7, push is what's going to decide it all.
No way! Oh! And then they can't pick Coliseo either. That's mean.
Yeah, either going to Esperanza or New Queen Street at that point.
That is such a dishonest way to end Ghost. I honestly wish we could bring back King's Row again. 'Cause I feel like that would only be fitting. Just break the rules for that one time. Get King's Row back in the game. That's the only time you'll ever be hearing me ask for King's Row again. Quote me on that, because I will go ahead and just be like, oh, give me King's Row. No, not every other match that we cast. We already have too much of that. However, Route 66 will be the place to start this one off. And I'm trying to think here. Where do you really think the holding points are? Because I understand where third point can go, right? I understand third point. Kind of get a grasp on first-ish. But third point's kind of where I'm a little bit more puzzled. Or second point's where I'm a little bit more puzzled. Like, that is a lot more open. You're typically going to see that's where your hit scan, your snipers, your longer range things. You don't usually see that brawl on this map. So when you're forcing this play style, at this point, I don't expect anything other than the Reinhardt or the Zenyatta. So you're forcing this play style. That's going to be brawl. These rotations are going to be coming into play. But it does, once again, revisiting the question of how much does this high ground matter to these teams versus how much should it actually matter at the end of the day?
I mean, when it comes to that second point specifically on Route 66, it's going to kind of depend on how the fights end for you. But generally, one of the holds on the second point is going to be like where you're on attack and you come out of spawn and there's like that rock like decline area. That's one little area you could hold, or you could hold back at like the little mini garage with the mega pack. That's another, little cover you can play for, or even the corner of the big house that's parallel to the mini garage. And then of course the end is going to be the end. Hold by the staircase. So that's kind of what you're looking at for that second point. But the first point, there's going to be spawn holds once again. It's going to be, holding the spawn, trying to take as much time off the clock you can to set yourself up for a very good first point defense.
Yeah, the spawn holds just to be expected at this point. If you're not pulling it out on every map, I don't know. That's not controller push. I don't really know what to tell ya. Yeah, this map, this is another one of those instances where you just got to take advantage of it. You're going to have a little bit of opportunity, especially when we get to see that point. You'll get a better idea of where those freight train cars really lie. You can just kind of hang out in there and either dive bomb on somebody with coordination, emphasis on that, or you can just cop to hold kind of literally where the payload is standing too. That isn't a bad spot to hold because there aren't any rotations that can be taken by the attacking team here to kind of get around that without running into you from that point. So I'm kind of curious to see where dark mode actually ends up playing, which seems to be around that mega at the time.
As it sits, that's where it looks like they're going to play, but you never know what's going to happen once the 10 seconds start raining, and you might not want them to know that you're going to be spawn holding like that.
True.
Who knows? Or maybe they let the space happen. I just feel like it's better you get yourself a little bit more space and possibly, instead of 2 attacks, you get 3, and that's exactly what they're going to do. They're going to push completely up to the wrecked train right here.
Yep, they're going to sit on this train car, and really the only option out is going to be this long rotation, which Dark Mode actually, I think it was a pin from Dark Mode to kind of meet them up at the top, which it's Derpy. I don't expect anything less at this point, getting to know this player. And now the tables have been turned. Moving Rift suddenly have that little bit more wiggle room. They have an opening around, and even if they go down here, they'll be able to spawn behind, getting this little sandwich in that they like so much. SK will be the first to fall, though, which is never a great thing for the Lucio to go down first. You don't have a way out. Everybody, as a result, is just kind of sitting ducks where they are. You can easily just use Biscay's speed boost, which, mind you, already has a sound barrier to win you this next fight.
You did lose Abdallah's... No, okay, he just got it back. Never mind. Is going to get that remake. So you got to come back, and you're looking at so many ultimates on the field for Dark Mode. If you are moving Rift, you're kind of struggling. SK barely 40% to the sound barrier. You're very behind in that department.
Yeah, she went down so early there that Fishcake can easily run that battle, and nobody's really going to do anything about that extra Graviton Surge. So immediately Laser Abyss down. It's like, I know they don't have sound barrier. Win in with the Graviton Surge. That is efficiency right there from Dark Mode. They have a clear plan. The win is in sight.
I mean, technically, Moving Fish could have popped the Transcendence. I think it was just smart of them to not do that. But they could have just didn't do that grab if they wished to commit that ultimate. But they just decided not to. That's 2 ultimates committed into that fight by Dark Mode. They're playing the rotation of this ultimate game so well. They're going to need to continue to do this to spawn hold half the time off the clock already.
That is until Derpy does the classic Derpy thing of getting a little bit too aggressive, and Astronix and the rest of Moving Rift are going to go ahead, leap right on top of that opportunity, and escape the grasp with the spawn hold. It looked all too good for Dark Mode, and Moving Rift just had to put an end to it, and honestly, you could not have asked for a better time for that to come in from them, with already half the time being gone.
Exactly. So you're feeling extremely good if you're Dark Mode. You get a full reset, and you're probably going to be taking another fight at the normal corner that you would have held if it was Route 66. So you're looking very bright and very good if you are Dark Mode. And they're going to have this Graviton Surge online to fight back in this next fight, and there it is.
Oh, they catch him out early. You can tell that Chime and Astronix wanted to back off, so the sound barrier being forced out pretty darn early is okay. Now Dark Mode, they had a little bit more room to kind of play with on top of this gas station. Particularly that Earth Shatter would be helpful, assuming they get in a decent spot to lay that down and not just contest and sit all high and pretty off the gas station. Down it goes from the top ropes. Derpy stunning up 2. Looking to get Astronix out of the fray. Does just the thing. Look at all those assists on that elimination. That is the teamwork and the focus fire we have gotten to know and love from Dark Mode. They've only gotten better as the series has gone through, and with only less than a minute to hold this objective, we could very well see a second full hold.
And Coco is going to have an absolutely free Graviton Surge. None of these support ultimates are online. You're only looking at Astronix's Shatter, and there is just a sound barrier to counter that. And then you have to deal with the incoming Diva Bomb from Abdullah. It is going to be such treacherous waters that you're trying to traverse if you are Moving Rift.
This is not going to be easy. Neither do they have the positioning, but they also don't have the time. Any rotation they wanted to make, they need to make it snappy, but they can't even move from where they want to, and SK goes down to that self-destruct. Oh, that is so unlucky for that to happen. Coco and Abdullah coming up big for Dark Mode. It's been like that all series long, every single match. We've had them on the stage today. They have shown up big. They have been the shining stars for their team, and that's going to result in a full hold here from Dark Mode. Ray, this is the point that we've been looking to get at. One of these teams has started to out-edge the other. This is where Moving Rift needs to show that they're strong. Not only do they have to full hold here, but they need to do it better than what Dark Mode just did. Yeah, it's Route 66, but where you got it, that's not far at all. Dark Mode gonna have 4 full minutes to be able to do this, and a lot of it started from the momentum they gained on the spawn hold that shoved nearly half the time been gone. They're able to take a second fight way over here on the gas station and never lost it since. This has got to be Moving Rift, showing that they can have that same potential and come out here with a good spawn hold.
Just keep in mind what is at stake here. We are on championship point if you are Dark Mode. All you need is that 67.84 meters, and you will be the NAPC CGL GOATS champions and take home that $500 prize. If you're Moving Rift, all cards are on the table. You got to make something happen. You have to force that map 7, or you are going home. See you later, and kiss that $500 goodbye.
They've worked so hard to get here. A near flawless run through the winner's bracket. They have not lost yet. Even in the Swiss stage, I believe they're currently undefeated, and right now they're looking down the brink of getting their first loss at the hands of Dark Mode, a team they've already beaten 3-2, honestly. This is where you got to show that you can do it. Get a start here on the defensive hold. Play the freight cars. Do exactly what Dark Mode just did on the defense and be able to do it better. I have faith that Moving Rift, they know what's at stake, and these stakes are going to play into their strengths, and they're already off to a great start. Getting the carry out of the fight, Dark Mode has simply nothing left to say.
Yeah, again, Derpy just kind of pushed up, and then Moving Rift was able to take advantage of Chime just having so much charge, melted him, and melted the entirety of the team. This is a great start if you're Dark Mode, if you're Moving Rift, already taking 30 seconds off that clock and trying to not look back as you start getting a lot of this ult charge.
I lot of that old chart starting to come in, and this is not a good start though, because SK once again is the first to fall. This can't keep happening if you're moving Rift. Dark Mode, they've gotten the window of opportunity. You've only had half the success on that spawn hold. It's really got to start here on this gas station.
Yeah, and moving Rift was only able to take half of the amount of time Dark Mode was able to with their spawn hold. So that puts Dark Mode in such a good position. I mean, they're already about going to be halfway to the goal that they need to make in order to send themselves in that position to be the NAPC Grand Champions for the GOATS tournament.
It seriously could come down to this right here, right now. Self-destruct out from Abdullah. Didn't get nothing much, but it bought the space, forced the bubbles and these extra cooldowns in Dark Mode. They are going to be perfectly fine to upkeep in this longer battle. Moving Reps, they've been forced off the gas station, playing on this rolls ground. They need to be the ones to contest, but they're not doing it once again without SK. The cell barrier has been expended. Moving Rift, Transcend is their last lifeline, but they still get off the cart. That is not the way you wanted to see this one end. But Dark Mode, I've said lights out. This is our match. They are the ultimate GOATs of the CGL Championship.
What an amazing series between these two teams. 4-2, Dark Mode takes the dub. Just, man, both teams played so well, but at the end of the day, Dark Mode finally found their stride, got the momentum, and took that victory in their grasp and carried it to victory. And my MVP, it's got to be Coco.
Yeah, there's no doubt in my mind here that it's not Coco. There's so many things that player did that made up for what anything that went wrong. You could rely on Coco to be the person to step up. The amount of graviton surges that they had, the sheer damage they were able to put out. I don't even need to have the stats in front of me to know that this player had the highest damage every single game. I would bet money on it, honestly, with how impactful this Zarya was. I said it at the beginning, and I'm going to say it again. Somebody should not have this much of an ability to carry in a GOATS match. You rely so much on your overall team play, that synergy to carry you through. Everyone plays a part. But if you have a player like Coco that can stand out and shine as much as they did, that is a huge way for Dark Mode to assert themselves as the champions here in the CGL NAPC GOATS tournament. And hey, you know what? You get $500 off the back of it. That isn't too bad of a paycheck. And honestly, hey, you deserve it after playing nearly 8 hours of Overwatch today.
Yeah, I mean, congratulations to Dark Mode, Moving Rift. You guys were such good competitors throughout the entirety of this competition. So just shout outs to everyone. And before we get ready to conclude the stream for the night, couple of shout outs. You know, Headrammer, thank you for everything, for running these tournaments and setting everything up. And then I want to shout out Hippie today. This dude has been going since the entirety of the EU. So he's been going for 12. And Zeusser. Zeusser as well. Both of them have been going for 12 hours plus today. They have earned their keep today. They have been very impressive. So shout outs to the prod. We could not do it without you guys.
Absolutely not. I mean, there's so many people, both not only is the ones in the game, but you have the people behind the scenes. Like you said, Hippie and Zeusser have been here for 12 hours, probably 13 at this point. Zeusser lives in Europe. The sun is literally coming up for Zeusser right now, from my understanding, if I interpreted that picture correctly. It has been a long day of GOATS. I absolutely love to be here, and I hope you guys did as well as the viewers. This is only the beginning of our CGL off-season tournaments. I know that we have our Hero Bands tournament coming up within just a couple weeks, and several more to follow before we head into the second half of the CGL year. It's been a pleasure to be on the broadcast with you today, Ray, and I've been Tiny Shiny. I hope that you all have a great rest of your night, and we'll see you for some more CGL action down the road.
Later, guys.